speak to me upon business, or to ask or communicate news, and so forth. Soon after 4 o'clock, I usually rode out again to see the work, and returned about 5 or half past. The remainder of the daylight was often expended in reading, and at times the vicar or someone else would come and sit with me until 7 o'clock. Sunset in retired situations usually produces melancholy feelings, and not less unpleasant was this period under the circumstances in which I was placed. The Negroes were coming home straggling from their work, fatigued and dirty. The church bell tolled dismally at intervals that all Catholics should count their beads. The sea looked black, and the foliage of the trees became rapidly darker and darker as the sun sank behind the hills. There is scarcely any twilight in those regions. The light is in a few minutes changed into darkness, unless the moon has risen. Her light is not afforded gradually, but her power is perceived very shortly after the setting of the sun. In the evening I sat and smoked in the open air, and if it was at the time of spring tides, I had a fire made to the windward on account of the mosquitoes, and of a very diminutive species of black fly, which is called the maroim, of which the bite is as painful as that of the mosquito. The last species of insect is there called moriçoca. The maroim is usually to be seen near to mangroves. If these tormentors were too troublesome to be endured, or if I was so inclined, I would close my door and window and read or write until 10 or 12 o'clock, and then go to bed. But frequently I would lie down in my hammock and rest in it, unintentionally during the greater part of the night. My time passed less pleasantly during the months of June and July, owing to the rain, and to the removal of the vicar of Recife during that period. Through his persuasion, and from the gradual disposition of the feelings of the people in favor of the measure, 2 boys, resident at Conception, were sent to Recife for the purpose of being inoculated with the cowpox. As soon as they returned, the surgeon of Iguaraçu, a young man of considerable merit who had been educated at Lisbon, came over to the island to inoculate any persons who might be inclined to undergo the operation. Among the children it was almost general. Their parents and friends were told that the disorder was not infectious, and consequently no precautions were taken in separating those who were under its influence from the other inmates of the same cottage. Soon afterwards, an elderly woman, the attendant of a child who had been inoculated, fell sick and died, and other persons were likewise afflicted with the same disorder. The infection spread, and 10 or 12 persons died of it in the island. The evil indeed was stopped only by the inoculation of great numbers of the inhabitants. It was observed that none of the individuals who had been inoculated had been in danger, and therefore it was soon seen that the wisest plan was to undergo the operation. A few, however, were so much alarmed at the fate of some of their acquaintances that they lived for many days in the woods, scarcely visiting any habitation of man in the dread of infection. It was proved that the smallpox did not exist at that time upon the island, for every inquiry was made. Much pains were taken by many persons of zeal and activity to certify that this was the case, and indeed when that dreadful malady appears in any neighborhood, the whole country around is alarmed, and every precaution is taken to prevent communication. Now it is generally said that either the boys who had been sent to Recife were inoculated with the smallpox instead of the cowpox, or that the cowpox degenerated and became an infectious disease. The boys received the matter from a newly imported Negro, who had, it is true, been inoculated with the cowpox. But he might have had the smallpox upon him at the time, though it had not made its appearance. It is from the newly arrived Africans that the smallpox is often spread abroad about the country, after the country.
Right. Right.
Hello and welcome. My name is Pastor Tracy Carpenter, and I'm the campus pastor of Grace Church in Oak Grove, Missouri. I want to say thank you so much for joining us for this week's message. This week, we begin a new sermon series called Power in the Name, and we're talking about the various names of God. I look forward to sharing that message with you in a moment. I do want to say that next week I will be out of the pulpit, so there will be a brief pause. Next week, there will not be a new message, so just be aware of that. The following week, it will resume as per normal. Precious and holy God, we just thank you. We thank you that you are with us each and every day, that you give us so many names to go by, so many names that show us your caring and your love. God, we thank you that you are just our ultimate provider. And we just know that we should be looking to you. It is in Jesus' holy name that we pray. Amen. And now I pray for you, my listener. I pray that in this time together, God might touch you in some way so that you in turn can touch another. Because that, my friends, is how we bring God into the world. Amen. We are beginning a new sermon series, and it's called Power in the Name. So if you will just allow me just a few moments to set up this series for you, and then I'll talk about today's message as God our provider, or Jehovah Jireh. I'm going to start with this. Can we all agree that names are important? They are, right? Our name is important. Your name is important to you. It defines who you are. And our last name ties us in lineage to everyone that came before us, right? So when I go through my family tree, I'm searching for full T's and less T's, and I've done that with Ancestry.com. I've gotten back to the 1500s. So our name is actually very important. Our last name can be a descriptor of our occupation. A carpenter may have very well been a carpenter, but it certainly is an appropriate last name for my husband. I think we could all agree, right? First names. First names are chosen for a reason, too. Our son, Michael Charles, is named after my father and Jim's father.
This day and age of
and that's how we continue on in memory of people after they're gone. So that's some of many reasons why when someone forgets your name, it's off-putting, right? Because names are important. So I want to tell you today, and in the sermon series as we're going here through Lent, that there are several names for God in the Bible. And I think a lot of times people think that that is confusing. And it can be. But if you really, really study your Bible, And this is important during our Lenten season, right? So a plug for making sure that you're in the Word or devotions. If you're really in relationship with God and in His Word, you see that the different names of God help us to have a more personal relationship with God because they tell us who God is. So today we start with Jehovah Jireh. God is our provider, just like you saw in the video. We're going to be in Exodus today, which I love it when these sorts of things happen. It coincidentally ties in very neatly with an assignment my 15-year-old son had in his theology class this past week. He was not very excited about it, I got to tell you. But remember, he's 15. For his mother, yeah, I was all geeked out. I thought it was a really cool assignment. I thought it was a very clever way to tie his generation to biblical characters, make it more real, and to check their understanding of the characters in the Bible. So here was his assignment. He had to study a biblical character. He picked Moses. He had to do a little biography on Moses, and then really describe 6 smartphone apps Moses might have on his smartphone that he needed. Wow. That's clever, right?
Wow.
That's very clever. See, Mike, everybody thought it was really clever.
I think so too. It's awesome.
Here's what he came up with. He came up with an ideas app. Ideas to help lead a group of people. Moses was a reluctant leader. He did not want to lead the Israelites. Good app. Biblical genealogy.
Yeah.
Is Moses an Egyptian or is he an Israelite? We know the answer, but maybe Moses could use this to help understand his identity. As my son said, maybe he wanted to know who his mother was because he got put in a basket at birth, and he might be surprised to know that his mother was his nurse. Very clever. A plague app helps Moses know when the plagues are coming and good tips for survival.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. A compass app helps them to know where they're going. They were lost in the desert for many years, right?
God told them Circle Mountain.
A notes app to help Moses take notes in his conversations with God. Very good. And you might say, yeah, because of the 10 Commandments, so that, he could remember the 10 Commandments. But if you have ever, just open up your Bible and get into Leviticus. Really detailed. Moses had to take a lot of notes. So Notes app would have been appropriate. And a Passover countdown app. Counts down to Passover, tells the Israelites when to put the blood of the lamb on their doorstep. Very interesting, very clever. So it had me thinking, and I even did it this morning with Jim Borland, how many times do we pull out our smartphone for an easy button or an easy answer?
Yeah.
All the time.
Yep.
All the time. And here's the thing. What we really need to know and understand, everything that Moses needed actually came from God.
Yeah.
Because God is our provider.
Yes.
Jehovah Jireh. He was a reluctant leader, yes, but God showed him how to lead and allowed his brother Aaron to help. He may have been an Israelite raised by the Egyptians, but that part of his identity made him perfect for the task at hand. He spoke to God. He knew when the plagues were coming. He knew what would happen. He also knew that sometimes God leads people into the wilderness and they have to work it out without a compass. Now that Notes app, I think that really would have been handy. Really do. And the Passover app, God guided them through the Passover. So no matter what, Moses wouldn't have needed the app. He would not have needed an easy button because everything he needed came from God. And ultimately, we know God provided a way out. sometimes, actually oftentimes, things do seem insurmountable. Life is really hard. And boy, do we ever wish that we had an easy button or an app for that. My sister watches this after the fact online, so I'll make her laugh right now because she knows. She and I joke, especially in the last 2 years, man, if we could have had an easy button or an app, I mean, we would have worn that thing slick, right? Because we've had a lot of hard stuff come up. We lost our mom. Surprisingly lost our sister. So sometimes life is really hard. And if you know God as your provider in that name, you can pray specifically in that way to Jehovah Jireh. So here's where we are. The Israelites came to the Red Sea. You had to know that that seemed insurmountable, right? We all have Red Seas in our life. That was the Red Sea. This is insurmountable. How are we going to get through this? And they actually got really indignant with Moses. They said things like, it'd be better to be a slave than to die in the desert. Could you imagine? Why did you lead us here? And Moses says, God saves us. Watch. Just watch. You know what God says? God says, stop talking about it. Get moving. Moses says, where? And here's the answer. Exodus 14, verses 16 and 21 through 22. Raise your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea to divide the water, so that the Israelites can go through the sea on dry ground. Then Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and all that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and turned it into dry land. The waters were divided, and the Israelites went through the sea on dry ground with a wall of water on their right and on their left. They had no way to escape. When we are absolutely stuck, when we're stuck, where do we turn? Do not panic. God opens the way. God opened the way. Not only did he open the way, but he closed the way behind them so that the Egyptians could not chase them with their chariots. And that made them very happy, and they unfailingly follow God thereafter. Amen. We're done, right?
Nope.
Because that's not at all what happened. They did put their faith in God and Moses for a time. In fact, right after that, they sang this beautiful song. But then you know what happened? They got hungry. And it's kind of like that Snickers advertising. They got hangry, right? And what ended up happening when they got so hungry? Well, God provided the nourishment. I often wonder at the fickleness of us. Not the fickleness of the Israelites, but at the fickleness of us as human beings. You would think, giving such a huge way out, we would all be ready to go. But hear this. At every turn, they were waiting for God to fail to provide. At every turn, they were waiting for God to fail to provide. Isn't that interesting?
God always provides.
And given that, I mean, you know, I'm human. If someone didn't believe in me over and over and over again, I think I would give up, right? But God never gives up. Moses and the Israelites come to Marah, which means bitter. They could not drink the water there. The people complain. Moses throws a log into the water. It becomes drinkable. Okay, we're all set. Then they leave from that place, and the complaining begins afresh all over again because we're just like that. So we go to Exodus 16:2-5. In the desert, the whole community grumbled against Moses and Aaron. The Israelites said to them, "If only we had died by the Lord's hand in Egypt. There we sat around pots of meat and ate all the food we wanted, but you have brought us out into this desert to starve this entire assembly to death." Then the Lord said to Moses, "I will rain down bread from heaven for you. The people are to go out each day and gather enough for that day. In this way I will test them and see whether they will follow my instructions. On the 6th day they are to prepare what they bring in, and that is to be twice as much as they gather on the other days." Life gets tough. Can you feel them reaching for that easy button? We'd rather just go back and be slaves than to have to do this. Looking for the easy way out. Do they really want to be slaves again? No, not really. They just wanted things to be easier. And there's God providing exactly what is needed. They had quail, they had bread. All they had to do was follow the instructions. Here's how you gather it. You gather twice as much on the 6th day. Did they follow the instructions? No, they didn't. They weren't supposed to have food left over in the morning. They did it anyway, so the food went bad. They had to learn. They had to learn. Why did God do this? Because he's dialing us in, telling us how to survive, telling us that he will provide. Why do we need to learn about the Old Testament? Well, there it is right there. How does it apply to us today? Well, God provides to this day. We've been studying Exodus today to see how God provides. God provides without fail. And now I'm going to go back in the Bible just a little bit to tie this all together. Do you remember in Genesis when Abraham was called to sacrifice Isaac? That's a hard story. That's a tough story. There is not a single one of us that can imagine that. Why in the world would God ask a person to sacrifice their own son? Isaac even says, as they're headed up the mountain, he says, "Whoa, Dad, I'm carrying all the stuff. Where is the sacrifice?" He's starting to wonder, and Abraham says, "God will provide." That's Genesis 22:8. God tells Abraham, because of his faith, not to harm Isaac, and he provides a ram. Abraham named the place Jehovah Jireh, which means the Lord will provide. So you and I, we know that God provided, but we're still aghast at this unthinkable story that a human would have to sacrifice his own son. We're aghast at that. But let's make the connection, because that's exactly what God did for us. And Jesus becomes the way. He becomes the provider. So let's go to the Sermon on the Mount. We're going to get the Son's wisdom about easy buttons. We're in Matthew 6:28-32. "And why do you worry about clothes? See how the flowers of the field grow. They do not labor or spin, yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you, you of little faith? So do not worry, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. So I would say this to my son. There's a head fake to your assignment. An app would not have gotten Moses to where he needed to be, and apps cannot help you navigate your life. Jehovah Jireh gives us everything we need through his words and through his son. All, and I use air quotes, all we have to do, air quotes because we are fickle. All we have to do is stop hitting the apps and listen to the phone line. With that we say, Amen. Let us pray. Precious and holy God, we know that you are a provider of all. And yet, we look for you in the wrong places, in the wrong things. You never said that our lives would be easy, but you did say that your yoke is light. And so, precious and holy Lord, I ask that you be with each of these people today, that they might know that you are their ultimate provider. You are the one to whom we should go to. And let us know your name. Let it resound in our hearts so that we can be close in relationship with you. And we know that it is real. It is in Jesus' holy name that we pray. Amen.
All right, action. All right. Has had a long respite from this dreaded disorder. One man who resided near Conception caught the disease and died. He had only sat for a short time in an outward room of a house in the interior of which some children were confined who had been inoculated. The unfortunate result of this trial of the new disorder riveted many persons in their prejudices against it, and others who had strenuously recommended its adoption began to stagger and to fear that they had been deceived. However, as none of those who were inoculated had been in danger, the people did not appear to have taken a thorough dislike to it. To me, this was a most anxious time. My establishment of slaves and free people consisted of 25 persons, of whom scarcely any had had the smallpox. They were too many to inoculate at once, and therefore I cut off all communication with my neighbors. This was done without much difficulty. Manuel was armed and was ready to prevent anyone from approaching the place. And this I could do without injustice, for the path led only to the house. I had several fierce dogs which were all let loose on this occasion, notice being given to the neighborhood of such a measure having been adopted. Considerable zeal has been shown by the supreme government of Brazil in the introduction of the cowpox into the country. An establishment has been formed at Recife, consisting of a physician and 2 surgeons, for the inoculation, free of expense, of all persons who apply for this purpose. The inoculation is expressly confined to the matter of the cowpox. The establishment has not, however, yet fixed upon any settled plan for having a constant supply of the matter, and therefore the medical men belonging to it are often obliged to remain inactive for several weeks at a time.
Versão 2016
End of section
da minha
2.
lista sobre o que a escola não ensina e deveria ensinar. Assuntos que não aprendi em escola alguma e passei por várias.
Section
Aprendi depois
3
em
of
outros
Travels
lugares,
in Brazil,
como livros,
Volume 2
seminários,
by
cursos
Henry
online
Koster.
ou convivendo com
This
amigos
Librivox
bem-sucedidos,
reporting is in
que
the
na minha
public
opinião são
domain.
determinantes para o sucesso.
Chapter 2, Part
Que eu
1.
deveria sonhar alto, então deveria
Ants,
duplicar esse
snakes,
sonho,
and other
transformar
reptiles,
isso em metas e ir atrás
River
delas
of
com persistência.
Iguaçu,
Que
building
ainda
a
mais
house,
importante do que
several
alcançar as metas que eu
species of
deveria
timber
perseguir
trees,
seria a
the
pessoa que eu me
pinhão,
transformaria criando o
mutamba,
hábito
and
de ir atrás dela.
gamileja
Que eu não
trees.
escolho meu futuro, mas escolho meus
whale.
hábitos. E que meus hábitos
I've
definiriam
said
meu
that the
futuro.
lands of the
Que eu poderia
Engenho
sempre
Velho
escolher entre
were
ser
much
criador ou
infested by the
criatura.
red ants,
Que não precisaria
but
ficar me
indeed
preparando para
Scarcely
ser o
any
melhor
part
empregado,
of the
mas que
island
poderia
of
criar meus
Itamaracá
negócios.
is free
Empreender
from
e que
these
mesmo
most
que resolvesse
noxious
ser empregado,
insects.
deveria empreender
They
dentro
are
da
of a
empresa
dusky
em que
red color
estivesse.
and vary from 1/4
Que
of an
relacionamentos
inch to 1
pessoais,
inch in
a
length.
importância de se
Their
levar
bite
em
is
conta
painful, and
coisas
they will
como as
sometimes
emoções das
fix themselves
pessoas
so
seriam mais
firmly with their
importantes do que tabelas
antennae
periódicas.
as to leave the points of
Que
them in the wound
comportamento,
which they have
atitude,
made.
comprometimento,
Their food is
integridade
entirely
seriam bem mais
vegetable.
importantes do que
I found them
integrais e
extremely
derivados.
troublesome during
Que se
the
para ser bom
continuance of
médico
the
eu deveria
rain.
estudar medicina,
They would often
para
make
ser
their way
bem
between the
sucedido
bricks of the
financeiramente,
floor of
eu
my
deveria
house
aprender
and
muito
pick
sobre
up any
dinheiro.
article of
Buscar educação
flour or
financeira
any grains of
constantemente.
maize
Entender
which
que
might
mais
chance to be
importante do que a
strewed
quantidade
upon
de
it.
dinheiro que eu poderia ter seria
On
a
one
minha forma
occasion,
de
2 large
pensar e
bags
agir
of
em
maize
relação
of
ao
equal
dinheiro.
size were
Que
placed in the
cada
room
de
at night,
nós é um ser muito
but
mais
in the
poderoso
morning
do que
one of them
pensa.
was
Que aquela
considerably
criança
lower
que
than
eu
the
era
other.
como aluno
For this I
poderia
could not
ser o
account
que quisesse
until on
quando
a nearer
crescesse.
examination
E que no fim
I saw
nem
one of the
precisaria
red
esperar
ants coming
crescer.
out of a
Já
small
poderia criar
hole
meu
which there
futuro
was
desde
at
cedo.
one side of
Que
the bag,
desculpas
with
perpetuam
its
a
load upon his
mediocridade.
back,
Que
and
pessoas
soon
que
another
fracassam
followed,
vivem reclamando,
and
acusando
so
ou
forth.
dando desculpas,
I
enquanto
now
pessoas de
accidentally put
sucesso
my hand
vivem
upon the
decidindo,
bag, and it
planejando e
fell still
realizando.
lower,
Que pessoas
so that
especiais
an
alcançam
arch must have
resultados
been
especiais
formed
e
within,
que todos
either
somos
by a very
especiais. Que
singular
o maior
chance
problema que o
or by the
prejuízo pode
management
nos
of those
trazer
most
é o de não
extraordinary
aprendermos a
insects.
lição que ele nos traz.
Upon another
Automotivação.
evening, they made
Que
their
eu não deveria
appearance in
esperar
such
que
great
alguém me
numbers
motivasse.
as to
Que eu
darken the
teria
floor of
sempre
the
uma
corner
energia
of the room
própria para me
from which
motivar.
they
Que o
proceeded.
estímulo deveria vir sempre
I
de
sent
mim
for some
e não
dried
dos outros.
leaves of the cocoa
Que
tree,
deveria aprender muito
and only
sobre
got rid of the
comunicação
enemy
e
by
reduziria
making in the
muito a
house
chance
a
de criar
bonfire
problemas na minha
upon the
carreira e
spot
nos
of
meus
which they had
relacionamentos.
taken
Que
possession.
deveria aprender a vender desde
I had
cedo
some
e
pomegranate
aprender
trees
muito
at the
sobre
back of
isso,
the
pois
cottage,
passaria a
which I
vida
was
vendendo, no
preserving with
mínimo,
great care,
vendendo ideias.
and I had
Que o
one
mundo
evening
sempre seria como eu
particularly
pensasse que ele é.
admired the beauty of
Que
one of
minha
these
forma de
plants, which
pensar
was covered with
definiria
red
minha forma de
blossoms.
enxergar tudo. Que
In the morning, the
mindset
flowers were
adequado
still
é
upon the
essencial.
tree,
O
but
modelo mental
scarcely
mudaria
any
tudo.
leaves
Que
remained.
mais
These
importante
were
do que
upon the
tudo que
ground,
acontecesse na minha
and some of
vida
the
seria a
destroyers were
forma
cutting
como eu
off the few
reagiria
which
a
still
tudo
were
que
left,
acontecesse.
whilst their
Que eu poderia
companions were
definir qual
occupied below
significado daria
in
para cada
conveying away the
acontecimento, a
spoil.
cada momento. Que
I could not
mindset é
avoid watching them
contagioso.
for some minutes
Que eu
and
deveria andar
admiring
e
their
seguir pessoas com
ingenuity and
bons pensamentos,
systematic
bons
manner of going to
comportamentos e
work.
bons resultados.
But soon I vowed vengeance upon these enemies, and immediately commenced operations. There was a steep bank a little below the cottage, which had every appearance of harboring these insects, for the red earth which lies at some distance below the surface of the ground was thrown up all around. I placed 4 Negroes below the bank to cut it away perpendicularly. They had not worked long before the war commenced. For a war it was when some of the nests were laid open. The ants came out in great numbers. But torches of dried cocoa leaves were made ready, and a large fire. And with these weapons we had much the advantage of them. The bank contained a vast number of circular holes of about 6 inches diameter, which were placed at unequal distances from each other. And many of them were without subterraneous communications from one to the other. Every one had a passage to the surface of the ground, and some of them had more than one leading upwards. These nests or holes contained a substance of a gray color, which bore the appearance of thick cobwebs pressed closely together. And on being squeezed in the hand, it had a liquid feel, that is, the skin was moistened by it. When put in water, it swam upon the top. We had placed a large brass basin upon the fire, and filled it with water for the purpose of putting this substance into it. In some of the circular holes, there were no ants, but others were crowded with them. Great numbers were destroyed, and the cottage and its neighborhood enjoyed for a short time some respite. But another horde from a different quarter discovered that the place was untenanted, and we were again persecuted. There is another method of destroying the ants which has only of late years been introduced, but this is more particularly adapted to their destruction when they are undermining a building. A mixture of brimstone and any other substances which create a considerable degree of smoke is burnt at the entrance of the anthill, a hole being in the first place dug around it. That the combustible matter might be laid rather lower than the surface of the ground immediately surrounding. Then a large pair of bellows is made use of to blow the smoke down the aperture. Now it is necessary to observe that all the crevices by which the smoke is again ejected should be stopped up. If the operation is conducted with due attention, it is found successful. It is likewise a means of discovering the several communications of the same ant hill, and thus being able with less uncertainty to judge of the situation of the chief pot, panela, or nest. The red ant is particularly destructive to the manioc plant, and in many parts it is almost impossible to preserve the plantations of it from them. Footnote: it has obtained the name of formiga de roça. The word roça means literally a piece of land that has been planted, of which the native wood has been cut down and cleared away. But at the present day, in Pernambuco, the word roça is applied to the mandioc plant exclusively. Thus a peasant will say, bom roçada de roça, a good field of mandioc. The word roçado is used in speaking of any kind of field, as for instance a fine roçado for cotton, a fine roçado for cane, etc. Close footnote. I recollect having planted a considerable quantity of it in some low marshy ground, upon hillocks, and the land was so moist that water remained in the furrows round the bottom of each hillock, after the manner of dikes. On this account I thought it superfluous to desire that any precautions should be taken against the ants. However, I rode one afternoon to see the field, was surprised to find that the plants upon some of the hillocks were deprived of their leaves. I knew by whom this must have been done, but could not for some minutes discover how the insects had been able to reach the manioc. I soon saw an ant track, and a few of the ants going into it. I followed the track, and observed that they had formed a bridge of leaves across one of the furrows, upon which they were going over. Some of them crossed to and from the hillock as I stood watching them. There were several other species of ants of less bulk, which were occasionally seen. The small red ant and the small black ant, both of which feed on animal substances, would crowd around a fly, a spider, a small lizard, or any other small animal or insect which might lie upon the floor, and by degrees a number sufficient to move their prey would assemble, and they would convey it slowly along, even up a whitewashed wall, if the load was not heavier than usual. It was a most unpleasant sight to watch these insects clinging to their burden on all sides of it, and so closely packed as to appear to be one shapeless mass of moving substance. All species of ants have a disagreeable smell, but the carnivorous small red ant is the most offensive. There is also another kind of small black ant that makes its nest in trees and not near to and among the timbers of the houses. Though the size of this ant is very diminutive, being smaller than any other species, it is a dreadful enemy to the large red ant, owing to its numbers and determined courage. These small insects are sought after and encouraged to build upon orange and other fruit trees, which are liable to destruction from the large red ant, and they effectually defend their appointed post from the dreaded invaders if time has been given for their numbers to be equal to the task. I have sometimes seen the entrance to the nest of the red ants surrounded by the dead of both parties, but notwithstanding that the number of black ants which are engaged is always much greater than that of the red ant, still I observe that the slain of the latter always outnumber the former. Footnote. In the nouvelle Relation de la France équinoctiale by Pierre Beret, I find that the great ant is as troublesome in the neighborhood of Cayenne as in the part of South America which I visited. Page 60. Close footnote. The house in which I resided at Jaguaribe had been in former times a barn, in which the sugar was put into chests for exportation, and I had heard from the neighbors that the ants about it were numerous, and particularly a small black ant, called the formiga doida, or foolish ant, owing to its not appearing to have any track, but to wander about the spot upon which the horde has appeared, running fast to and fro and irregularly. These are distinguished from the black ant of the orange trees by this name of doida. One evening I had been asleep in my hammock, and was not a little surprised on waking to see that part of the wall opposite to me, which was whitewashed, appeared to be covered with a piece of black cloth. I got up and approached it with a lamp in my hand. I soon saw what it was, and found that myriads of these ants were marching along the wall, and their numbers were rapidly increasing. I had scarcely recovered from the first surprise, when on looking round I saw that the other side of the room was in the same state. I left the place quickly, and calling to some of the negroes, desired them to bring cocoa and palm leaves in abundance. This was done, and operations being actively set on foot against them by applying lighted leaves to the walls, we soon got rid of the major part of them. However, many of them escaped by retreating into the numerous cracks in the walls. The next morning, the walls were again whitewashed, and as many of the crevices filled up as possible. On another occasion, I was awakened in bed in the middle of the night by a sensation in my feet as if they had been pricked gently by many pins. I jumped up, and as there was a light in the room, I soon perceived what had caused the uneasy sensations. Several of these black ants were running about my legs, and upon the bed and floor they were every moment becoming more and more numerous. I escaped, and as soon as the bedclothes were removed, the scene of burning the host of enemies was reenacted. There yet exists another description of ants, called the tioca. These are black, and on the whole are even larger than the destructive red ant. But I never saw the tioca in great numbers, and when I have observed them, it has been near to where sugar is kept, running to and fro without any settled path, and seemingly without any plan of operations. Their bite is still more painful than that of the red ant. The ants were not my only persecutors at Itamaracá, for these were assisted by the copim, Termes arborum, who build their enormous nests, called in Brazil panelas, pots, among the rafters of houses, which they destroy in the course of time, and they likewise form their settlements upon trees.
They oftentimes made their covered ways along the whitewashed walls of my house or up the doorposts, but I took every precaution against them, which was more particularly necessary in this instance, as my dwelling was not built of the best kinds of timber. I was advised to besmear with treacle the places in which they persisted in attempting to build, and I found that this was successful in making them alter their proceedings. It is well known in that country, by all those persons who have paid any attention to the subject, that there are certain kinds of timber which are more liable to be attacked by these insects than others. However, a person who was about to build a house chose to think that the distinction which the carpenters made in the several kinds of timber which they recommended him to obtain either proceeded from some sinister views in the men, or from prejudices which they had imbibed. Therefore, contrary to the advice of his workmen and of his friends, he purchased any kinds of lumber which were presented to him for sale, not attending to the quality, but to the price. The house was built, and he had already either removed it, or was upon the point of so doing, when it was discovered that the copine had attacked some of the principal timbers, and at last it was judged expedient to pull down a considerable part of the building, without which the whole would have fallen a sacrifice to the insects. A solution of the substance of which the nest of the copine is formed is used as an injection by the peasants in aguish disorders. I have not yet mentioned all the persecutors, for besides those which have already been here named, and the famous chiguas of which I have already spoken, there are the moribundos, a black insect, resembling somewhat the large red and the tioca ant in shape. The morobundo is supplied with wings, and it has a most powerful sting in the tail. It forms its nest upon the trunks and branches of trees, and in clearing lands, the Negroes always proceed with much care, that they may not be taken unawares by these insects. For on a nest being disturbed, they fly out in great numbers. Notwithstanding every precaution, this will occasionally happen, and I have known a Negro to be unable to work for several days after he had been stung by them. The parts which are affected swell and become inflamed, and the sufferer experiences for a day or two the alternate sensations of violent cold and burning heat, similar to the symptoms of aguish disorders. When the Negroes discover the nest without disturbing its inhabitants, dried palm leaves are lighted, and the nest is destroyed by fire. The insects are not often all killed, but those which escape appear to be stupefied by the fire and smoke, and do not leave the nest. I've handled them when they have been in this state, for they become harmless. However, after a short time, their activity returns. There are three species of morobondo: the black, which I have treated, the white, which are so called, although they are only partially white, and the morobondo formiga, which are distinguished from the black morobondo in bearing a still greater resemblance to the large black ant. The bats also fail not here to annoy me, for they persecuted my horses. They fasten upon the ears of the beasts, or upon their backs, if there is any spot from which the skin has been rubbed. I have in traveling sometimes been made particularly uneasy at their attacks upon the horses, for unless we had some animals above the requisite complement, it was necessary to load them with the wound open. The skin of an owl is often hung up in a stable for the purpose of scaring the bats. In laying open the anthill, which I have mentioned above, we discovered a couple of the cobras de duas cabeças, or two-headed snakes or worms. Each of them was rolled up in one of the nests. These snakes are about 18 inches in length and about the thickness of the little finger of a child of 4 or 5 years of age. Both extremities of the snake appear to be exactly similar to each other. When the reptile is touched, both of these are raised and form a circle or hoop to strike that which has molested it. They appear to be perfectly blind, for they never alter their course to avoid any object until they come in contact with it. And then, without turning about, they crawl away in an opposite direction. The color is gray, inclining to white, and they are said to be venomous. This species of snake is often found in anthills, and I have likewise killed them in my house. They frequent dunghills and places in which vegetable matter has been allowed to remain for a length of time unremoved. The island of Itamaracá is said to be less infested with snakes than the mainland, and perhaps this opinion is founded on experience, but some of those which are generally accounted venomous certainly exist upon it. A rattlesnake was killed at Amparo 2 years previous to the period of which I am speaking. A horse died one night in my neighborhood, and his death was attributed to the bite of a snake. There was a wound upon him, and his body was much swollen. Manuel killed a cobra de veado, or antelope snake, boa constrictor, which he brought home to show me. It was a young one of 7 feet in length, and about the thickness of a man's arm. The name which it bears of antelope snake proceeds from the destruction which it causes among these animals. The full-grown snake of this species lies in wait for the antelope and other animals of the same size. It entwines its tail around a tree and patiently expects that its prey will pass within its reach. When this occurs, it encircles the unfortunate animal with its enormous body, thus securing it. I never could discover, after much inquiry, that it had ever been found in a torpid state, digesting its food. Men have sometimes been caught by them, but if the person so situated can draw his knife, his escape is very possible, though he will probably receive several wounds. The opinion is general in the country that the person who receives the bite of one of these snakes has nothing farther to fear from that of any other snake of whatever description. One of the Negroes whom I had hired with a plantation of Jaguaribe had one leg much thicker than the other. This was occasioned, as he told me, by the bite of a rattlesnake. He said that he had been cured from the bites of snakes by a curador de cobras, or mandinguero, and had therefore not died, but that as the moon was strong, footnote, como a lua era forte, close footnote. He had not escaped receiving some injury from the bite. He had frequent violent pains in his limbs, at the full and change of the moon particularly, and sometimes the wound opened and remained in the state for weeks together. But if he was careful in not exposing it to the early dews of the morning, it would again heal without any medicinal applications being made use of. The most beautiful reptile which I saw was the cobra de coral, or coral snake, or worm. It is about 2 feet in length, and of the thickness of a man's thumb. It is marked with black, white, and red stripes transversally. The general opinion is that it is venomous. Footnote. I've seen Piso's account of the snakes in Brazil, and all the description which I have given of those which I saw, and of which I heard, differed somewhat from his. I've allowed mine to remain as it originally stood. Piso mentions the root of the jurupeba plant as being efficacious in curing the bites of snakes. Is this the jurupeba? If so, it is surprising that it should not now be used for this purpose. The jurupeba is to be found in almost all situations, a small shrub which yields a fruit resembling the potato apple. A decoction of the root is taken frequently at the present day for coughs and colds. Piso likewise speaks of the caatia or caiacica plant, which he says has deservedly obtained the name of the erva de cobras. His description of it, in page 102, agrees in some respects with that of the erva cobrera, of which I have spoken in chapter 12. But it can scarcely be the same, for mine would have been more plentiful if it had been indigenous. Close footnote. But the snakes do not cause so much annoyance as the smaller species of vermin which I am about to mention, because the former seldom enter the houses. Nor are they very frequently to be seen in the paths or roads. But the aranja caranguejeira, or crab spider, Aranchaea avicularia, the larcaia, or scorpion, and the piolho de cobra, or snake louse, Scolopendra morsitans, are to be met with in the houses and in all situations. They should be carefully avoided, for their bites are painful and are said to cause inflammation. An instinctive recollection of the chance of meeting with these or other vermin of less importance became
so habitual to me, and indeed it is so with most persons, that when I was about to begin reading, I closed the book in the first place violently, so as to crush anything that might have crept in between the leaves. When my hat or boots or clothes were put on, some precaution was taken as a thing of course. This was not done from a direct idea of the likelihood of finding anything unpleasant in that immediate instance, but the precaution was entered into from habit, unconsciously. I was one day bit by a lacraia. I had mounted my horse, and had taken my umbrella in my hand for the purpose of shading me from the sun when I had advanced farther upon my ride. When I was in the act of opening it, I felt suddenly a violent pain upon the fleshy part of the inside of one of my hands. On looking down, I soon saw what it was that had bitten me, upon which I turned back and rode home. I applied the juice of lemons to the part, and in about a half an hour, not finding any particularly disagreeable sensations, again mounted my horse. The only effect which I experienced from the bite was a numbness in my hand for the remainder of the day, and a redness about the point which was immediately affected. But on the following day, the former was removed, and the latter did not last long. Labat mentions an instance in which the bite of the scorpion caused as little inconvenience as that which I have related. When I mentioned to some of my neighbors the slight consequences of the bite, they ascribed it to the state of the moon.
Que em vez de ficar tentando saber qual seria meu propósito nesta vida, eu deveria criar algo que tivesse algum propósito nesta vida. Que a escola não me ensinaria boa parte das coisas que eu realmente deveria aprender para ser uma pessoa bem-sucedida na vida. Pense que provavelmente várias das profissões mais desejadas ou que mais pagam em 2026 nem existem hoje.
In the month of September, I went up the river in a canoe to Iguaraça. The distance from my residence was 2 leagues. The river or creek has 2 mouths, which are situated in the bay of the village of Cambo, which is immediately opposite to Conception. In the river, there are several islands which are covered with mangroves and are too low to be cultivated. The banks of the river are likewise lined with the same description of plant, excepting at one point to the left in going up, where the bank is high and perpendicular and projects considerably. At this place, the forest trees come down to the edge of the bank. Near to the town of Iguaraçu, the mangroves have been destroyed, and perhaps upon some particular spots they did not originally grow. When the tide is out, the quantity of water which remains in the river is trifling, and in some parts it is nearly dry. Indeed, were it not for 2 places of inconsiderable breadth, where the water is always deep, a man on foot might walk across its bed from about 1 mile above Camboa to the town. I came down from Iguaraçu one day at the ebb of the tide in a small canoe, which held 1 man besides myself. It was with difficulty that he could find a channel in which there was sufficient water to float our vessel. It was to Conception that the Portuguese came down from Iguaraçu for provisions during the siege of the latter place by the savages in 1548, as is related by Hans Stade. I also observed one of the spots at which the savages attempted to sink the boat as it returned by means of letting a large tree fall upon it. The town of Iguaraçu was plundered and the inhabitants slaughtered by the Dutch in 1632, under the direction of the dreadful mulatto Calabar. The mangroves entirely destroy the beauty which is natural to suppose that the rivers of the country of which I am treating would possess. Until they are destroyed, a dull sameness presents itself, for the eye cannot penetrate beyond them. Upon the banks of the Capibaribe, they have given place to houses and gardens, and the alteration is most pleasing. Upon the banks of the Maria Farinha, the mangroves are beginning to give way to cultivation at the settlements, sitios, of Jardim and Olaria. But Iguaraçu is without any break, and the Guiana is, I understand, in the same state. There are plantations along these rivers, but the owners content themselves with merely cutting a path through the mangroves down to the water's edge. So, to a stranger who goes up the rivers, the country appears to be uninhabited until he passes some of these small openings at which a canoe or a jangada is moored. But the openings are very narrow and are only to be seen on coming immediately opposite to them. The mangroves grow as far down as low water mark, and when the tide is out,
Their entangled roots and sprouts and their stems covered with oysters and besmeared with mud are left uncovered. But at the height of the tide, these are concealed, and the water reaches up to the branches of the trees, so that those which bend downwards are partly wetted, presenting to the beholder the view of a forest growing in the water. This species of mangrove sometimes attains the diameter of 15 or 18 inches, and the height of 25 or 30 feet. There are two species with which I am acquainted, the mangue vermelho, or red mangrove, of which I have been speaking, and the mangue bravo, or wild mangrove. The bark of the former is used for tanning, and the timber is much esteemed for beams and rafters in buildings, but it cannot be used as posts, for underground it decays very quickly, nor as railings, for it does not bear exposure to the weather. A considerable trade is carried on from Itamaracá and from some other parts to Recife in the wood of these plants, which is used as fuel. The tree grows again as often as it is cut down if the root is not injured, and with such rapidity that the supply of the wood will, for a length of time, unless the destruction of the plant becomes more extensive than it is at present, be fully adequate to the demand for it. The fish forsake those parts to which the trees are brought to be cut up for firewood. This may be judged to proceed from the properties of the bark. In a fish pen, Coral de Peixe, near to my place, no fish was caught after the fuel cutters had established themselves at the bridge hard by. Of this I heard much, as there was some squabbling upon the subject. The ashes of the mangrove plants are used as timber in the sugar boiling houses. As I did not, in 1814, suppose that on the following year I should be recalled, I began to make some addition to my cottage, for it was too small for me, and besides it was old and was constructed of bad timber, which caused it to be much infested by the ants and the copine. I had a considerable quantity of timber of excellent quality at Jaguaribe, which had been prepared by me for building there, and therefore I determined to send for it. Permission was also obtained from the owner of the Engenho Novo to cut down some trees in his woods, for which he ultimately refused to be paid. The woods of his plantation came down nearly to the water's edge near to Camboa, and were consequently very conveniently situated for my purpose. The building was to be constructed of wood and mud, that is, of thick posts supporting the roof, and smaller posts at fixed distances between the principal ones, and the openings between each of them were filled up with mud. I could not help regretting that such beautiful woods as those which were used should be employed in purposes so much beneath their worth. The pau-ferro, or ironwood, which is also called the coração de negro, or the Negro's heart, was the most valuable of those which I employed. Footnote: I once asked an African Negro the name of this tree, and he answered coração de homem, or man's heart. Thus he did not choose to use the name of Negro's heart. The man knew the usual name perfectly well. Close footnote. The outward coat of the wood of this tree is not particularly hard, but the heart destroys many hatchets. I've seen some of this timber taken out of the ground after standing for many years as a supporter to the roof of a house. And though the outward coat was crumbling into dust, the black heart seemed to be literally of iron, or to have increased rather than decreased in hardness. This wood admits of considerable polish, but the black wood, which is most esteemed for furniture, is the jacaranda. This is also hard, but is much more penetrable than the pau-ferro, and the polish to which it may be brought is more complete. The pau-de-arco is another valuable wood, and is so called, I imagine, from the use which the Indians made of it for their bows. It is much used in building, and is accounted almost as durable as the pau-ferro. It admits of being cleft into splinters, which are flexible without breaking. The pau-de-arco has the property of retaining fire for a long time without being stirred, and of yielding a bright light if the log be occasionally touched. The peasantry take advantage of this and cleave the logs into several narrow splinters,
of which they form a bunch. This being lighted serves them as a flambeau. Formerly, likewise, when everything was in a ruder state even than it is now in Brazil, the sugar works were lighted with logs of pau de arco instead of oil. Indeed, I have heard that some of the mills in the back settlement still continue this practice. The ashes of this tree are used as timber in the boiling houses of the mills. The number of fine species of timber in Brazil is very great, but I am myself acquainted only with a few of them. The loro is a large tree, and of it there are 3 species, all of which are used principally for the beams of houses, for the timber of them rots quickly underground, or if it be exposed to the weather. The most esteemed timber for doors, window shutters, floors of houses, etc., is the pau amarelo, or yellow wood. This is a large tree, and the name which it has obtained continues to be sufficiently appropriate for the first 6 months after it has been cut down, but the yellow color after this period is lost, and the wood becomes a dirty brown. The canoes are almost exclusively made of the pau amarelo. The pau santo, or holy wood, is scarce, and is much sought after for certain purposes, as it is not liable to split, bend, or break. It is particularly required for the teeth of the sugar rollers. The wood is beautifully veined with yellow and brown, but becomes after some time of a dusky brown color. There is likewise a tree which is called cedro, but whether it is the cedar or not I cannot determine. The wood is hard and is much esteemed for building. I cut down all the mangroves which grew along the borders of my piece of land, and likewise some other kinds of trees which grew just beyond the reach of the salt water. Among these was the arroeira, a small irregular tree, of which the wood is soft and not even fit for timber. The only use to which the plant is put is that, as the leaves have an aromatic smell, they are used in curing fish, to which they impart a slight portion of their odor. They are placed upon the geral or bocan, and the fish is laid upon them. Fish is likewise packed in the leaves of the arroeira when about to be sent to a distance. Footnote: Piso says that its small clustering red fruit has the property of curing meat, owing to its acidity and astringency. Close footnote. The tree only grows in situations near to the sea. Good fences might be made of it, for the stakes take root. I use some of the trees for this purpose. The molongo and the pinhão have likewise this last property, and as the former is supplied with strong, sharp thorns, this advantage renders it preferable to the arroeira. The molongo grows spontaneously in moist situations, but the stakes take root even if the soil is dry, unless no rain falls for some time after it has been planted. Great numbers of the molongo grew near to my house, just below a spring of water which oozed from the side of the hill. The cowitch was also found here in abundance. It is called by the peasants machuão. The pinhão requires less rain and grows quicker than the molongo, but it is without thorns, and the plant is not nearly so large. The seed of the pinhão is used as an emetic by the peasants and is violent in its operation, a very small quantity being sufficient even for an adult. The fruit encloses 3 seeds and is about the size of the common hazelnut. During the 3rd attack of ague which I had whilst I was at Jaguaribe, I placed myself under the direction of an old mulatto woman, than whom I never saw anyone more like a witch, and indeed poor old Antonia had the reputation of being somewhat of a mandingueira. However, she gave me a dose of pinhão, which I think consisted of 4 seeds, but they were picked out from the heap of others for their superior size. The dose acted most violently, and effectually produced vomiting, and although excessive weakness followed, the disorder was removed. I begged her to give me a quantity equal to what she had administered, that I might take it to Recife. This I showed to a practitioner, who answered that he should have imagined that such a dose would have killed anyone. But the old reputed sorceress knew full well that a dangerous disease requires to be severely attacked. After the ague left me, my nurse would not be satisfied until she applied the bark of the mutamba tree to my stomach, or rather the application was made just below the ribs, which she said was to prevent dureza. This she described as a hardness immediately under the lower rib of each side, which sometimes was produced by the ague, and which, if precautions were not taken in time, ended in dropsy. I did not suffer her to continue the mutambo for many days, for I found that I was well and wanted no more nostrums. The mutamba is a small tree, having a straight stem. It grows to the height of 18 or 20 feet and to the diameter of 12 or 18 inches. The bark is easily torn off and is extremely glutinous. The gamaleira preta, black, so called from the dark color of its bark, is a large tree which grows in low marshy grounds. The stem contains a white juice, which is much sought for as a medicine in all eruptive complaints and in dropsy. It is likewise given inwardly. The juice is obtained by making an incision in the stem and leaving a vessel into which the liquid may drop. This is another species of the same tree, which is distinguished by the name of white gamaleira, and this is useless. I was obliged in September to forsake my house for 3 days from a most unexpected cause. A whale was stranded upon one of the sandbanks at the mouth of the harbor, this being the third time that the inhabitants of Itamaracá had been favored with visitors of this description. Jangadas were sent out to it, and when the tide came in, it floated and was towed into the harbor, where the persons who were employed in the business landed it as near as they could at high water mark, in front of and distant from my house about 300 yards. Many of my neighbors were occupied in making oil, for anyone who pleased was at liberty to take as much of the blubber as he could make use of, and one man fairly got into the whale and ladled out the fat which was melted by the heat of the sun. When the people left the carcass, either at midday or at night, it was attacked by numerous flights of urubus and was literally covered by them. The trees round about the spot were occupied by these enormous birds, which were waiting for an opportunity of satisfying their boundless appetites. The urubu is nearly twice the size of the common crow of England. It is quite black, excepting at the point of the beak, which is white, as I have been told, but this I did not observe. Wherever there happens to be the carcass of an animal, these birds assemble shortly after the death of the beast, and they seem to arrive in greater or less numbers according to the size of the carcass. The peasants tell many stories about the king of the Urubus, who has a tuft of red feathers upon his head, but I never heard any coherent account of this sovereign. The stench proceeding from the whale became in a few days so intolerable as to render a removal necessary. I therefore applied to an old Creole black, a carpenter, to allow me to reside in his cottage, which was neat and clean. To this he agreed, whilst he went to live with some of his friends.
End of section 4.
Que eu poderia definir qual significado daria para cada acontecimento, a cada momento. Que
Section
mindset
5
é contagioso.
of Travels in Brazil,
Que eu deveria
Volume
andar e
2,
seguir pessoas
by
com
Henry
bons pensamentos,
Coster.
bons comportamentos e bons
This
resultados.
LibriVox
E então
recording is
ficaria
in the
muito mais
public
fácil eu
domain.
me tornar uma delas.
Chapter
Que eu
3,
seria sempre
Part
a
1.
média das 5 pessoas com quem eu mais
Recruiting,
andaria. Que eu
images,
poderia superar medos
animals,
agindo. Que o medo é
maracas,
como uma fumaça,
a
uma
palenario,
névoa, que se fica
mandinga
parado,
and
vai
poultry,
subindo e acaba tampando minha visão.
hieroglyphics,
Mas quando começa a me
Festival of
movimentar,
Our Lady
ela
of
não apresenta
Conception,
resistência. E se dou alguns
Fandangos,
passos, saio
the
dela com
fourth,
facilidade.
a
E a
christening,
melhor forma de vencer
the
o medo
intrudo,
sempre seria
the
agir.
author leaves
E
Brazil.
conhecimento seria importante, mas
In the
conhecimento
months of
sozinho
August and
só me faria
September,
enxergar mais
I was
longe.
fully employed in
Que
planting
vontade é que
cane.
me tiraria do
I
lugar.
hired a number of free
Só
laborers
conhecimento me
and
faria
was
ser um
under the
farol na praia.
necessity and
Iluminaria
great
longe,
measure of
mas eu
attending
ficaria
to the
estático.
work myself.
Só vontade me
Of
faria
this I
andar,
shall
mas
take
sem
another
enxergar o que estaria
opportunity
na
of
minha frente.
speaking.
Que conhecimento
About
por
this time
vontade
were
me
issued
faria
orders
alcançar
from
o
the
que eu
governor
quisesse.
for recruiting
Que a
the regiments
diferença
of the
entre o que eu
line.
era e a
The
pessoa
men
que
who are
ganhava 100 vezes
required are
mais
pressed
era
into
que
the
ele sabia
service.
alguma coisa mais do que eu.
The orders
Então
were
colocava em
forwarded
prática.
to the
Então eu
capitões
deveria
mores,
aprender, buscar
who again
conhecimento até saber
distributed
o que ele
them to the
sabia.
captains.
Conhecimento relevante.
The
Algo
directions were on
além
this
de entender
occasion,
equações
and
e
indeed
mitoses,
always
e então
are,
colocar em
that
prática.
men of
Que eu
bad
deveria
character
muitas
between
vezes
the
fazer
ages
menos
of
e não
16
mais.
and 60
Escolher a coisa que
shall be
realmente faria
apprehended and
diferença
sent
para
to
alcançar o que eu
Recife for
quisesse. E
enlistment,
dizer não para
and
as
that every
outras.
family
Que foco
containing 2
seria
or more
essencial.
unmarried
Que saber a
sons
data do
shall give
descobrimento do
one for
Brasil
the
poderia
service
até
of the
importar,
country.
mas que ter controle sobre
But
meu
it is on
comportamento
these
e minhas
occasions that
emoções
tyranny
seria
has its
muito mais
full
importante
sway,
sempre.
that
Que
caprice and
deveria
pique
aprender a
have their
planejar,
full
mas
vent,
que ainda mais importante do que
that
isso
the most
seria aprender a
shameful
executar
partiality
muito bem o que foi
prevails,
planejado.
that the most
Que nós é que
intolerable
mandamos na nossa
oppression is
mente. E ela
experienced.
normalmente vai tentar
In
nos
fact,
deixar
now
nas
it
zonas
is
de
that the
conforto
whole
e
country
vai
is
arrumar
seen in
argumentos
arms
para
against
nos
itself.
limitar.
and that
para
every
nos
means
deixar
of
onde
entrapping
estamos,
each other are
onde é mais
used by
seguro,
the nearest
que
neighbors.
podemos e devemos
It is one of
confrontá-lo,
those
e isso seria
impolitic
essencial para
arrangements
crescer.
which are
Que o que
sometimes
fazemos com o
practiced
nosso
by
corpo, nossa
governments
postura e
without
hábitos
perceiving their
mudariam nosso estado
pernicious
mental,
effects,
e isso
and by
seria
which, as in the
determinante,
present
pois
case,
assim nós
the
poderíamos
bad
influenciar
qualities of
diretamente
mankind
nosso
are
ânimo,
drawn forth
que eu poderia
instead of
construir
everything being
sorte
done for their
sempre que eu
correction.
quisesse. Bastaria me preparar ainda
Revenge,
mais,
violence,
que eu sempre
deceit, and
precisaria
breach of
sempre
trust
ser
are
antes
excited,
de querer ter,
and
que
instead of
deveria aprender
suppression,
bastante
they
sobre
meet with
intuição,
encouragement.
que não precisaria
The
me importar
mildness
tanto
of
com a
the
religião,
provincial
mas que
government of
deveria aprender muito
Pernambuco,
sobre
under the
espiritualidade,
present
pois
Captain
isso
General,
mudaria tudo.
is in
Que em
none
vez
of
de
its
ficar tentando
proceedings
saber qual
more
seria meu
apparent than in
propósito
this.
nesta vida, eu deveria criar algo
Although
que
this
tivesse algum
nobleman has
propósito
for
nesta
so
vida.
many years
Que a
held the
escola não me
situation of
ensinaria
chief
boa
of the
parte das
province,
coisas que eu
now
realmente
for the
deveria
first
aprender
time were
para ser uma
issued the
pessoa
orders for
bem-sucedida na
recruiting,
vida. Pense que
but not
provavelmente
until they
várias
had
das
become
profissões
absolutely
mais
necessary
desejadas
from
ou
the
que
state
mais
of the
pagam
regiments.
em
And
2026
even now the
nem existem
directions of the
hoje.
governor to the
Como a escola
officers
vai te
who were
preparar
to
para elas
execute
se
his
ensinar
commands
agora como se
were
ensinava em
dictated by a
1950?
spirit
Não
of
precisamos do
gentleness,
trivial,
if
precisamos de
this word may
escolas que
be
ensinam
used when
comportamental.
despotism
Precisamos
sends
ler
forth
em casa
such
e fazer o
mandates
trabalho
as these.
prático na sala de aula, ou no
The
jardim
official
fora da
letter
sala.
recommended
Precisamos de escolas
impartiality
com mais
and
likes
threatened
e menos
punishment
notas,
in
com
case
mais
wounds were
sonhos e
inflicted
menos
without the
formas.
most evident necessity. But many were the instances of injustice which were committed and could not reach his knowledge. Petitions were sometimes made to the governor in particular instances of injustice, but
O que
these
você
were
não
often
aprendeu na
of no
escola e
avail.
deveria aprender
For
já,
the custom is
pois
that
não
the
vou te
recruit
ensinar.
should be
Versão
returned as being
2016
unfit for
da minha
service
lista sobre o que a
as soon
escola me
as
ensina
possible
e
after
deveria
their
ensinar.
arrival at
Assuntos que não
Recife,
aprendi em escola
and their
alguma,
names
e
placed
passei por
upon the
várias,
rolls,
aprendi
from
depois
which
em
none
outros
can be
lugares,
removed
como
without an
livros,
order
seminários,
from the
cursos
sovereign.
online ou convivendo com
Although the
amigos
provincial
bem-sucedidos,
governor should
que
be
na minha
aware of the
opinião são
true state of
determinantes
the
para o
case.
sucesso.
A
Que eu
young man
deveria
of
sonhar alto
respectability
e não
was
deveria
carried
duplicar
before a
esse sonho,
certain Capitão
transformar isso
Moore,
em metas e ir
and
atrás
the
delas com
alternative was
persistência.
put to him either
Que ainda
to
mais
marry a young
importante do que
woman
alcançar as metas que
whom
eu
he had
deveria
never
perseguir
seen, but
seria
who
a
happened to
pessoa que
be
eu
a
me
burden to
transformaria
those
criando o
persons
hábito
under
de ir
whose
atrás
care she
delas.
was
Que eu não
placed,
escolho meu
or to
futuro,
become a
mas escolho
soldier.
meus hábitos. E que
He, of
meus
course,
hábitos
preferred the
definiriam meu
latter,
futuro.
was sent to
Que eu
Recife
poderia
and was
sempre escolher
obliged
entre
to
ser
enlist.
criador ou criatura.
I
Que
heard
não
of many
precisaria ficar me
instances of
preparando
young
para ser o
men
melhor
being pressed
empregado,
into the
mas que poderia
service
criar meus
upon
negócios,
whose
empreender
exertions
e que mesmo
depended
que
the
resolvesse ser
support of their
empregado,
parents,
deveria empreender
and
dentro
of
da
others
empresa em
whose
que
lives
estivesse.
were spent in
Que
idleness, but
relacionamentos
to
pessoais,
whom the
a
protection of the
importância de se levar em
captain was
conta coisas
extended,
como as emoções das
and some
pessoas
of these were
seriam mais
unlawfully
importantes do que
employed in
tabelas
apprehending
periódicas.
others.
Que
I was in the daily
comportamento,
habit of
atitude,
seeing a young man
comprometimento
who
e
led an
integridade
idle life
seriam
and
bem
who
mais
had no
importantes do
duties
que
to
integrais e
perform,
derivadas.
lying in
E
wait
se
for
para ser
some
um
of
bom
his
médico eu
former
deveria estudar
companions,
medicina,
that he
para
might
ser
give notice
bem-sucedido
to the captain of
financeiramente,
the
eu
place
deveria
of their
aprender muito sobre
concealment.
dinheiro. Buscar
For some
educação
weeks, the
financeira
whole country
constantemente.
appeared to be
Entender que
afflicted
mais
with a civil
importante do que a
war.
quantidade de dinheiro que eu
Parties of
poderia
armed
ter
men
seria a
were
minha
to be
forma de
seen in all
pensar e agir em
directions
relação
in
ao
search
dinheiro.
of those who had
Que
concealed
cada um de
themselves.
nós é ser muito
An
mais
individual
poderoso do
who
que
was
pensa.
not well
Que aquela
known
criança que
could
eu
not
era
stir
como
from
aluno
home without a
poderia
pass
ser
from the
o que
captain of
quisesse
the
quando
district
crescesse.
in which he
E que no
resided,
fim nem precisaria
stating him to
esperar
be a
crescer.
married
Já
man,
poderia criar meu
or
futuro
naming
desde
some other
cedo.
cause of
Que
exemption,
desculpas perpetuam a
nor is a man
mediocridade.
who is
Que
liable
pessoas
to
que
be
fracassam
pressed
vivem reclamando,
safe in his own
acusando
house,
ou dando
for
desculpas,
the
enquanto
tropa or
pessoas de
troop
sucesso
would
vivem
surround the
decidindo,
cottage in which
planejando
any of
e
these
realizando.
persons were
Que pessoas
suspected
especiais
to have
alcançam
taken
resultados
refuge,
especiais e
and
que
they would
todos
demand
somos
admittance.
especiais.
And
Que o
if
maior
this was
problema que o
denied, no
prejuízo pode
scruple
nos
would be
trazer
entertained
é
of
o de não
breaking down the
aprendermos a
door
lição que ele
and
nos
entering
traz.
by force.
Automotivação. Que eu não
This
deveria
occurred to my
esperar que alguém
knowledge in
me
many
motivasse.
cases in
Que eu
several
teria
parts of
sempre
the
uma
country.
energia própria para me
Married
motivar.
men ought to
Que
be
o estímulo
exclusively
deveria vir sempre
employed
de mim
in
e
the
não dos
apprehension
outros.
of those who are
Que deveria
liable to
aprender
be
muito
pressed.
sobre comunicação e
Militiamen are free
reduziria
from
muito a
acting
chance
as
de criar
oppressors
problemas na minha
and from
carreira
being
e nos
hunted
meus
down,
relacionamentos.
unless the
Que deveria
governor
aprender a
applies to the
vender desde
colonels of
cedo
the
e
regiment to
aprender
which they
muito sobre
belong.
isso, pois passaria a
It is
vida
among the
vendendo, no
ordenanzas
mínimo,
that
vendendo
the
ideias.
recruiting of
Que o
which
mundo
I am
sempre seria
treating
como eu
is
pensasse
carried
que ele
on.
é. Que minha
Negroes and
forma de
Indians
pensar
are
e
excluded from the regiments of the line, the former on the score of color and the latter from their caste. White men and mulattoes of all shades being alone admitted. The great repugnance which is generally felt towards the service is occasioned by the smallness of the pay and by the want of proper clothing, whilst the almost incessant duty precludes any hope of working at a trade or pursuing any employment that is not connected with the life of a soldier. Several elderly persons told me that in former times the service was arranged in a manner totally different, that then no difficulty was found in obtaining the number of men required, but rather that interest was made for the situation of a soldier of the line. Each of the forts upon the coast was garrisoned from the inhabitants of the neighborhood to a certain number. These enlisted as soldiers of the line were embodied and performed the duty of the forts, receiving the usual pay, but they were not liable to be removed to any other post, and from their numbers the duty was easy, by which means they were enabled to have around them their wives and families, and to follow any trade to which they might have been brought up. Thus these men had something for which to fight, if the service required that they should act against any enemy of the state. They had homes to defend. They had comforts of which they might be deprived. They had ties which produced local attachments. But the regiments of the present day are filled up with vagabonds and unmarried men who could not be expected to fight with the same ardor as those who had to provide for the safety of their families. And these unsettled men might perhaps follow him who gave the highest wages. The soldier of South America ought to be a being of far different stamp from the professed soldier of Europe. Any war which it might be necessary for Brazil to wage against a foreign invader should, indeed must, be carried on with a direct view to the peculiar advantages of the country. It would be a guerrilla war, a war under the cover of woods and hills. Therefore, although it may be as well to have a few disciplined soldiers who may be preserved for the purpose of forming the basis of a large force, if circumstances should require it, still it is not by discipline that success will be ensured. It is through the affection which the soldiers feel for their government and for their country that the result will be propitious, or the contrary. But the limited population will not allow considerable numbers of men, comparatively speaking, being cooped up uselessly in forts without being of any service to the state, whilst the lands are covered with woods, and indeed whilst every branch of industry is requiring additional hands. Besides, if you train a large force to military service, who, being so taught, become superior to their countrymen, and yet form it of the worst of men, if you bring them up without any affection for the government, without any hold upon the rest of the inhabitants, excepting that of being able to injure them, the likelihood is that when you require their aid, they will be found wanting, and perhaps for higher pay may act against those whom they were expected to defend. If the soldier and the peasant can be combined usefully in the same person, it is in Brazil that such a system should be followed. The foundation of a church which was commenced at the expense of the base de castelo, as the fixed soldiers were called, are to be seen near to the town of Conception. The building was given up when the order arrived from the Supreme Government, then at Lisbon, directing this change of system. During the recruiting I went to Recife, and in going along by the seashore, saw at several cottages parties of armed men, who were waiting to see if they could entrap anyone who might be liable to be pressed. At the ferry at Maria Farinha, there was a large company which was stationed there. I happened to be obliged to wait during a shower of rain at a cottage in which some of these fellows were watching for their prey. They were talking in high glee of the stratagems which they had made use of to entrap several recruits, and of the blows which they had been obliged to give to make some of them surrender. The men who were stationed here received no pay, and yet they were poor. They would probably have been quietly at work at home without the thoughts of violence or barbarity which they now entertained, if the perverse institutions of their country did not bring them forward and teach them to be ruffians, at first lawfully. But bad habits are not easily conquered, and the chance is, or rather there is a certainty, that most of those who had been so employed were rendered worse subjects than they had been before. The tract of coast between the mainland, opposite to Conception, and the Rio Doce, is within one district, and it was upon this part of the road that the chief disturbance seemed to be going on. The Capitão Mor had taken it for granted that no one would give his children for the service, and therefore had, without asking, immediately commenced operations of violence, taking the people unawares, that as many recruits as possible might be obtained, and his zeal in the service made manifest. From the Doce to Olinda, the coast is in the district of Olinda, and here all was quiet. The Capitão Mor had followed the orders of the governor strictly, and things were as regularly conducted as the system would allow. These facts are mentioned to show that the performance even of the orders of the provincial governor, who resides within a few leagues, depends upon the individual character of the person to whom they are forwarded. God grant that I may soon see such a system altered, that the eyes of those who have the power of effecting this alteration may be opened, for their own good as well as for that of the people over whom they rule. The river Maria Farinha is that which runs up to Jaguaribe. Its mouth is wide, and the bar will admit a craft of some size, but the port cannot be considered as being worthy of attention. The horses swim across, but the passage is distressing to them, for the tide runs rapidly. In my way to Recife, along the beach, I passed the fort of Pau Amarelo, distant from that place 4 leagues. It is small and built of stone. The garrison is little more than nominal, but affords a comfortable residence for a captain of the Olinda regiment. The port opposite, to which the fort is situated, is nothing more than a slight curve which the coast makes at this spot, by which vessels at anchor can scarcely be said to receive any shelter. But the landing place is good. Wartenberg, the commander of the Dutch forces which invaded Pernambuco in 1630, landed at Pau Amarelo. I was in the habit of conversing with several of the people of color who resided in my neighborhood. One man particularly amused me much. He was a short and stout Creole black and a shoemaker by trade. I was greatly entertained with his pompous manner, exalting in terms of extravagant praise the advantages which Itamaracá enjoyed and the excellencies of Conception, which was his native spot in particular. He lamented much the removal of the mayor and chamber to Guiana, giving me to understand that undue influence had been employed, forgetful of the insignificance of one place and the importance of the other. He also told me, with much vehemence of voice and action, that the late vicar had wished to remove the image of Our Lady of Conception from the parish church to Pilar, but the inhabitants assembled and prevented the accomplishment of the plan. No, he said, if that image was to leave us, we should consider ourselves unprotected, and then indeed would our town be utterly destroyed. The vicar of whom the man spoke might have gone to reside at Pilar if he pleased, but he too had his prejudices in favor of the image, and did not like to say Mass before any other in his own parish. Thus images ceased to be regarded as the representations of those to whom prayer is to be addressed. A value is placed upon the wood itself, and religion degenerates into unveiled idolatry. Footnote. The following story was current at Conception, and I knew all the persons of whom it was related. A young man was intimate in a family of rank inferior to his own, and he frequently made presents to several individuals of it, which was generally thought strange, as it did not contain any young female. Therefore, to account for this predilection, it was reported that the good old woman, to whom he was so kind, possessed a small image of Saint Antonio, which was concealed in a bit of old cloth, and it had several scraps of ribbon, and I know not what else, tied to its neck, legs, and arms. And with this she was said to perform certain mysterious rites, which secured the continuance of the young man's affection towards herself and family. Close footnote. Another instance of the same description of feeling occurred at Pilar. Our Lady under that invocation was represented by a small image, which from age had become very dirty. A priest who used to officiate at the chapel of the village in question preferred purchasing a larger image in the place of directing that the old one should be painted afresh. He did so, and quietly removing the old image to a house in the neighborhood, placed the new lady upon the altar in its stead. But lo, many of the inhabitants would not hear Mass when they perceived the change that had been made. However, the priest went through the service and then returned to his own residence, which was at some distance. The people discovered that the image still remained in their neighborhood. and presently the house in which it was concealed became known. The owner sent for the priest, being afraid that some disagreeable consequences to himself might ensue. The priest came, and without ceremony wrapped up Our Lady in a handkerchief and rode off with her to his own house, from whence she was transferred to one of the other side altars of the parish church. Even at the time of which I am speaking, some of the inhabitants came to say their prayers before this image, unmindful of the inconvenience of the distance. Footnote. When I resided at Jaguaribe, I was once standing by and hearing the conversation of a man and woman who were laughing and joking upon several subjects. But I was more particularly amused when the man answered to something that had been mentioned, saying, "I will ask Our Lady of the Conception." The woman replied, "But she will not grant what you ask." He then said, "Well, I will apply to Our Lady of the O," thus entirely forgetting that the same person is intended under another name. Close footnote. The sexton of the parish church, who was a mulatto man, had much peculiarity of character. He had a great deal of penetration, but was extremely cautious in what he said, and when questions were asked relating to any affair in which he thought he might become implicated, he usually answered, "Where white men are concerned, Negroes must be silent." Footnote. En negocio de branco, negro não se mexe. Close footnote. This fellow was once holding a candle in the hand of a dying person and repeating the word Jesus as is customary. The patient began to move restlessly, but Gonzalo quietly went on with his dismal work and added with perfect unconcern, "Come die and have done with your nonsense." Footnote. Morra e deixe tipo páginas. Close footnote. The Creole Negro of whom I have above spoken was fond of shooting the larger kinds of game, such as antelopes, which are called in the country veados and pacas, cavia paca. This was done in the following manner. A platform of thick twigs was made among the branches of a tree, and the height of several feet from the ground, near to some of those plants upon whose leaves or fruit these animals feed. At night, two men placed themselves upon this platform, and when the footsteps of the animal were heard, one of the men would light a small taper prepared for the occasion, and the other, with his gun ready, looked round for the game. The animal was allowed to come as near as it seemed inclined to do unmolested, and was then fired at. The men immediately descended, and oftentimes did not attempt to find their prey until the morning, returning to the spot for the purpose. This is the usual manner of obtaining these animals. The tatu verdadero, or legitimate armadillo, was also sometimes caught by him. I requested him to obtain for me a tamanduá, which is a small species of anteater. He brought me one, of which the body was about 6 inches in length, and the tail about 12, and the hair of its skin was extremely soft. The animal was clinging closely to the bough of a tree, and its tail also was entwining the branch. My black friend, the shoemaker, told me that he had been ordered to eat the flesh of the tamanduá after having had an eruptive complaint, and that it was very beneficial for persons who were recovering from the bobas, or yaws. He said that it had a taste which was like unto the smell of ants. The sloth was to be seen here occasionally, also the cochia, cavia caudata, the porco de India, the guinea pig, I've only seen in a tame state. At Jaguaribe, the capivara, cavia capybara, was often seen among the mangroves. The Indians sometimes eat it, but few of the Negroes will. There is also another mangrove animal, which is called in that country gauchinin. It feeds on crabs, and from what I could hear, has much resemblance to a cat, but the tail is much longer. However, I never saw it. Neither did I see the lompra, or sea otter, but the skins of this animal are much valued for saddle cloths, bearing a higher price even than the skin of the jaguar. I I heard
que a escola
accidentally
não me
in
ensinaria boa
conversing with
parte das
persons
coisas
of
que
the
eu
lower
realmente
ranks in
deveria
life
aprender para
of
ser
an
uma pessoa
instance in which the
bem-sucedida na vida.
Indians continued their
Pense que
heathenish
provavelmente várias
customs.
das profissões
A
mais
family
desejadas
resided at a
ou que mais
plantation in
pagam
this
em
neighborhood,
2026
which had much
nem existem
intimacy with
hoje.
many
Como
Indians,
uma escola vai
but
te
none of the
preparar para
members
elas
of it
se
were of
ensinar
that
agora
caste.
como se ensinava em
When the heads of the
1950? Não
families were
precisamos
from
de
home,
trivial,
the
precisamos de
young
escolas
females
que
were in the
ensinam
habit of meeting
comportamental.
to amuse
Precisamos
themselves.
ler em casa e
On
fazer
one
o
of these
trabalho prático na
occasions,
sala de aula,
an Indian
ou no
girl
jardim
carried
fora
one
da
of her
sala.
companions into the
Precisamos de
hut in
escolas
which
com
she
mais
and her
likes
parents
e menos
dwelt,
notas,
and
com
on
mais
this playmate
sonhos e menos
questioning her
fórmulas.
from girlish curiosity about several gourds which were hanging up in the room. She appeared much alarmed and said, "You must not look that way. Those are the maracas which my father and mother generally put into their chest, but they have today
O que
forgotten them."
você não aprendeu na escola e
Notwithstanding
deveria
her
aprender já,
entreaties to the
pois não
contrary,
vão te ensinar.
her companion took
Versão
hold of one of the
2016
gourds
da minha
and, moving
lista
it
sobre o que a
quickly,
escola não ensina
discovered
e
there were
deveria
pebbles
ensinar.
within.
Assuntos que não
They had
aprendi em
handles to
escola
them and
alguma,
tufts of
eu
hair
passei por
upon the top,
várias, aprendi depois em
and they
outros
were cut and
lugares,
carved
como
in
livros,
divers
seminários,
unusual
cursos
forms.
online ou convivendo com
Here
amigos
this matter ended,
bem-sucedidos.
but soon
Que, na minha
afterwards
opinião, são
several of the
determinantes para o
mulatto women
sucesso.
agreed to watch the
Que eu
Indians,
deveria sonhar
though
alto,
they knew that
então
they
deveria
often
duplicar
danced in
esse
their
sonho,
huts with
transformar
closed
isso em
doors.
metas e ir atrás
This was
delas
an
com
uncommon
persistência.
practice and
Que ainda mais
inconvenient too,
importante do que
for the
alcançar as
open
metas
air
que eu
is
deveria
much
perseguir
pleasanter.
seria a pessoa
They
que eu
had
me
soon an
transformaria
opportunity
criando
of
hábitos de
witnessing
ir
one of
atrás
these
delas.
meetings.
Que eu não escolho meu
The
futuro,
huts are
mas escolho
constructed
meus
of cocoa
hábitos.
leaves,
Que
and
meus hábitos
through
definiam
these
meu
they managed
futuro.
to obtain a view
Que eu
of what
poderia
was going
sempre escolher
forwards.
entre ser criador
There was
ou
a large
criatura.
earthen
Que não
pot in the
precisaria
center,
ficar me
and
preparando
round
para
this
ser o melhor
both men and
empregado,
women were
mas que
dancing.
poderia criar meus
A
negócios,
pipe was handed
empreender
occasionally
e que
from one
mesmo
to
que
the other.
resolvesse ser empregado, deveria empreender
Soon
dentro da
afterwards, one of
empresa
the
em que
Indian girls
estivesse.
told one of her
Que
companions of a
relacionamentos
different caste
pessoais,
from her
a
own,
importância
as
de
a
se
great
levar em
secret,
conta
that
coisas
she had
como as
been
emoções
sent to
das
sleep at
pessoas,
a neighbor's hut
seriam
a
mais
few nights
importantes do
before
que tabelas
because her
periódicas.
father and mother were
Que
going to drink
comportamento,
jurema.
atitude, comprometimento,
This
integridade
beverage is
seriam
obtained
bem
from a
mais
common
importantes do que
herb,
integrais e
but I could
derivados.
never persuade
Se
any
para
of
ser
the
um bom
Indians
médico
to
eu
point
deveria
it
estudar
out to me,
medicina,
though
para
when
ser
they
bem-sucedido
positively asserted
financeiramente,
that
eu
they were
deveria aprender muito
unacquainted
sobre
with it,
dinheiro.
their
Buscar educação
countenances
financeira
belied their
constantemente.
words.
Entender que mais
I
importante
had a
do que a
visit in
quantidade de
October
dinheiro que
from
eu
a
poderia
strange
ter
old man
seria a
whose
minha
age
forma
was
de
generally
pensar e
supposed to
agir em
border
relação ao
upon
dinheiro.
90
Que
years.
cada de nós
He
é
was a
ser muito
Creole
mais
black
poderoso do que
and had
pensa.
been a
Que
slave
aquela
upon the
criança que eu era
plantation of
como aluno
Santos
poderia
Cosmo e
ser o que
Damião
quisesse quando
in the
crescesse.
Várzea to the
E que no
southward of
fim nem
Recife.
precisaria esperar
He had
crescer.
settled
Já
at
poderia criar meu
Iguaraçu
futuro desde cedo.
after he
Que
obtained his
desculpas
manumission,
perpetuam a
having married
mediocridade.
when he was about
Que pessoas
70
que
years of
fracassam
age,
vivem
a
reclamando,
young woman of his
acusando
own
ou dando
color,
desculpas,
and he was
enquanto
now
pessoas de
surrounded by a
sucesso
young
vivem
family.
decidindo,
This
planejando
man
e
did not
realizando.
reckon his
Que
age by
pessoas
years,
especiais
but by
alcançam
the
resultados
governors, and
especiais.
as each
E
of
todos
these, with
somos
few
especiais.
exceptions,
Que o maior
remained at the
problema
head
que
of the
prejuízo
province
pode
only
nos
3
trazer
years.
é o de não
Something near the
aprendermos a
truth
lição
could
que
be
ele nos
collected.
traz. Automotivação.
This mode
Que
of
eu não deveria
computation is
esperar que
very
alguém me
common.
motivasse.
I have
Que eu teria
often, on
sempre uma
asking the
energia
age of any
própria para me
person,
motivar.
received
Que o
for
estímulo
answer
deveria
that
vir
the
sempre de
individual
mim,
concerning
e não
whom
dos
the
outros.
inquiry was
Que deveria
made
aprender
had
muito
been
sobre
born in the
comunicação
first,
e
second,
reduziria
or
muito
third
a
year
chance
of
de
such
criar
a
problemas
governor.
na minha carreira e
The
nos meus
dreadful famine of
relacionamentos. Que deveria aprender a
1793
vender desde
is also
cedo
an
e
era from
aprender
which the
muito sobre
peasants
isso,
state many
pois passaria a vida
circumstances.
vendendo, no mínimo,
Oh, the
vendendo ideias.
Palenario was
Que o
staying
mundo
at
sempre seria
Conception
como
with
eu
a friend,
pensasse que ele é.
and I
Que minha
requested him to
forma de
come down to
pensar
my place
definiria
every
minha
evening
forma de
for the
enxergar
purpose
tudo.
of teaching
Que
some of the young
mindset
persons their
adequado é
prayers,
essencial. O
a
modelo
task
mental
of which I
mudaria
knew
tudo.
him to be
E
fond,
mais importante
as
do
he
que tudo que
considered this
acontecesse
to
na minha
be
vida
a
seria a
meritorious
forma
action,
como eu reagiria
one
a
by
tudo
which
que
he would have
acontecesse.
still
E
further
eu poderia
services to
definir
plead
qual
in his
significado
favor with the
daria para
Virgin
cada
and St.
acontecimento
Peter,
a cada
as he
momento.
himself
Que
told me.
mindset é
When he came
contagioso.
to give his report to
Que eu
me of the
deveria andar
progress
e
of
seguir
each
pessoas com
Negro,
bons
I liked
pensamentos,
much to
bons
keep him,
comportamentos e
that I
bons
might converse
resultados.
with
E
him.
então ficaria
He
muito
often
mais
spoke
fácil
of the
eu me tornar
Jesuits
uma
under the
delas.
name
Que
of
eu
the
seria
Padres
sempre
da
a média das
Companhia.
5 pessoas
He
com
was
que eu
fond
mais
of them,
andaria.
but he added, I
Que eu
must not
poderia
speak
superar
well of
medos
them,
agindo.
for
Que
our
o medo
prince
é
does
como uma
not like them.
fumaça, uma névoa,
And yet they did a great deal of good too. He said that they were true and saint-like padres, very different to those of the present day. He was much surprised at my knowing anything about them. He said, "You were not alive at the time that they were here, and even if you had been alive, you could not have been in Pernambuco. Therefore, how is it that you know their existence at the time of which I speak?" I never could make him perfectly comprehend how I obtained my knowledge of them. But he was not the only person whose comprehension, thus taken by surprise, could not contain the new ideas which were imparted on the knowledge of the existence of books spread all over the world, and of men who wrote for the instruction of others. Some of these people with whom I conversed were much puzzled when I spoke of the variety of languages and countries in the world. Then they would say, "How is it that people understand each other?" To this I answered that these languages were to be acquired answered by
e
study.
dizer não para as outras.
Yes, I understand you, they would rejoin.
Que
You
saber a
are
data
all
do
much
descobrimento do
cleverer than
Brasil
we are
poderia até
here.
importar, mas que ter
We
controle
could never
sobre meu
learn any
comportamento
language
e
but
minhas
our own.
emoções seria muito mais
Footnote.
importante.
A
Sempre.
sua gente
Que
é
deveria
mais
aprender a
sabida
planejar,
que a
mas que
nossa.
ainda mais importante do que isso
Close
seria
footnote.
aprender a executar muito bem
These
o que foi
people were
planejado.
invariably
Que
humble
nós
and
é
always
que
ready
mandamos
to
na nossa
receive
mente.
instruction.
E ela normalmente vai tentar
The
nos deixar
peasantry
na
of the
zona de
sugar
conforto
plantation
e vai
districts near
arrumar
to the
argumentos
coast
para nos
and the
limitar,
fishermen
para
are
nos deixar
characters
onde
nearly
estamos,
similar,
onde é
but
mais
the
seguro,
former are more
que
favorably
podemos e
spoken
devemos
of than the
confrontá-lo.
latter.
E isso
And
seria
I
essencial
cannot
para
avoid
crescer.
saying that I
Que o que
should
fazemos
prefer
com o
as a
nosso
servant
corpo, nossa
a
postura
man
e
who had
hábitos
been brought up
mudariam
as a
nosso estado
planter of
mental
mandioc
e isso
to
seria
one whose life
determinante,
had been
pois
passed
assim
upon a
nós poderíamos
jangada.
influenciar
These
diretamente
people are
nosso
said to
ânimo.
be less
Que eu
courageous,
poderia
less
construir
sincere,
sorte
less
sempre que eu
hospitable
quisesse.
than the
Bastaria me preparar
sertanacious,
ainda mais.
but they are
Que eu
likewise
sempre
less
precisaria
vindictive,
sempre ser
more obedient,
antes de
more
querer
easily
ter. Que
guided,
deveria
and
aprender
more
bastante
religious.
sobre intuição.
And though their
Que não
knowledge is very
precisaria me importar
confined,
tanto com a
still their
religião,
frequent
mas que deveria
communication
aprender
with
muito sobre
Recife and other towns
espiritualidade, pois
renders
isso
them, of
mudaria
course,
tudo.
less
Que em vez de
unacquainted
ficar
with
tentando
what
saber qual
passes in
seria
the
meu
world
propósito nesta
than the
vida, eu
inhabitants
deveria
of the
criar algo que
interior.
tivesse algum propósito
The
nesta
free
vida.
schools, which are
Que a escola
established
não
in
me
many
ensinaria boa
places, are
parte das
much
coisas que eu
service,
realmente deveria
and although
aprender
reading
para ser
for
uma pessoa
amusement is
bem-sucedida na
totally
vida.
beyond the comprehension
Pense
of
que
many
provavelmente
persons
várias das
of the
profissões mais
secondary rank,
desejadas ou
still
que
the
mais
acquirement
pagam
of the
em
rudiments of knowledge
2026 nem
prepare them
existem
for
hoje.
improvement
Como uma
when
escola
books
vai te
begin to
preparar
make their
para
way.
elas se ensinar agora como se
Some of the
ensinava em
neighbors, both at
1950? Não
Itamaracá
precisamos de
and at
trivial,
Jaguaribe,
precisamos de escolas que
chanced at
ensinam
times to come in
comportamental.
whilst I was
Precisamos
reading,
ler em casa
and would
e
be
fazer
curious to
trabalho
know how
prático
it
na sala de
was
aula
that I could
ou no
find
jardim
amusement
fora
in
da
being
sala.
so employed.
Precisamos de escolas com mais
I remember
likes
one
e
man
menos
saying
notas,
to me,
com
"You are
mais
not a
sonhos
priest, and
e menos
therefore why
foco.
do you read? Is that a breviary in which you are reading?" On another occasion, I was told that I had got the character among the people of color in the neighborhood of being very holy, for that I was always reading. Footnote. Dizem que
Você não
você
aprendeu
é
na
muito
escola e
santo.
deveria aprender já, pois não vão te
Close
ensinar.
footnote.
Versão
A
2016,
person who can
na minha
read,
lista
write, and
sobre o
keep
que a escola não
accounts
ensina
has
e
attained the
deveria
height of
ensinar.
perfection
Assuntos que
and
não
is much
aprendi em
respected,
escola alguma
or
e passei
rather,
por
of late
várias,
years, one who
aprendi
does not
depois
know
em
how to
outros
do
lugares,
these things
como
is
livros,
looked down
seminários,
upon.
cursos online ou
The
convivendo
women
com amigos
particularly pride
bem-sucedidos,
themselves upon the
que, na minha
superiority
opinião, são
which they
determinantes
enjoy
para o
by this
sucesso.
means, by which they
Que eu
are
deveria
brought to
sonhar
an
alto,
equality with
então
their
deveria
husbands.
duplicar esse sonho,
In the
transformar
above
isso em
general
metas
character of the
e ir
free
atrás
people,
delas com
I do not
persistência.
include the planters
E
of
ainda mais
large property,
importante do que alcançar
for
as
their
metas que eu deveria
requirements are
conseguir,
oftentimes
seria a pessoa
considerable,
que eu me transformaria criando o
and the
hábito
Indians
de ir
too are
atrás
quite
dela.
separate,
Que eu não
owing to
escolho
their
meu
degraded
futuro,
state.
mas escolho meus hábitos,
However,
e
I
que meus
include the
hábitos
white
definiriam
persons
meu
of small
futuro.
property.
Que eu
It
poderia
is
sempre
surprising,
escolher
though
entre ser
extremely
criador
pleasing,
ou criatura.
to see how
Que
little
não precisaria
difference is
ficar
made
me
between a
preparando para
white
ser o melhor
man, a
empregado,
mulatto,
mas
and
que
a
poderia
Creole
criar meus
Negro,
negócios,
if all are equally
empreender e
poor,
que mesmo que
and if
resolvesse ser
all have been
empregado,
born
deveria
free.
empreender dentro
I
da
say
empresa em que
surprising because
estivesse.
in the English,
Que
French, and Dutch
relacionamentos
colonies,
pessoais,
the
a importância
distinction
de
is
se
so
levar em conta
decidedly
coisas
marked,
como as emoções das
and among the
pessoas seriam
Spaniards,
mais
lines
importantes
are
do
even
que
struck
tabelas
between the
periódicas.
several shades of
Que
color.
comportamento,
I
atitude,
recollect
comprometimento e
Apollinario telling me
integridade
of his
seriam bem
distress
mais
on one
importantes do que
occasion
integrais e
when he
derivados.
resided in the
E se para ser um bom
Varzea.
médico eu deveria
He
estudar
met the vicar
medicina,
of that
para
parish
ser
on
bem
horseback
sucedido
with the
financeiramente,
sacrament,
eu deveria
which he
aprender
had
muito
been
sobre
taking
dinheiro.
to some sick
Buscar
person.
educação financeira
The rain
constantemente.
poured in
Entender que
torrents,
mais
and the mud
importante
in
do
the
que a
road was
quantidade de
halfway
dinheiro
up
que eu
to the
poderia
knees,
ter seria a
but
minha
yet it was
forma de
necessary
pensar
to
e
pay the
agir em relação
usual
ao dinheiro.
respect.
Que cada um de
Consequently,
nós
the old
é ser
Creole went
muito mais
down
poderoso
upon
do que
one knee,
pensa.
and
Que
as the
aquela
priest
criança que
passed,
eu
he
era como
cried
aluno
out, "Pardon me,
poderia
Sir
ser
Vicar,
o que
for
quisesse
this
quando
one knee,
crescesse.
but if I was to
E
put
que no
both to
fim
the
nem
ground, I
precisaria
could
esperar
not
crescer.
again
Já
rise."
poderia criar meu futuro
He
desde
told me
cedo.
this with perfect
Que desculpas
gravity, and I
perpetuam a
perceived that he
mediocridade.
thought this
Que pessoas que
circumstance
fracassam
would be
vivem
recorded
reclamando,
against him
acusando
as
ou
one of
dando
his
desculpas,
heaviest
enquanto
sins.
pessoas de sucesso vivem
One day the old
decidindo,
man came to me
planejando
with
e
a face of
realizando.
dismay
Que pessoas
to
especiais
show me a
alcançam
ball of
resultados
leaves tied up
especiais
with
e que
cipó,
todos somos
which he had
especiais.
found under a
Que o
couple
maior
of
problema
boards
que
upon which he
prejuízo pode
slept
nos
in an
trazer
outhouse,
é o de não
for he had
aprendermos a
removed
lição
from the
que ele
house
nos
of his
traz.
friend in the
A
town to to my place.
Que eu não
The
deveria
ball of
esperar que
leaves
alguém
was
me
about the size
motivasse.
of an
Que eu
apple.
teria sempre uma energia
I
própria
could
para
not
me motivar.
imagine what had
Que o
caused his
estímulo deveria
alarm
vir sempre de
until he
mim
said
e
that
não
it
dos
was
outros.
mandinga,
Que deveria aprender muito
which
sobre
had been sent
comunicação
for the
e
purpose of
reduziria
killing
muito a
him,
chance de criar
and he
problemas na
bitterly
minha carreira
bewailed
e
his
nos meus
fate
relacionamentos.
that at
Que
his
deveria
age
aprender a
anyone
vender
should wish
desde
to hasten
cedo
his
e
death,
aprender
and
muito
to
sobre
carry
isso,
him from this
pois
world
passaria a
before Our
vida
Lady
vendendo,
thought
no
fit to
mínimo
send for him.
vendendo ideias. Que o
I
mundo
knew that
sempre
two of the
seria como eu
black women
pensasse que
were
ele
at
é.
variance,
Que minha
and
forma de
suspicion fell
pensar
upon one of them
definiria
who
minha
was
forma de
acquainted
enxergar tudo.
with the old
Que
mandingueiro
mindset
of Engenho
adequado é
Velho.
essencial. O
Therefore she
modelo
was
mental
sent for.
mudaria tudo.
I
Que mais
judged that the
importante do que
mandinga
tudo
was
que
not
acontecesse
set
na
for
minha vida seria
Apollinario,
a
but for
forma
the Negroes
como eu
whose business
reagiria
it was
a
to
tudo que
sweep the
acontecesse.
outhouse.
Que eu poderia
I threatened
definir
to
qual
confine the
significado
suspected
daria para
woman
cada
at Pilar,
acontecimento, a
and then
cada
to send
momento.
her to
Que
Pará,
mindset
unless
é
she discovered the
contagioso.
whole affair. This she did after she heard me tell the manager to prepare to take her to Pilar. She said that the mandingo was placed there to make one of the Negroes dislike her fellow slave and prefer her to the other. The ball of mandingo was formed of 5 or 6 kinds of leaves of trees, among which was the pomegranate leaf. There were likewise 2 or 3 bits of rag, earth of a peculiar kind, ashes which were the bones of some animal, and there might be other ingredients besides, but these were what I could recognize. The woman either could not from ignorance or would not give any information respecting the several things of which the ball was composed. I made this serious matter of the mandinga from knowing the faith which not only many of the Negroes have in it, but also some of the mulatto people. However, I explained to everyone that I was angry with her for the bad intention of the scheme, and not from any belief that it would have any effect. There is another name for this kind of charm. It is feitiço, and the initiated are called feiticeros. Of these, there was one formerly at the plantation of Saint João, upon the island, who became so much dreaded that his master sold him to be sent to Maranhão. Old Apolinario was useful to me in taking care of my poultry. I had great quantities of the common fowl, and as I cleared the land to a considerable distance around the house, the fowls had a good range without being molested by the foxes. I had ducks, turkeys, and pigeons. The young of these last were frequently destroyed by the timbu. This animal is about the size of a small cat and has a long tail, which is scaly and whitish. The color of the body is dark brown, with 2 white stripes from the nose to the tail down the back. The head is long and the snout is pointed. It has an abdominal pouch which is large. When pursued, it soon surrenders by coiling itself up in its tail. I give the description as I received it, for although we watched oftentimes for the purpose of catching one of these animals, we were not successful. I had some geese at Jaguaribe and at Itamaracá, but from what cause I know not, the young ones were scarcely ever reared. Many other persons have found equal difficulty in this respect with myself. Guinea fowls are esteemed, but give much trouble, for their unaccommodating disposition renders it necessary to keep them separate from all other kinds of fowls. There is only one pair of peacocks in Pernambuco. They are in the garden of the widow of a merchant in the neighborhood of Recife. Snipes and wild ducks are to be found in low marshy grounds. And upon the island, at certain times of the year, there were great numbers of wild doves. The bees which I have seen at some of the farmhouses are preserved in part of the trunk of the tree in which they had originally been found. The tree is cut down, and the portion containing the nest is brought home. The bees are black and much smaller than those of Europe, nor is their bite nearly so painful. The log of wood in which they are preserved is sawed or cut in some particular manner, which I cannot exactly describe, by which means the honey can be taken out. The honey is always liquid. It is used as a medicine rather than as food, for the small quantities of which are to be obtained render the demand of it for the medical men fully equal to the supply. In the month of November, there arrived a priest upon a visit to the vicar, whose exertions are incessant on every subject which relates to the improvement of his country. He had now been staying with a friend in the province of Paraíba, and had made a drawing of a stone upon which were carved a great number of unknown characters and several figures, one of which had the appearance of being intended to represent a woman. The stone or rock is large and stands in the middle of the bed of a river, which is quite dry in the summer. When the inhabitants of the neighborhood saw him at work and taking this drawing, they said that there were several others in different parts of the vicinity, and they gave him the names of the places. It was his intention to return again the following year and seek them out. I should have brought with me a copy of this curious drawing if my departure from Pernambuco had not been hastened from unavoidable circumstances. I was invited about this period to attend the funeral of a young married woman of respectable family. I went about 5 o'clock to the house of the vicar, that I might go with him and 3 other priests. From hence we adjourned at dusk to the church, where the priests, all of whom were already in
cada
their
de nós
black
ser
gowns,
muito mais poderoso do que pensa.
put on over these the short lace brochet, and the vicar took in his hands a large silver cross.
E que no fim nem
We
precisaria
walked to the
esperar
house
crescer,
in
já
which the
poderia
body
criar
was
no
laid.
futuro desde cedo.
This was
Que
habited
desculpas
in the
perpetuam
coarse
a
brown cloth of the
mediocridade.
Franciscan
Que
order,
pessoas que fracassam vivem reclamando,
for the deceased
acusando
had
ou dando
belonged to the lay
desculpas, enquanto
sisterhood of
pessoas
the
de
Third
sucesso
Order of St.
vivem
Francis.
decidindo, planejando
The
e
face was
realizando.
uncovered,
Que pessoas
and the body
especiais
was
alcançam
laid upon a
resultados
bier,
especiais e que
the
todos
room
somos
being lighted
especiais.
with many
Que o
torches.
maior problema que prejuízo
The
pode nos
habits in which
trazer
the bodies
é o
of
de
the
não
deceased
aprendermos a
lay
lição que
brothers
ele
and
nos traz.
sisters of the Third Order
Automotivação,
are dressed
que eu não deveria
are
esperar que
obtained from
alguém
the
me
convents of
motivasse,
St.
que eu teria
Francis
sempre uma
and are
energia
said to be the
própria para me
habits of
motivar,
deceased
que o
friars.
estímulo deveria vir sempre de mim
But
e não dos
probably
outros,
the worn-out
que
dresses
deveria
of those
aprender
who
muito
still
sobre
live are
comunicação
likewise
e
sold,
reduziria muito a
and thus
chance de criar
arises a
problemas na minha
considerable
carreira e
source
nos
of
meus
revenue to the
relacionamentos,
convent.
que deveria aprender a vender desde
There were
cedo
assembled
e
in the
aprender
room
muito
several
sobre
of
isso,
her male
pois passaria a
relations
vida
and others
vendendo,
who
no
had been
mínimo,
invited.
vendendo ideias.
After a
Que o
good
mundo
deal of
sempre seria
chanting,
como eu
a
pensasse que ele
wax
é.
taper was
Que
given
minha
to each
forma de
person
pensar
present,
definiria
and
minha
these being
forma de
lighted,
enxergar tudo.
we
Que
proceeded to the
mindset
church, which was
adequado é
hard
essencial.
by,
O modelo
walking in
mental
pairs.
mudaria tudo.
The
Que
beer
mais
followed,
importante do que
carried by
tudo que
4
acontecesse na
persons,
minha vida
and there was
seria a
chanting
forma
as we
como
went
eu
along.
reagiria a tudo que acontecesse.
In the middle of the
E eu
body of
poderia
the church,
definir
a
qual significado
scaffolding was
daria para cada
erected of about
acontecimento,
4
a
feet
cada
from the
momento.
ground,
Que
and
mindset
upon
é
this the beer was
contagioso.
placed,
Que eu
the
deveria
attendant
andar e
standing
seguir
round
pessoas com
whilst the
bons
priest
pensamentos,
chanted.
bons comportamentos
The
e
body
bons
was soon
resultados.
put into
E
the
então
grave,
ficaria
which
muito
was in
mais
the
fácil
church,
eu me tornar
and there was
uma delas.
lime in it.
Que eu seria
The
sempre
friends
a
of
média das
persons
5
deceased
pessoas com que
aim
eu
at
mais
having as
andaria.
many priests
E
at
eu
the
poderia
funeral as
superar
they can
medos
collect
agindo,
and
que o
afford to
medo é como
pay.
uma fumaça, uma
Though on the
névoa,
occasion of
que se
which I
fico
speak,
parado, vai
the priest
subindo
served
e
without
acaba
any
tampando minha visão.
remuneration,
Mas
for
quando
the young
começa a me
woman was the
movimentar,
near
ela não
relative
apresenta
of a priest
resistência.
with whom the
E se
others
dou
were
alguns
intimate.
passos, saio dela com facilidade.
Likewise, all the
Que a melhor
neighbors who
forma
are
de
of an
vencer o
equal
medo
rank with the
sempre
deceased
seria agindo.
are invited
Que
to attend,
conhecimento seria
that the
importante, mas
ceremony may
conhecimento
be as
sozinho
splendid as
só me faria
possible.
enxergar mais longe.
Notwithstanding the
vontade é
manifest
que me tiraria do
inconvenience
lugar.
and the mischief
Só
which the
conhecimento me faria
unwholesomeness
ser
of the
farol na
custom
praia,
might, and
iluminaria
perhaps
longe,
does,
mas eu ficaria
cause,
estático.
all bodies
Só
are buried
vontade
within
me
the
faria
churches.
andar, mas sem
Indeed,
enxergar
the
o que estaria na
prejudice
minha
against
frente.
being buried
Que
in the open air is
conhecimento
so
com
great
vontade me faria
that even the
alcançar o que eu
priests would not
quisesse.
dare to alter
Que a
this mode of
diferença entre o que
proceeding,
eu era e a
supposing
pessoa que
that they
ganhava 100
wished to
vezes
do
mais
so.
era que ele sabia alguma coisa mais do que eu,
End of
e então
section
colocava em
5.
prática. Então eu deveria aprender, buscar conhecimento até saber o que ele sabia. Conhecimento relevante. Algo
Section
além
6
de entender
of
equações
Travels
e
in Brazil,
metodos. E então
Volume
colocar em
2
prática.
by
Que eu
Henry
deveria
Coster.
muitas vezes fazer
This
menos e
LibreVox
não mais.
recording is
Escolher
in
a
the
coisa que
public
realmente
domain.
faria diferença para alcançar o que eu
Chapter
quisesse.
3,
E
Part
dizer
2.
não para as outras. Que
Towards
foco
the end of the
seria
same
essencial.
month, November,
Saber a data do
it is
descobrimento do
customary
Brasil
for the
poderia
vicar
até
to
importar,
determine
mas que
upon
ter
those
controle
persons
sobre meu
who are
comportamento
to
e
sustain
minhas
the
emoções
expenses
seria
of the
muito
9
mais
evenings
importante
previous
sempre.
to the festival of
Que
Our
deveria
Lady of
aprender a
Conception,
planejar, mas que
that is,
ainda
to
mais
supply
importante
the
do que isso
bonfires,
seria aprender a
gunpowder,
executar muito
oil,
bem o que foi
etc.
planejado.
Each
Que
evening is
nós é que
provided
mandamos
for
na nossa
on
mente,
all these
e ela
occasions
normalmente vai
by
tentar
one or
nos
more
deixar na
persons
zona
of
de
the
conforto
immediate
e vai
neighborhood,
arrumar
and a
argumentos para
greater
nos
or less
limitar,
expenses
para nos
incurred
deixar onde
according
estamos,
to the means and
onde é
the
mais seguro,
inclination
que
of the
podemos e
individuals who
devemos
have been named.
confrontá-la. E isso seria essencial
It
para
was my
crescer.
general
Que o que
practice to
fazemos com o
accompany
nosso
the
corpo,
vicar to
nossa
church
postura
on
e
Sundays
hábitos
and
mudariam
holidays,
nosso estado
returning
mental
with him
e
to
isso
his
seria
house to
determinante,
breakfast.
pois assim nós
I was in the
poderíamos
church when he
influenciar
read over the
diretamente o
list
nosso
of the
ânimo.
names of those who
Que eu
were to
poderia
provide for
construir
the 9
sorte
evenings,
sempre que eu quisesse.
and was somewhat
Bastaria me
surprised to
preparar
hear my
ainda
own
mais.
in
Que eu sempre
conjunction with that of
precisaria
a
sempre
neighbor
ser
for the ninth
antes de
night.
querer ter.
I
Que
had,
deveria aprender
however,
bastante
some
sobre
suspicion
intuição.
that this
Que
would be
não
the case,
precisaria me importar tanto
for
com
I
a
had heard some
religião,
whisperings
mas que
upon the
deveria aprender
subject
muito
among
sobre
the secondary
espiritualidade,
people.
pois isso
The
mudaria
custom
tudo.
is thus to
Que em
keep the
vez de ficar tentando
individuals who
saber
are to
qual
be
seria meu
concerned
propósito nesta vida,
ignorant
eu
of what
deveria
is
criar algo
intended.
que tivesse algum
We
propósito
began on
nesta
the
vida.
following
Que
morning
a
to make
escola não
preparations
ensinaria
for the
boa parte das
occasion
coisas que eu
and sent
realmente
to
deveria
Recife
aprender
for the
para ser uma
colors of
pessoa
several
bem-sucedida
ships,
na vida.
some
Pense
gunpowder,
que provavelmente
and a
várias
few
das
of the
profissões
musicians
mais
at the band of
desejadas
the
ou
Olinda
que mais
Regiment,
pagam em
applying through a
2026
friend for the consent of their
existem hoje.
colonel.
Como uma
We
escola vai
likewise
te
sent
preparar
for
para elas,
Nicolau,
se ensinar
a
agora
Creole
como se
black
ensinava em
and a tailor by
1950?
trade,
Não
but
precisamos de
whose merry
trivial,
tongue and
precisamos de
feet
escolas
made
com
him
ensino
like dancing
comportamental.
and singing better
Precisamos
than the
ler em
needle.
casa e fazer o trabalho
And we
prático
agree
na
with
sala
him
de
to
aula,
bring
ou no
over from
jardim
the
fora da
village
sala.
of Pasmado
Precisamos de
a
escolas com
set of
mais likes e
fandango
menos
performers.
notas, com mais
The colors
sonhos
were
e
raised
menos
upon
fotos.
long staffs very early in the morning of our day, in 2 rows along the area of the town, and as the sun rose, several guns were fired, of those which are usually made use of at festivals. They are composed of a small and short iron tube, which has a touch hole of disproportionate dimensions. They are placed upright upon the ground, and the match is then applied. In the course of the day, the band played, and in the evening were kindled about 20 bonfires in the square of the village. The houses were illuminated with lamps, which were made of the half of the rind of an orange, each containing a small quantity of oil and cotton. There were likewise great numbers of large crosses, lighted up in the same manner in several parts of the square. The church was crowded, and the noise of the people was great. The guns were fired at intervals. The musicians of the festival, with violins and violoncellos, played within the church, and the Olinda men on the outside, and the rockets were let off occasionally. Indeed, the confusion was extreme. Some of the numerous horses which stood in all quarters, tied to railings or to doorposts or held by little children, whilst their masters were amusing themselves, took fright and broke loose, adding not a little to the noise and bustle. All the affairs in and about the church ended at so late an hour that the fandangos were deferred until the following evening. The band had been playing close to the door of the vicar's residence, which was much crowded with several of the first families of the island, and in front of the house a great concourse of people was assembled. At the moment that the music ceased, an improvisatore, or glossador, as these persons are there called, set up his voice and delivered a few verses in praise of the vicar. He then praised Our Lady in a strange style, giving her every fine epithet, whether appropriate or not, which came to his recollection. Then he rung changes upon everybody he could think of, and I heard the name of Enrique da Costa, to which mine was metamorphosed, thrown in every now and then among the rest. I was praised for my superior piety in giving so splendid a night in honor of Our Lady. On the following morning, every arrangement was made for the fandangos. A spacious platform was erected in the middle of the area of the town, and in front of the vicar's dwelling, raised about 3 feet from the ground. In the evening, 4 bonfires were lighted, 2 being on each side of the stage, and soon afterwards the performers made their appearance. The story which forms the basis of this amusement is invariably the same. The parts, however, are not written, and are to be supplied by the actors, but these, from practice, know more or less what they are to say. The scene is a ship at sea, which during part of the time is sailing regularly and gently along, but in the latter part of the voyage she is in distress. The cause of the badness of the weather remains for a long time unknown, but at last the persons who are on board discover that it has arisen from the devil, who is in the ship under the disguise of the mizzen topmast man. The persons represented are the captain, the master, the chaplain, the pilot or mate, the boatswain, the hassam or distributor of the rations, and the vazora or sweeper of the decks are portrayed by 2 clowns. The gajero da gata, or mizzen topmast man, alias the devil. 12 men and boys who are dancers and singers stand on the stage, 6 of them being on each side of it, and the leader of the chorus sits at the back of the stage with a guitar, with which he keeps the time, and this person is sometimes assisted by a second guitar player. A ship is made for the occasion, and when the performers stepped onto the platform, the vessel appeared at a distance under full sail, coming towards us upon wheels, which were concealed. As soon as the ship arrived near to the stage, it stopped, and the performance commenced. The men and boys who were to sing and to dance were dressed in white jackets and trousers. They had ribbons tied round their ankles and arms, and upon their heads they wore long paper caps painted of various colors. The guitar player commenced with one of the favorite airs of the country, and the chorus followed him, dancing at the same time. The number of voices being considerable, and the evening extremely calm, the open air was rather advantageous than the contrary. The scene was striking, for the bonfires threw sufficient light to allow of our seeing the persons of the performers distinctly, but all beyond was dark, and they seemed to be enclosed by a spacious dome. The crowd of persons who were near to the stage was great, and as the fires were stirred and the flames became brighter, more persons were seen beyond on every side. and at intervals the horses which were standing still farther off, waiting for their masters. When the chorus retired, the captain and other superior officers came forward, and a long and serious conversation ensued upon the state of the ship and the weather. These actors were dressed in old uniforms of the irregular troops of the country. They were succeeded by the boatswain and the two clowns. The former gave his orders, to which the two latter made so many objections that the officer was provoked to strike one of them, and much coarse wit passed between the three. Soon afterwards came the chaplain in his gown and his breviary in his hand, and he was as much the butt of the clowns as they were of the rest of the performers. The most scurrilous language was used by them to him. He was abused and was taxed with almost every irregularity possible. The jokes became at last so very indecent as to make the vicar order his doors to be shut. The dancers came on at each change of scene, if I may say so. I went home soon after the vicar's doors were closed, and did not see the conclusion. But the matter ended by throwing the devil overboard and reaching the port in safety. The performers do not expect payment, but rather consider themselves complimented in being sent for. They were tradesmen of several descriptions residing at Pasmados, and they attend on these occasions to act the fandangos, if requested so to do. But if not, many of them would most probably go to enjoy any other sport which the festival might afford. We paid their expenses and gave them food during their stay. They were accompanied by their families, which were all treated in the same manner, to the number of about 40 persons. I here take the opportunity of mentioning another common amusement at festivals, which is known under the name of comedias, but this I did not chance to see. A stage of the same kind is erected, and regular farces are performed, but I believe that women do not even appear upon these stages, though they do upon the stages of the theater at Recife. I slept one night at Pilar, and in the morning following, accompanied the chaplain to the fort, who was going to say Mass at his chapel, as it was a holiday. The fort is situated upon a projecting sandbank, and was formerly quite surrounded by water, but the channel for small craft which ran between the fort and the island is now nearly closed by the accumulation of sand at its mouth. Footnote. I've seen a print in Barleias representing this channel as still being open, and the fort situated upon an island which is almost entirely covered. Close footnote. When we dismounted at the gate, our horses were taken into the fort, and were put into the commandant's stable. The sentinel desired me to take off my spurs, and we then passed through the gate and along the covered way until we entered the area in the center, with the chapel and other buildings along two sides of it. The commandant is a captain of the Olinda regiment, an elderly and most formal man, full of etiquette, and all the other officers are of the same standing. I was introduced to the chief, and we then proceeded to the chapel. Forgetful of necessary forms, I had placed myself next to the wall on the right-hand side of the chapel, but the commandant would not give up his right, and therefore reminded me to move, that he might take that place. As soon as the Mass was ended, we took our leave. Some idea of the state of the works may be formed from the following anecdote. A former chaplain was dismissed from his situation, owing to the non-observance on his part of established regulations. The gate was open for his admission, and that of any other person who might wish to hear Mass on Sundays and holidays, but on one occasion he unfortunately espied the commandant standing in the area of the fort through a breach in the walls, upon which, instead of going round to the gate, he rode unceremoniously through the breach in his anxiety to greet the commandant, who was much disconcerted at the occurrence. At the time I was there, the garrison consisted of militiamen, and the idea of the discipline of these may be formed from the following circumstance, which took place only a short time before my visit to the fort. The adjutant, who was between 70 and 80 years of age, threatened to strike or gently touched with his cane one of the men who had refused to hear Mass. The fellow waylaid the old old officer one evening and gave him several blows, of which he died. The soldier absconded and was not again heard of. The guns were in a very bad state, and the usual supply of powder was merely sufficient for the salutes on days of gala. There were indeed some heaps of balls, upon which the rust surpassed the quantity of sound iron. In the course of this year, some of my friends from Recife came to see me. I had been often at Amparo and at the houses of several other planters, but I do not particularly mention any of these visits, for they did not discover anything new. I went to Recife 3 or 4 times. After the commencement of the rains in 1815, I left Itamaracá with Manuel about 4 o'clock one afternoon. Having been detained thus late by unforeseen occurrences, the weather was fine, and as the moon would rise early, I thought that the evening would be pleasant. But when we were about 3 leagues from the island, the rain began to pour, and when we reached the plantation of Inhaman, which is half a league farther, we were completely wet through. Immediately beyond this place, the road is on one side bordered by a steep hill, from which the water ran down in such great quantities that the horses were nearly up to their knees in it. However, we gained the great cattle track and stopped at a liquor shop by the roadside. I bought a considerable quantity of rum, which I threw over my head and shoulders and into my boots, and Manuel did the same. Each of us likewise drank a good dose of it. This practice is very general. I had for some time followed it, and although I had been much exposed to the rain in the course of the preceding year, had not suffered from it, not having experienced another attack of ague, but perhaps this is not attributable to precaution, but to being seasoned to the climate. When we arrived at the village of Paratibi, night had nearly closed in. I met with Antonio, the man who was waylaid when I resided at Jaguaribe, and he wished me to stay at his cottage, but I preferred going on, now that we were completely wet through. As we were ascending the hill beyond Paratibi, I was in hopes of a fine night, for the moon was clear, but she did not afford us light for many minutes. In the valley of Meruera, the rain again came on, with vivid lightning, and in going through the wood beyond the valley, the darkness was so great as to prevent me from seeing Manuel's horse, excepting now and then during the flashes of lightning, although the animal upon which he rode was of a gray color, approaching to white, and mine was sometimes touching his, for he rode in front. When we arrived near to the hill which descends on the side nearest to Recife, I reminded him to keep to the left, for the precipice is dangerous on the right-hand side, but he did not understand me, or his horse was restive, and was going too much to the right, when he slipped and fell on one side within a few yards of the place which he was to avoid. I dismounted to assist Manuel, but only saw his situation by the flashes of lightning. I asked him after himself, his horse and his pistol, and to each question received for answer that all was well. I then said to him, "Where is the road?" For I had turned round in different ways so frequently in assisting him that I had no notion of the direction which we ought to take to find the road, and indeed at one moment I had formed the idea of remaining where we were until the break of day, but on again asking Manuel if he was certain respecting the right direction, his answer was in an angry voice, for he was wet and bruised. "I see the road. Don't be afraid, sir." He led, and I followed him, each leading his horse. We descended sideways, for the ground was too slippery, owing to the rain, to allow us to advance in any other manner. My horse struck me with his head several times, and he too every now and then narrowly escaped falling. The width of the road is about 6 feet. There is on one side a precipice of great height, which has been formed by the torrents in the rainy season. These have caused the ground to fall in, and have now worn it quite away. On the other side, the declivity is less perpendicular, but it is covered with the short stumps of trees, among which there is no possibility of treading safely without a sufficient light. We reached the bottom without accident, and when we entered the village of Beberibe, the rain nearly ceased, and the night likewise was clearer, but the moon had set.
eu
We
não
crossed
deveria
the hill
esperar que
beyond
alguém me
Beberipe
motivasse, que
very
eu teria
slowly
sempre uma
and
energia
arrived at
própria
Agua
para me
Fria,
motivar,
the
que o
residence
estímulo
of one of
deveria
my
vir
friends
sempre de mim
distant
e
from
não dos
Recife,
outros,
2 leagues,
que deveria aprender
between
muito
1
sobre
and 2 o'clock in the
comunicação e
morning.
reduziria muito a chance de
If the
criar
weather had
problemas na
been
minha
fine,
carreira
we
e
should
nos
have
meus
arrived between
relacionamentos,
8 and 9
que deveria
o'clock in the
aprender a
evening
vender desde
preceding.
cedo e
The
aprender muito
instinct, if
sobre
I
isso,
may so
pois
call
passaria a
it,
vida
which is
vendendo, no
possessed by the
mínimo,
Indians,
vendendo
by a
ideias.
great number of
Que o
the
mundo sempre
Negroes,
seria como eu
and
pensasse
indeed
que
by
ele
many
é.
individuals
Que
of
minha
mixed
forma de
caste in
pensar
finding out the
definiria
right
minha
roads,
forma de enxergar
often
tudo.
surprised
Que
me, but
mindset
never more than
adequado
on
é
this occasion.
essencial. O modelo
I
mental
could
mudaria
not see
tudo.
anything,
Que
but
mais
Manuel
importante do
certainly
que
did
tudo que
feel that he
acontecesse
was
na minha
quite
vida
sure of being in the
seria a
right
forma
path,
como eu
else he would not have
reagiria a
spoken
tudo
so
que acontecesse.
positively.
Que eu poderia
He
definir
had a
qual
considerable
significado daria
stock of
para cada
courage,
acontecimento,
but was
a
always
cada
cool and
momento.
collected.
Que mindset é
At
contagioso.
Agua Fria, I
Que eu
passed some
deveria
of the
andar e seguir pessoas
pleasantest
com bons
hours of my
pensamentos, bons
residence in
comportamentos
Brazil.
e bons resultados.
The owner
E
of the
então
place
ficaria
is an
muito mais
English
fácil eu me
gentleman
tornar
to whom
uma
I owe
delas.
many
Que eu seria
obligations.
sempre a média
We
das
were on
5
most
pessoas com que
intimate
eu mais
terms.
andaria.
Indeed,
Que
I
eu
felt
poderia
as much
superar
at
medos
home at
agindo.
Agua
Que o
Fria
medo
as
é
at
como uma fumaça,
Itamaracá.
uma névoa, que
The
se fico
spot was
parado,
in the
vai
rudest state
subindo e
when he
acaba
took
tampando a minha
possession of
visão.
it.
Mas quando
But
começa a me
although the soil
movimentar,
was not
ela não apresenta
propitious,
resistência.
the
E se dou
sitio
alguns passos,
settlement
saio
was
dela com
advancing.
facilidade. Que a
He
melhor
had built a
forma de
good
vencer o
house
medo
and was
sempre
erecting
seria agindo.
outhouses, making
E
fences and
conhecimento seria
planting
importante, mas
useful and
conhecimento
ornamental
sozinho
trees.
só me faria enxergar mais longe.
The place had
Que
been
vontade
infested by
é que
red
me tiraria
ants,
do
but
lugar.
with much labor
Só
they had been
conhecimento me
destroyed
faria ser um
by
farol
digging
na
into the
praia.
ground for the
Iluminaria
nests.
longe, mas eu ficaria
Behind the
estático.
house there was a
Só
lake of
vontade me faria
considerable
andar,
extent,
mas sem
which had
enxergar
been
o que estaria
formed
na
by
minha
the
frente.
course of a
Que
rivulet
conhecimento
having
com
been
vontade
stopped
me faria
through the
alcançar o que eu
accumulation
quisesse.
of loose white
Que a
sand in
diferença
the
entre o
part
que eu
which is
era
now the
e a
road,
pessoa que ganhava 100 vezes
so that
mais
the road is
era que
higher
ele
than
sabia
the
alguma
lake on
coisa
one
mais do que
side,
eu.
and the
E então
land
colocava em
along which
prática.
the river
Então
formerly
eu deveria aprender,
ran on the
buscar
other side.
conhecimento até saber o que ele sabia.
When the waters
Conhecimento
rise in the winter,
relevante,
the lake
algo
overflows and
além
runs
de
across
entender
the road.
equações e
But
mitoses.
during the
E
greatest
então
part
colocar
of
em
the year, the
prática.
road
Que
is
eu deveria
dry,
muitas
or
vezes
nearly
fazer
so.
menos e não
If
mais.
the lake was
Escolher a coisa que
drained, the
realmente
settlement
faria
of Agua
diferença para
Fria
alcançar
would
o
be
que eu
worth
quisesse.
10
E
times its
dizer não
present
para as
value,
outras. Que
for the
foco
boundaries of it
seria
are the
essencial.
channel
Que
of
saber
the
a data do
rivulet.
descobrimento do Brasil
This
poderia
lake
até
is covered
importar,
over
mas
with
que ter
reeds,
controle sobre
rushes,
meu
and coarse
comportamento
grass,
e minhas
and the
emoções
roots of these
seria muito
plants
mais
have formed a
importante
thick
sempre.
coating over the
Que
water,
deveria aprender a
which would not
planejar,
support the
mas que
weight of
ainda
a
mais
man,
importante do
but
que
much
isso
labor
seria
is
aprender a
required to cut
executar
through
muito
it.
bem o que foi planejado.
There were
Que
numbers of
nós é que
jacarés
mandamos na
or
nossa mente.
alligators
E
in
ela
this lake.
normalmente vai tentar nos deixar na zona de
Footnote:
conforto.
I've
E
been
vai
much
arrumar
blamed by
argumentos
one of
para
my
nos
friends for
limitar,
not having
para
eaten
nos
of the
deixar
flesh
onde
of the
estamos,
jacaré,
onde é
and
mais
indeed I
seguro,
felt a
que
little
podemos
ashamed of
e
my
devemos
squeamishness
confrontá-la.
when
E
I
isso
was
seria
shown by the
essencial
same
para
friend
crescer. Que o
a
que fazemos
passage
com
in
o
a
nosso
French
corpo,
writer,
nossa postura
whose
e
name I
hábitos
forget,
mudariam o nosso
in which he
estado
speaks
mental e
favorably
isso
of
seria
this flesh.
determinante, pois assim nós
However, if
poderíamos
the
influenciar
advocate for
diretamente o nosso
experimental
ânimo.
eating had
Que eu
seen an
poderia
alligator
construir
cut into
sorte
slices,
sempre que eu
he
quisesse.
would, I think,
Bastaria
have
me
turned from
preparar
the sight
ainda
as
mais.
quickly as
Que
I
eu
did.
sempre precisaria sempre
The
ser
Indians eat
antes
these
de querer
creatures,
ter.
but the
Que
Negroes
deveria
will
aprender
not.
bastante sobre
No,
intuição.
not even the
Que não
Gabon
precisaria me
Negroes,
importar
who were
tanto com a
said to be
religião,
cannibals,
mas que deveria
close
aprender muito
footnote,
sobre espiritualidade.
which
Pois
rendered
isso
it
mudaria
dangerous
tudo.
to work
Que
in
em vez
cutting
de
away
ficar
the
tentando
rushes,
saber qual seria meu
which it was
propósito nesta
necessary
vida,
to
eu
do
deveria
for
criar
the
algo que
purpose
tivesse
of
algum
forming an
propósito
open
nesta vida.
space in which
Que
the
a
horses
escola
could be
não me
watered
ensinaria
and
boa
washed.
parte das coisas que
And
eu
indeed, the
realmente
grass
deveria
was
aprender
eaten by
para ser
them
uma
when
pessoa
other kinds
bem-sucedida na
failed
vida.
in the dry season.
Pense que provavelmente
I
várias
may
das
here mention
profissões
some
mais
others of the
desejadas
lizard
ou que
tribe.
mais pagam
The
em
camaleão,
2026 nem
La
existem
Serpe
hoje.
iguana,
Como uma
is
escola vai te
often to
preparar
be
para
met
elas
with.
se ensinar
Also,
agora
the
como se ensinava em
tijuaço,
1950?
which is,
Não
I believe,
precisamos de
the
trivial,
Lacerta
precisamos de escolas que
Teguixin.
ensinam comportamental.
This is very common.
Precisamos ler em
There is
casa e fazer o
likewise the
trabalho prático
calango,
na sala
which
de
is
aula,
smaller
ou
than
no
the other
jardim
two.
fora da sala. Precisamos de
These
escolas
three
com mais
species
likes
are
e
all
menos
of them
notas,
eaten by the
com
lower
mais
orders
sonhos
of
e
people.
menos fórmulas.
The vibra and the lagartixa are two small species of lizard which are continually to be seen in all situations, in and upon the houses, in the gardens, and in the woods. They do good rather than harm, for they eat flies, spiders, etc. And they are, to my eyes, very pretty creatures. Their activity and at the same time their tameness made me fond of them. In my rides to Recife through the Maroeira wood, I always heard the hoarse croaking of the sapo cururu, Rana ventricosa, and also the sapo boi, or ox toad, both of which made a most disagreeable and dismal noise. They were particularly active on the rainy night which I have above described. The constant noise which the crickets make as soon as the sun sets fails not to annoy those persons who have recently arrived in the country, and I recollect that on the first evening which I spent in the country on my arrival at Pernambuco, I stopped several times when conversing, as if waiting to let the noise cease before I proceeded. But this wore off, as it does with everyone. And latterly I did not hear the noise even when it was spoken of in my presence. However, if one of them gets into a house, there is no resting until it be dislodged, owing to the shrillness of its whistles. The body of the insect is about 1 inch or 1 inch and a half in length, and the legs are long. The whole of the insect is green. There is another species which is distinguished by the name of grillo branco, or the white cricket. It is likewise a sharp whistle. May not this be the same insect as the former, in a different state? There is likewise the grillo de feijão, or bean cricket, which is so called from the destruction which it makes in the plantations of the French bean. It is a dusky brown color, approaching to black. I was invited in January of 1815 to attend a christening at the sugar plantation of Macaxeira, which is the largest and the most valuable in every respect of the three in the island. The vicar, another priest, a captain of the ordenanzas, and myself set off early on the morning of the day appointed. We rode through the plantation of St. João and spoke to the owner, who was preparing to follow us with all his family. He is a Portuguese who has accumulated a large fortune in Brazil and has married one of the daughters of the owner of the place to which we were going. This person and his immediate relatives will, in the course of a short time, probably possess 1/2 of the island of Itamaracá. We were received at Macaxeira by the father and uncles of the child, and afterwards the grandmother, who is a widow lady and the owner of the estate, made her appearance, and by degrees we saw the younger ladies of many of the neighboring families. As soon as the christening was over, the day was devoted to eating and drinking, and playing at cards. When the men had left the table after dinner, the cloth was again laid, and the ladies sat down to dine. But one of the priests declared that this separation was barbarous, and seating himself again, was followed by several other men, and thus they dined a second time. The evening ended rather boisterously, but good-humoredly. The wine was poured out into tumblers, and these being as frequently emptied as if they had been smaller. Only a few of the guests returned home the same night, but those who remained crept off early and quietly on the following morning. I accompanied the vicar to Pilar to pass the intrudo at that place. We set off on Saturday afternoon, and on our arrival found that the whole clan from Macaxeira and St. João had taken up their quarters close to the house which we were to inhabit. In the evening, a tightrope dancer was to exhibit in the open air, and at the appointed hour he took his station and went through several of the common feats of activity with considerable neatness. He was paid in a singular manner. Before he began to dance, the clown cried out, "Here goes to the health of the vicar." Then, after the performer had danced for a few minutes, he stopped, and the clown came to our party, and with many jokes and much pretended ignorance of the vicar's person, he found him out and asked for a donation, as is custom. This being acceded to, and the vicar having given what he thought proper, the clown returned to the rope dancer, upon which a shout was set up by those who were round about him, which was intended as an acknowledgment for the generosity. Then the clown mentioned the name of some other person, and so forth. After the dancer had exhibited to the health of several persons, a slack rope was hung between two cocoa trees, and at a great height from the ground. To this the man removed, where he continued dancing until a late hour, to the health of everyone whose name his clown could think of. On the following day, after the service of the church was over, the intrudo, jokes, and tricks began, and before the conclusion of the sport in the evening, each person had been obliged to change his clothes several times. The ladies joined with heart and soul, and particularly the good old lady of Macaxeira, who was wet through and through, and yet carried on the war. The priests were as riotous as the rest, but their superiority of manner even here was perceivable. Their jokes were well timed, and were not accompanied by any brutality of behavior. There was a seeming deference in their manner when they were drenching the person upon whom they made an attack, and they took care that what they threw was clean, which with others did not always happen. On Monday morning, everyone rose fresh for action, and to work we went until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, scarcely finding time for eating. We then adjourned to the seashore for the purpose of witnessing the christening of the king of the Moors. On this day, all the jangadas and canoes were put in requisition. The owners of them and others of the inhabitants of the neighborhood were divided into 2 parties, Christians and Moors. A stage was erected at low water mark upon high poles, and this was intended to represent a Moorish fortress. The affair was so timed that the tide should be at the height of the commencement of the sport, by which means the stage was surrounded by the water. Upon the seashore were 2 high thrones, with canopies made of counterpanes, etc. These were at the distance of about 300 yards from each other, and were placed immediately above high water mark. The Christian king sat upon one of them, and the Moorish king upon the other, both of them being habited in fine flowing robes. The affair began by the former dispatching one of his officers on horseback to the latter, requiring him to undergo the ceremony of baptism, which he refused to do. Several other couriers passed from each side, all of whom were on horseback and fantastically dressed in loose garments. War being declared, the numerous jangadas and canoes of each party were soon in motion, making towards the fortress in the water. Some were going to assist in protecting it, and others to obtain possession of it. The persons who were in the fort were now seen preparing for its defense. There was much firing, and at last, after many struggles on both sides, it was taken by the Christians. The Moorish vessels, however, escaped and landed their crews, the opposite party doing the same. The armies met on shore and fought hand to hand for a considerable time, but in the end the Moorish king was taken prisoner, hurled from his throne, and forcibly baptized. The whole affair was very gay, for the sands were crowded with people who were all in their best clothes, finery of many kinds being displayed, silks, satins, muslins, and printed cottons, ornaments of gold and of precious stones, bonnets of straw and of silks, and ribbons of all colors in great quantities, shoes, white, black, and of various tints. Then there were coats that had not for many a day seen the light, cotton and cloth jackets made for the occasion, embroidered waistcoats and others more general of less costly materials, pantaloons of nankeen and of various other light materials, cocked hats, a few of beaver and of straw, and round ones many, half boots and shoes and buckles. There appeared at Pilar one of the Valentines who had often created great disturbances in many parts, and although his apprehension was much desired, he trod the soil of Pilar with great confidence, as if he was aware that his person was secure, owing to his great reputation of intrepidity. But his safety proceeded from my friend of the stockade prison not being the chief magistrate of the place for the year. On the morrow all parties were preparing to return home. We saw the ladies set off on horseback, and according to a strange custom, a number of metal pans were collected, and as they went away from the door, the persons who remained beat the pans against each other so as to make a jingling noise. This practiced as a joke, and on this occasion, as is usual, created much laughter. Shortly after this period, I received advices from England, which rendered necessary my return home. I gave up my plan of residing in Brazil with reluctance, but I am now much rejoiced that it so happened. Yet at that time it required some resolution to leave the people, the place, and the things in which I had taken deep interest, my negroes and free people, my horses and my dogs, and even my cats and fowls, the house and the garden which I had been improving and forming, and the fields which I had cleared and was cultivating. All this, believe me, cost me much pain in leaving, but thanks to those who desired that it should be so, I should have soon become a Brazil planter. The state in which a man who rules over slaves is placed is not likely to make him a better creature than he would under other circumstances have been. I should perhaps shortly have become totally unfit to become a member of any other society. I was young and was independent and had power. Although I am fully aware of the evils which attend a feudal state of society, I like to have dependence. I might have become so arbitrary, so much a lover of a half-savage life, I might have contracted so great a relish for rambling, have become so unsettled as to have been dissatisfied with what is rational and to be desired in this world. Until lately, I cherished the hope of being able to return to that country with the means of crossing the continent of South America. But I have now given this up from unavoidable circumstances, and even my wishes have taken another bias. But God only knows whether it may not yet be my fate to enter into the scheme, accident, and inclinations over which I have no control may so direct. England is my country, but my native soil is Portugal. I belong to both, and whether in the company of Englishmen or Portuguese or of Brazilians, I feel equally among my countrymen. My constant and fervent prayers are offered up for their prosperity, and for a continuance of that friendship which has borne the test of so many years. Fresh causes have lately occurred for riveting the links which bind the two United Nations. Their people have fought together, and neither have been found wanting. End of section 6.
Não precisamos do trivial, precisamos de escolas que ensinam comportamental. Precisamos ler em casa e fazer o trabalho
Section
prático na
7
sala de aula,
of Travels
ou no
in
jardim,
Brazil,
fora da sala.
Volume 2 by
Precisamos de
Henry
escolas com
Coster.
mais likes,
This
e menos
LibriVox
notas,
recording
com mais
is in the
sonhos
public
e menos
domain.
fórmulas.
Chapter 4, Part 1. Agriculture, Sugar Plantations. Agriculture in Brazil. Footnote. In making use of the word Brazil, it must be understood that I mean to denote that portion of the country which I have had opportunities of seeing. The agriculture of the provinces of Rio de Janeiro and Bahia is doubtless in a more forward state than that of Pernambuco and of the line of coast to Maranhão. Close footnote. Had not for many years, till very lately, received any improvement, and even now it is only slowly and with much difficulty that innovations are made. It is quite hopeless to expect a rapid change of system among men who had not even heard that there existed other agriculturists besides themselves, who were astonished to learn that Brazil was not the only country in which sugar was made, who know not, or at least did not know until very lately, that there was any other nation than their own, who imagined that Portugal had possession of everything worth having in this world. In fact, whose ignorance was extreme. Most of the planters of the inland country, and even most of those near to the coast who reside entirely upon their estates, were, and many still are, in this state. They continue year after year the system which was followed by their fathers, without any wish to improve, and indeed without the knowledge that any improvement could be made. But the freedom of commercial intercourse with other nations has here, as in everything else, had its effect, and the benefits which are derived from this policy are increasing most rapidly. One of these is to be perceived in the wish which many of the planters display to obtain information respecting the management of the British and French plantations in the Colombian islands. The persons who thus, in enriching themselves, are likewise doing the greatest good to their country, are the proprietors of sugar mills, who reside in Recife altogether, or who make frequent visits to it. These men enter into company, hear what is going on in the world, read the few books which are to be obtained, and soon assent to new ideas. Many of the merchants now possess this kind of property, which has fallen into their hands, either in payment of debts or by purchase, and these men have no prejudices to conquer respecting any particular plan of operations. Some of the improvements which are proposed are of such self-evident utility as to carry with them conviction as soon as they are mentioned. Planting the sugar cane. The lands in Brazil are never grubbed up. Footnote. I insert here a description of a machine for rooting up the stumps of trees by Citizen St. Victor, member of the Society of Agriculture for the Department of the Seine. It consists of a bar of forged iron, about 2 feet 8 inches long, 1 inch thick towards the handle, and of 2 inches toward the breech or platform. The platform, which is circular, is 14 inches in diameter. This platform serves as the base of the chamber or furnace of the mine, which is 3 inches in diameter and 3 inches 8 lines in the length of its bore. The stopper or tampion, which serves as a plug to the mine, is of the same diameter to enter within. After a slight paper or wadding, it is attached by a chain to the gun or mortar, which last is 8 inches in diameter. About 2 inches above is added a small touch hole and pan. The hole is directed in at an angle of 45 degrees and is primed with powder to communicate with the charge with which the chamber is filled up to the stopper. This engine may be cast even with more facility in brass or bronze, and in this case it must be a little thicker in all its dimensions in order to afford a resistance equal to that of forged iron. Use of the machine. When the machine is charged with powder, a small excavation is made with a pickaxe in the center of the stump. The machine is then placed in it so that the plug immediately touches the wood. Care must be taken to fill all vacancies, either with stones or pieces of iron or wood, or especially beneath the platform of the machine, in order that the explosion of the powder may have its full effect on the stump, of which, if necessary, the principal roots should first be cut if any appear on the surface of the ground near the stump that is to be eradicated. When the machine is firmly fixed in its place, the priming is put into the pan, a slow match applied, the length of which is sufficient to allow time to retire to a proper distance from the explosion. Journal of Natural Philosophy, etc. by W. Nicholson, Volume 4, page 243 to 245. In Pernambuco, the only means of rooting up the stumps which is known is that of digging deep trenches round about them. Close footnote. Either for planting the sugarcane or for any other agricultural purposes. The inconveniences of this custom are perceivable, more particularly in high lands, because all of these that are of any value are naturally covered with thick woods. The cane is planted among the numerous stumps of trees, by which means much ground is lost, and as the sprouts from these stumps almost immediately spring forth, such is the rapidity of vegetation, the cleanings are rendered very laborious. These shoots require to be cut down, sometimes even before the cane has forced its way to the surface of the ground. The labor likewise is great every time a piece of land is to be put under cultivation, for the wood must be cut down afresh. And although it cannot have reached the same size which the original timber had attained, still as several years are allowed to pass between each period at which the ground is planted, the trees are generally of considerable thickness. The wood is suffered to remain upon the land until the leaves become dry. Then it is set on fire, and these are destroyed with the brushwood and the small branches of the trees. Heaps are now made of the remaining timber, which is likewise burnt. This process is universally practiced in preparing land for the cultivation of any plant. I've often heard the method much censured as being injurious in the main to the soil, though the crop immediately succeeding the operation may be rendered more luxuriant by it. I have observed that the canes which grew upon the spots where the heaps of timber and large branches of trees have been burnt were of a darker and richer green than those around them, and that they likewise overtopped them. After the plant canes, or those at the first year's growth, are taken from the lands, the field trash, that is, the dried leaves and stems of the canes which remain upon the ground, are set fire to, with the idea that the ratoons, that is, the sprouts from the old roots of the canes, spring forth with more luxuriance and attain a greater size by means of this practice. Footnote. It has been discontinued of late years by some persons, and I have heard it said that the ratoon canes do not grow so well, but that the land requires to be laid down for a much shorter period. Close footnote. The ratoons of the first year are called in Brazil socas, those of the second year resocas, those of the third year terceiras socas, and so forth. After the roots are left unencumbered by burning the field trash, the mold is raised around about them. Indeed, if this was neglected, many of these roots would remain too much exposed to the heat of the sun and would not continue to vegetate. Some lands will continue to give ratoons for 5 or even 7 years, but an average may be made at one crop of good ratoons fit for grinding, another of inferior ratoons for planting or for making molasses to be used in the stillhouse, and a third which affords but a trifling profit, in return for the trouble which the cleanings give. I have above spoken more particularly of highlands. The low and marshy grounds called in Brazil varzeas are, however, those which are the best adapted to the cane, and indeed upon the plantations that do not possess some portion of this description of soil, the crops are very unequal, and sometimes almost entirely fail, according to the greater or lesser quantity of rain which may chance to fall in the course of the year. The varzeas are usually covered with short and close brushwood, and as these admit, from their rank and nature, of frequent cultivation, they soon become easy to work. The soil of these, when it is new, receives the name of pau. It trembles under the pressure of the feet, and easily admits of a pointed stick being thrust into it, and, though dry to appearance, it requires drainage. The massapé, marl, is often to be met with in all situations. It is of a greenish-white color, and if at all wet, it sticks very much to the hoe. It becomes soon dry at the surface, but the canes which have been planted upon it seldom fail to revive after rain, even though a want of it should have been much felt. The white marl, barro branco, is less frequently found. It is accounted extremely productive. This clay is used in making bricks and coarse earthenware, and also for claying the sugar. Red earth is occasionally met with upon the sides of hills near to the coast, but this description of soil belongs properly to the cotton districts. Black mold is common, and likewise a loose brownish soil in which a less or greater proportion of sand is intermixed. It is, I believe, generally acknowledged that no land can be too rich for the growth of the sugar cane. One disadvantage, however, attends soil that is quite new, which is that the canes run up to a great height without sufficient thickness, and are thus often lodged before the season for cutting them arrives. I've seen rice planted upon lands of this kind in the first year to decrease their rankness and render them better adapted to the cane on the succeeding season. Some attempts have been made to plant cane upon the lands which reach down to the edge of the mangroves, and in a few instances pieces of land, heretofore covered by the salt water at the flow of the tide, have been laid dry by means of draining for the same purpose. But the desired success has not attended the plan, for the canes have been found to be unfit for making sugar. The syrup does not coagulate, or at least does not attain that consistence which is requisite, and therefore it can only be used for the distilleries. The general mode of preparing the land for the cane is by holing it with hoes. The Negroes stand in a row, and each man strikes his hoe into the ground immediately before him, and forms a trench of 5 or 6 inches in depth. He then falls back, the whole row doing the same, and they continue this operation from one side of the cleared land to the other, or from the top of the hill to the bottom. The earth which is thrown out of the trench remains on the lower side of it. In the British colonies, this work is done in a manner nearly similar, but more systematically. Footnote. Besides the usual mode of holing, Mr. Edwards mentions the following method. The planter, instead of stocking up his ratoons and holing and planting the land anew, suffers the stoles to continue in the ground and contents himself, as his cane fields become thin and impoverished, by supplying the vacant spaces with fresh plants. History of the West Indies, Volume 2, page 207. Close footnote. The lands in Brazil are not measured, and everything is done by the eye. The quantity of cane which a piece of land will require for planting is estimated by so many cartloads, and nothing can be more vague than this mode of computation, for the load which a cart can carry depends upon the condition of the oxen, upon the nature of the road, and upon the length of the cane. Such is the awkward make of these vehicles that much nicety is necessary in packing them, and if two canes will about fit in a cart lengthwise, much more will be conveyed than if the canes are longer and they double over each other. The plow is sometimes used in lowlands, upon which draining has not been found necessary, but such is the clumsy construction of the machine of which they make use, that 6 oxen are yoked to it. Footnote: a plow drawn by 2 oxen, constructed after a model which was brought from Cayenne, has been introduced in 1 or 2 instances. Close footnote. Upon highlands, the stumps of the trees almost preclude the possibility of thus relieving the laborers. The trenches being prepared, the cuttings are laid longitudinally in the bottom of them, and are covered with the greatest part of the mold, which had been taken out of the trench. The shoots begin to rise above the surface of the ground in the course of 12 or 14 days. The canes undergo 3 cleanings from the weeds and the sprouts proceeding from the stumps of the trees, and when the land is poor and produces a greater quantity of the former and contains fewer of the latter, the canes require to be cleaned a 4th time. The cuttings are usually from 12 to 18 inches in length, but it is judged that the shorter they are, the better. If they are short and one piece of cane rots, the space which remains vacant is not so large as when the cuttings are long, and they by any accident fail. The canes which are used for planting are generally ratoons, if any exist upon the plantation, but if there are none of these, the inferior plant canes supply their places. It is accounted more economical to make use of the ratoons for this purpose, and many persons say they are less liable to rot than the plant canes. In the British Sugar Islands, the cuttings for plantings are commonly the tops of the canes, which have been ground for sugar. But in Brazil, the tops of the canes are all thrown to the cattle, for there is usually a want of grass during the season that the mills are at work. Footnote: the author of the Nouveau Voyage, Tome 3, page 218, mentions having covered the claying house belonging to a mill, the property of his order, with the tops of the sugar cane. I never saw this practiced in Brazil, and indeed Labat says that they were not commonly put to this purpose in the parts of which he writes. He says that a species of reed was usually employed. In Brazil there is a kind of grass which answers the purpose and is durable, and this quality, Labat says, that the cane tops possess. However, in Brazil, the leaves of the cocoa and other palms are generally used. Although it was the general custom to employ the cane tops for planting, Labat objects to them from his own authority, upon the score of these not possessing sufficient strength to yield good canes. The same opinion is general in Pernambuco. Close footnote. In the British colonies, the canes are at first covered with only a small portion of mold, and yet they are as long and forcing their way to the surface as in Brazil. Though in the latter a more considerable quantity of earth is laid upon them. I suppose that the superior fatness of the Brazilian soil accounts for this. Upon rich soils, the cuttings are laid at a greater distance, and the trenches are dug farther from each other than upon those which have undergone more frequent cultivation, or which are known to possess less power from their natural composition. The canes which are planted upon the former throw out great numbers of sprouts, which spread each way, and although when they are young the land may appear to promise but a scanty crop, they soon close and no opening is to be seen. It is often judged proper to thin the canes by removing some of the suckers at the time that the last cleaning is given, and some persons recommend that a portion of the dry leaves should also be stripped off at the same period, but on other plantations this is not practiced. The proper season for planting is from the middle of July to the middle of September upon highlands, and from September to the middle of November in lowlands. Occasionally Additionally, the great moisture of the soil induces the planter to continue his work until the beginning of December, if his people are sufficiently numerous to answer all the necessary purposes. The first of the canes are ready to be cut for the mill in September of the following year, and the crop is finished usually in January or February. In the British Sugar Islands, the canes are planted from August to November and are ripe for the mill in the beginning of the second year. Thus, this plant in Brazil requires from 13 to 15 months to attain its proper state for the mill, and in the Colombian Islands it remains standing 16 or 17 months. I did not discover nor hear it mentioned that the cane is liable to destruction from the blast, which is spoken of by Mr. Edwards as doing much injury to the plantations in the British colonies. The cane is subject certainly to several pests, but they are of a nature which may be remedied. The rats destroy great quantities, and the fox is no less fond of it. And when he gets among it, he makes great havoc, for he is only satisfied by cutting down great numbers of canes, taking only a small portion of each. There is also a strange custom among the lower orders of people. They scruple not in passing a field to cut down and make a bundle of 10 or a dozen canes, from which they suck the juice as they go along, or preserve some of them to carry home. The devastation which is committed in this manner is incalculable. In the fields that border upon much frequented paths, it is a custom, and many persons think that the owner has scarcely a right to prevent these attacks upon his property. The planters of Brazil have not yet arrived at the period, which however is not far distant, of being under the necessity of manuring their lands. I heard of very few instances in which this is the practice. The cane trash, that is, the rind of the cane from which the juice has been extracted, is thus entirely lost, with the exception of the small part of it which is eaten by the cattle. The manure of cattle is likewise of no use. Lands are not yet of sufficient value to oblige each planter to confine himself to certain pieces of ground for certain purposes with any sort of regularity. The population of the country is yet too scanty to make every man husband of what he possesses, or to oblige him to draw in and give room for others, as imperceptibly these others require that he should do so. For the present, the planter finds that it is more convenient to change from one piece of land to another, as each becomes unfit to be cultivated. He allows the wood to grow up again as soon as the ratoons no longer spring forth and yield him a sufficient profit to compensate for the trouble of cleaning them. The Otaheitan, or the Bourbon cane, has been brought from Cayenne to Pernambuco since the Portuguese obtained possession of that settlement. I believe the two species of cane are much alike, and I have not been able to discover which of them it is. Its advantages are so apparent that after one trial on each estate, it has superseded the small cane which was in general use. The Cayenne cane, as it is called in Pernambuco, is of a much larger size than the common cane. It branches so very greatly that the labor in planting a piece of land is much decreased, and the returns from it are at the same time much more considerable. It is not planted in trenches, but holes are dug at equal distances from each other, in which the cuttings are laid. This cane bears the dry weather better than the small cane, and when the leaves of the latter begin to turn brown, those of the former still preserve their natural color. A planter in the Várzea told me that he had attained 4 crops from one piece of land in 3 years, and that the soil in question had been considered by him as nearly worn out before he planted the Cayenne cane upon it. Its rind is likewise so hard that the fox cannot make any impression upon it. The business of the boiling house is in general so slovenly performed that I could not obtain any exact information respecting the returns in the manufacturing of it. But most persons were of the opinion that here too some advantage was to be perceived. The mill. A sugar plantation is doubtless one of the most difficult species of property to manage in a proper manner. The numerous persons employed upon it, their divers avocations, and the continual change of occupation give to the owner or his manager constant motives for exertion, innumerable opportunities of displaying his activity, A plantation ought to possess within itself all the tradesmen which are required for the proper furtherance of its concerns, a carpenter, a blacksmith, a mason, a potter, and others which it is needless to name in this place. It is a manufactory as well as a farm, and both these united must act in unison with each other and with the seasons of the year. The mill ought properly to commence grinding the cane in September, but few of them begin until the middle of October, for the planting scarcely allows that they should set to work before the latter period. This is the time of merriment and of willing exertion, and for some weeks the Negroes are all life and spirit. But the continuance of constant work for the whole of the day and part of the night at last fatigues them, and they become heavy and fall asleep wherever they chance to lay their heads. Footnote: Dorminotto como negro de engenho. As sleepy as the Negro of a sugar mill is a common proverb. Close footnote. The mills for grinding the canes are formed of 3 upright rollers, which are made of solid timber, entirely cased or rather hooped in iron, and the hoops are driven onto the wood before they become quite cool. Footnote: in a few instances, the upright iron-plated rollers used in the Columbian Islands have been erected. These have been sent from England and are much approved of, particularly for mills that have the advantage of being turned by water. Close footnote. The improvement of the circular piece of framework called in Jamaica the dumb returner has not been introduced. 2 men and 2 women are employed in feeding the mill with cane. A bundle of it is thrust in between the middle roller and one of the side rollers, and being received by one of the women, she passes it to the man who stands close to her for the purpose of being by him thrust between the other side roller and that of the center. This operation is continued 5 or 6 times until the juice has been extracted. There appears to be some mismanagement in this part of the work, for in the British colonies a second compression squeezes them completely dry, and sometimes even reduces them to powder, and the same occurred in Labat's time in the French islands. The dumb returner tends very greatly to prevent accidents, which occasionally occur in Brazil through the carelessness or drowsiness of the slaves. The Negroes who thrust the cane in between the rollers have sometimes allowed their hands to go too far, and one or both of them have been caught, in some instances, before assistance could be given. The whole limb and even the body has been crushed to pieces. In the mills belonging to owners who pay attention to the safety of their Negroes, and whose wish it is to have everything in proper order, a bar of iron and a hammer are placed close to the rollers upon the table, mesa, which supports the cane. The bar is intended to be violently inserted between the rollers in case of accident, so as to open them, and thus set at liberty the unfortunate Negro. In some instances, I have seen lying by the side of the bar and hammer a well-tempered hatchet for the purpose of severing the limb from the body, if judged necessary. On these unfortunate occasions, the screams of the Negro have the effect of urging the horses which draw the mill to run with increased velocity. I'm acquainted with 2 or 3 individuals who now work their mills with oxen, and they gave as the principal reason for this change the decrease of danger to the Negroes who feed the mill, because such is the slowness of these animals that an accident of the above description can scarcely happen, and indeed they are stopped rather than urged to proceed by noise. Some of the mills are turned by the water, but many more would admit of this improvement than take advantage of it. Most of the mills are worked by horses. There are no windmills in Pernambuco or in the other provinces which I visited. The expense which is incurred in making dams and in other alterations is doubtless considerable, and few persons can afford to lay out the money which these works require. But the conveniences of working by means of water are various. The number of animals required upon a plantation is reduced to less than 1/2. Less pasture land is necessary, and fewer persons need to be employed. The animals, likewise, which are thus rendered superfluous are those which are of the most cost, the most liable to disease, and the most difficult to feed. Great care and attention is requisite in preserving the horses, or rather the mares, for these are mostly employed in this description of work, in a condition to go through with the crop, and quantities of cane are cut up and given to them, as well as molasses. Oxen are usually employed in drawing the carts, and it is seldom thought necessary to afford any expensive food to these animals. They pick up as much as they please of the cane trash, which is thrown out of the mill, and the cane tops are likewise given to them. And section 7.
Que eu seria sempre a média das 5 pessoas com quem eu mais andaria. Que eu poderia
superar medos agindo. Travels in Brazil, Volume 2 by Henry Coster. This LibreVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. The Boiling House. In the boiling house, the manufactory of sugar in Brazil requires great alteration. The work is done in a slovenly manner, very little attention being paid to the minutiae of the business. The ovens over which the boilers are placed are rudely made, and they answer the purpose for which they are intended in an imperfect manner. Enormous quantities of fuel are consumed, and the Negroes who attend to the ovens are soon worn out. The juice runs from the cane as it is squeezed between the rollers into a wooden trough below, and is from thence conveyed into a cistern made of the same material, standing in the boiling house. It is received from this cistern into the great cauldron, as it is called, which is a large iron or copper vessel. The cauldron has previously been heated, and when nearly full, the temper is thrown into it, and the liquor is suffered to boil. It is now scummed with considerable labor. The work of scumming is usually performed by free persons, which is owing to two causes. It demands considerable skill, to which slaves seldom attain, and the exertion which it requires induces the planter to pay a free man rather than injure one of his own people. From this first cauldron, or clarifier, if I may so call it, the liquor is ladled out into a long trough or cistern, which is generally made of the trunk of one tree, and in this it remains until it becomes tepid. Footnote: in the French islands, the liquor was passed through a cloth when conveyed from the first cauldron into the second. Of the trough I find no mention. Nouveau Voyage, etc. Tome 4, page 24. Close footnote. The labor which the operation of ladling requires is excessive. The heat and smoke of a boiling house in a tropical climate increases greatly the violence of the exertion. From this trough, which holds the whole contents of the great cauldron, the liquor, when sufficiently cool, is suffered to run into the first copper, and from this it is removed into a second and a third copper, and some boiling houses contain a fourth. From this it is ladled into large jars called formas, when the master of the boiling house judges, from the touch, that the syrup has arrived at a proper consistence. The jars are afterwards taken into the adjoining building, in which the sugar is to undergo the process of claying. The sugar, after being clayed, is invariably dried in the sun. The management of the boiling houses in the British Sugar Islands is arranged in such a manner as to render the labor much less violent, and much greater nicety has been introduced in the preparation of the juice. The boilers are fixed at a considerable height over the largest ovens, within which the fire is made. Each boiling house has two ovens, one for heating the cauldron and the other for the 3 or 4 coppers. The mouths of these are about half as broad as the ovens themselves. Enormous rolls of timber and branches of trees are prepared for the purpose of supplying these ovens with fuel. The Negroes sometimes find it almost impossible to approach them, owing to the excessive heat they throw out. Footnote: the long improved ovens, such as are used in the Colombian Islands, are beginning to be introduced. Close footnote. The manner of conducting the manufacture of sugar was, from what I can collect, very similar on the whole in the Colombian Islands about the beginning of the last century to that which is practiced at present in the parts of Brazil which I visited. The temper which is usually made use of is the ashes of wood calcinated, of which there are certain species preferred for this purpose. Lime is commonly used in the Colombian islands, and a few planters of Pernambuco have lately introduced this alkali into their boiling houses. But there exists a general prejudice against lime under the idea that the sugar with which it has been made is unwholesome, and this has prevented many persons from adopting it. No difficulty would be found in introducing it among the planters themselves, because the ease of which it is obtained would soon urge them to give it a fair trial. Some plantations sell a great portion of their sugar and rum upon the spot, and several of the lesser ones grind all their canes for the purpose of making molasses, which they distill themselves or sell to the distillers of small capital, who are very numerous. Therefore, to the owners of these plantations in particular, the opinion of the people of the country is of considerable moment. The planters of Brazil invariably follow the system of claying their sugars, but the process is too generally known to require any account of it in this place. The still house. The Brazil planters are more backward in the management of their still houses than in any other department of their business. The stills are earthen jars with small necks, and likewise small at the bottom, widening upwards considerably, but again straightening on approaching the neck. The foundation of a circular oven is formed, and two of these jars are placed within it, one on each side of it, in a slanting position, with the bottom within the oven and the neck on the outside, and being thus secured, the walls of the oven are built up against them, and the top is closed in. These stills have round caps, carapuzas, which fit onto the mouths of the jars and are rendered perfectly tight by a coat of clay being daubed round the edges after the wash has been into the still and the fire has been lighted underneath. These caps have on one side a pipe of 6 inches in length attached to each of them, and into this is inserted the end of a brass tube of 4 feet in length. This tube is placed in a broad and deep earthen pot or jar containing cold water, and the opposite end of it reaches beyond the pot. The tube is fixed with a sufficient slant to allow the liquor running freely through it. The liquor which is obtained from the first distillation is usually sold without undergoing any further process. A second distillation is only practiced in preparing a small quantity for the use of the planter's house. The wash ripens for distillation in earthen jars similar to those which are used for claying sugar, but they are closed at the bottom instead of being perforated, as must necessarily occur with the latter. No exact rules are followed in the quantities of each ingredient for making the wash, because the distillers, who are usually freemen, differ much in the proportions of each ingredient. Until lately, only a small number of the planters had any apparatus for distilling, for it was their practice to sell the molasses which were produced to the small distillers. Many of the persons in the lower ranks of life possess one or two of these rude stills, by which they derive a small profit without much trouble. Fuel is at hand for the pains of fetching it, and scarcely any man is without a horse. The women often attend to the still, whilst the men are otherwise employed. However, since the opening of the ports of Brazil to foreign trade, considerable quantity of rum has been exported to North America, and likewise the demand for it has been greater for Lisbon than it was formerly. The price has consequently risen, which has induced many of the planters to distill their own molasses. But although this plan has been adopted, the stills are so totally inadequate to the distillation of large quantities of rum that few persons erect a sufficient number of them to consume the whole of the molasses with which the sugar furnishes them. Footnote: a few of the more wealthy planters have sent for large stills from England, and have of course found their infinite superiority over those in common use. Even in the time of Labat, his countrymen were much before the Pernambuco planters respecting the arrangement of the still houses. They had copper stills. Close footnote. Lands. A sugar plantation of Pernambuco or Paraíba does not require the enormous capital which is necessary in purchasing and establishing an estate of the same description in the Colombian islands, but a certain degree of capital is requisite. Otherwise, continual distress will be the consequence of entering into such a concern. The instances of persons having purchased sugar plantations without any advance of money are, however, by no means rare, and even the slaves, or at least the major part of them, have sometimes been obtained on long credit at exorbitant prices. This plan was of more frequent occurrence at the time that the exclusive trading company existed at Pernambuco. Its directors found that it was for the interest of those concerned to advance everything which the agriculturist required, receiving in payment a certain proportion of his produce yearly. Although the company has for many years been abolished, its accounts have not yet been wound up, and it is astonishing to learn how considerable a number of plantations are yet indebted to it. The reputed owners of many of those which are so circumstanced have oftentimes given to their predecessors only half the purchase money, paying interest to the accountant of the company for the other half. If they can raise a sufficient sum of money for the purpose, they may strike off the principal of the debt, but if this is not practicable, they remain in perfect confidence that they will never be molested for it, provided the interest is paid. There are a few more galos, or entailed estates in Pernambuco, and I believe in Paraíba likewise, and I have heard that in Bahia there are a great many. There are also capelados, or chapel lands. These estates cannot be sold, and from this cause they are sometimes suffered to decay, or at any rate they yield much less profit to the state than they would under other circumstances. The capelado is formed in this manner. The owner bequeaths a certain part of the produce or rent of the estate to some particular church, for the purpose of having masses said for his own soul, or for pious uses of a less selfish nature. On this account, the estate cannot, according to law, be sold, so that if the next heir is not rich enough to work the mill himself, he lets it to someone who possesses a sufficient number of Negroes. The portion which is due to the favored church being paid, the owner then remains with the residue of the rent as his share of the profit. Now, lands even with buildings upon them are let at so low a rate that after the church is paid, and the tenant has deducted what he has expended in repairing the edifices of the plantation, but a poor pittance remains for the owner. The ingenio of Catu, near to Goiânia, is placed in these circumstances. The owner lives in the neighborhood of the great house, or principal residence, and the only advantage which he derives from the possession of this most excellent and extensive estate is that of residing rent-free upon one corner of it, and now and then receiving a trifling sum of money, whereas if it could be sold, he would immediately receive a sufficient sum to place him in easy circumstances, and the estate would undergo improvement, for the occupier would then have a direct investment in its advancement. I might mention several other plantations which are situated in like manner. The property of sugar planters, which is directly applied to the improvement or to the usual work of their plantations, is not subject to be seized for debt. This privilege was granted for the encouragement of the formation of such establishments, but it may have a contrary effect. The planter is allowed many means of evading the demands of his creditors, and everything is permitted to act in his favor. But thus it is that the government legislates. The revenue is thought of instead of equity being regarded as the primary consideration, nor does the plan act in the manner which the establishers of it imagine that it would. For the estates which are laboring under the disadvantage of being held by men who require such a law as this to enable them to keep possession of the property would doubtless, 9 times out of 10, yield a greater profit if they passed into other hands. They could not be in worse, and they might fall into better. The government need not fear that good estates will, in the present state of Brazil, remain long untenanted. Besides, the rulers of that kingdom may be very sure that the merchants will be more careful how they lend their money, and this may sometimes prevent an honest man from obtaining what he requires for the due advancement of his labors. Footnote. The alvará was passed the 21st of January, 1809. One to the same effect had been passed on the 22nd of September, 1758, for the captaincy of Rio de Janeiro. This was extended to other captaincies, at first as a temporary law, but it was afterwards several times renewed, and it was at last allowed to be in force in all the ultramarine dominions of Portugal by the Alvará of the 6th of July, 1807. However, as there were some restrictions attached to the law, that of 1809 was passed. By this last, in the first place, upon sugar estates which are in working state and do work regularly, and that have under cultivation that quantity of ground which is requisite for the carrying on of the work of the mill, and for the support of the slaves, executions can only be carried into effect upon 1/3 of the net produce of such plantations, the other 2/3 being left for the expenses of cultivation and for the administration, that is, for the support of the owner. Secondly, executions can, however, be made if the debt is equal to or above the value of the estate, but the whole of the slaves, the cattle, the lands, and the implements belonging to the ingenio must form one valuation, nor can they be separated, but they must all be taken as parts of the ingenio. Thirdly, if there are more debts than one, and these together make up the sum which may cause the plantation to be subject to execution, still some law proceedings must be entered into, by which these several debts may be placed in such a form as to be considered as one debt. Thus the government does those things which ought not to be done, and leaves undone those things which ought to be done. Close footnote. Most of the plantations of the first class are, however, in the hands of wealthy persons, and this is becoming more and more the case every day. The estates which may be said to constitute this class are those which are situated near to the seacoast, that is, from 2 to 16 miles from it, which possess a considerable portion of lowland adapted to the planting of the sugar cane, another of virgin wood, good pasture land, for nature must do everything, and the possibility of being worked by water. The rains are more regular near to the coast than at a distance from it. This and the facility of conveying the produce of the estate down some of the small streams or creeks to a market are the particular advantages which are derived from the vicinity of the sea. The slaves are fed with more ease and less expense, and the quantity of food which they themselves have the means of obtaining from the sea and from the rivulets enables them to be less dependent upon the rations of the master than the slaves of the mata, or districts between the coast and the sertão. In a country that is without roads, upon which a wheeled carriage can be drawn with any degree of regularity of pace or of safety, the difficulty of removing the large chests in which the sugar is packed is a most serious consideration, and this inconvenience alone decreases the value of lands, however productive they may be, which are so situated. If a person wishes to purchase property of this description, he will discover that the plantations which are conveniently placed are only to be obtained at high comparative prices and by a considerable advance of money. Mata may be purchased even without any advance, and under the agreement of small yearly payments of 8 to 10% upon the price. The lands of sugar plantations are appropriated to 5 purposes. These are the woods, the lands for planting canes, those which are cleared for pasturage, the provision grounds for the Negroes, and the lands which are occupied by free people. The woods occupy a very considerable portion of the lands belonging to a plantation. In most cases, more than half the estate is yet covered with wood. But still I do not think, from what I saw and heard, that these forests contain so much fine timber as has been imagined. A tree of any species of valuable timber must now be purchased. Very little consideration is given to the quality of wood that is destroyed in the works of a plantation, and in many cases very unnecessarily. The fences are made of stakes which are formed of the trunks of trees, driven into the ground, and to these are fastened horizontally the stems of younger plants. The best timber, rather than that of inferior quality, is selected for this purpose, that it may last the longer under exposure to the heat of the sun and to the rains. The fuel likewise is another most enormous source of destruction, and although for this purpose some selection might be made of the qualities of timber which are less valuable, no thought is given to the matter. The havoc which is committed in bringing out of the woods a tree that has been felled for any particular purpose is likewise immense, for many trees are cut down to make a path from the usual road to the spot upon which the tree which is to be brought out is laying, that the oxen may enter to convey it away. It would be said that the great object is to get rid of the superabundant quantities of wood, and this is no doubt the case, but according to the present system, very little land is radically cleared of wood, and yet the large and valuable timber is undergoing rapid destruction. Virgin woods, however, do certainly yet exist to a great extent. It is said that those of Apepulcos, which is near to Recife, are connected with the woods in the neighborhood of Guayana, a distance of 15 leagues. Of the lands for planting canes I have already treated. Each sugar plantation has one large field in which the buildings are placed. It is very rarely that estates are supplied with a second enclosure. Consequently, the cattle, or at least that part of them which are required before and after crop time for the work which is necessary to be done during the whole of the year, always remain upon the spot. These fields are sometimes of considerable extent. I've seen some of 3 miles in circumference, or even more. Few owners of estates can manage to preserve the field free from brushwood. The horses which work the mill are usually removed from the plantation as soon as the crop is finished, and are often sent to the sertão to pass the winter, and return again just before crop time on the following year. Indeed, such is the importance of having good pasturage for these animals between the crops, and the advantage of allowing some of them to rest 2 years, that every plantation should have a cattle estate in the interior of the country as a necessary appendage. The oxen are often driven to the seashore after the crop is over, if the estate is conveniently situated for this purpose, and are left to graze under the cocoa trees until the following season. But they are fond of the young cocoa plants, and therefore it is not in every situation that this can be done. As the planters commonly feed their slaves, instead of allowing them a certain portion of each week for the purpose of supplying themselves, the lands which are set apart for raising their provisions are of great importance, for it does not answer to the planter to purchase the vegetable part of the food. The root of the mandioc and the kidney bean are the 2 plants which are chiefly cultivated. Of the first of these I shall soon treat more at large. Maize is not much used in this part of the country. An estate contains in general much more land than its owner can manage or in any way employ, even under the present extravagant system of changing from one piece of ground to another. I call it extravagant because it requires so much space for its operations and performs these with more labor than is necessary. This overplus of land gives room for the habitations of free people in the lower ranks of life, who live upon the produce which they raise by their own labor. The tenures by which these persons hold the lands which they occupy are most insecure, and this insecurity constitutes one of the great engines of that power which the landholder enjoys over his tenants. No agreements are drawn out, but the proprietor of the land verbally permits the peasant, who applies to him for a place of residence, to inhabit a cottage upon his lands, under the condition of paying him a trifling rent, from 4 to 8 mil-réis, 1 to 2 guineas, or rather more, and he is allowed to cultivate as much ground as he possibly can by himself. But the rent is increased if he calls in anyone to assist him. Sometimes the verbal arrangement which is entered into is that the tenant shall perform some service in lieu of making his payment in money. The service required is, for instance, that of going upon errands, or seeing that the woods are not destroyed by persons who have not obtained permission from the owner to cut down timber or other offices of the same description. The buildings The buildings which are usually to be seen upon the plantations are the following. The mill, which is either turned by water or by cattle. Some of the plantations possess both of these, owing to the failure of the water in the dry season, and indeed there are few estates upon which the crops are so large as to require that there should be both. The boiling house, which is usually attached to the mill and is the most costly part of the apparatus, or the coppers, etc., must be obtained from Europe. The claying house, or casa de purgar, which is oftentimes connected with the boiling house. It is generally made use of as the still house or distillery. The chapel, which is usually of considerable dimensions. This building and all the foregoing are almost universally constructed of brick. The dwelling house for the owner or manager, to this is usually attached a stable for the saddle horses. The dwelling houses are frequently made of timber and mud. The row of Negro dwellings, which I have described in another place as looking like neglected almshouses in England, and are made of the same materials as the house of the owner. From the appearance of the Negro huts, an idea may usually be formed of the disposition of the owner of a plantation. All these buildings are covered with tiles. The estates have no regular hospital for the sick Negroes, but one of the houses of the row is oftentimes set apart for this purpose. The stocks in which disorderly slaves are placed stand in the claying house. Stocks. Of those estates which I have seen, I think that the average number of Negroes sent to daily labor in the field does not reach 40 for each. For although there may be upon a plantation this number of males and females of a proper age for working, still some of them will always be sick or employed upon errands, not directly conducive to the advancement of the regular work. An estate which possesses 40 able Negroes, male and females, an equal number of oxen, and the same of horses, can be very well worked, and if the lands are good, that is, if there is a fair proportion of low and high lands fit for the culture of the sugar cane, such an estate ought to produce a number of chests of sugar of 1,500 weight each, equal to that of the able slaves. I speak of 40 slaves being sufficient, because some descriptions of work are oftentimes performed by freemen. Thus, for instance, the sugar boilers, the person who plays the sugar, the distiller, the cartman, and even some others are frequently free. Only a very small proportion of the sugar will be muscovado if the business is conducted with any degree of management. I've heard it said by many planters that the molasses will pay almost every expense, and that if rum is made, the proceeds of the molasses are rendered fully equal to the usual yearly expenditure. The Negroes may be valued at 32 pounds each, oxen at 3 pounds each, and horses at the same, but by management the last two may be obtained at lower prices. A sugar plantation of the first class, with suitable buildings, may be reckoned as being worth from 7,000 to 8,000 pounds, and some few are valued as high as 10,000 pounds. But an advance of 1/6 of the price would probably be accepted, the remainder to be paid by yearly installments. The inland plantations may be reckoned at from 3,000 to 5,000 pounds, and a few are rather higher, but a smaller advance would be required than upon the purchase of prime plantations, and the installments would be more moderate. Plantations of the first class ought to have 80 Negroes at least, and an increased number of animals, owing to their capacity of employing more hands. Footnote. The following is a statement of the number of cases of sugar exported from Pernambuco from the year 1808 to 1813. 1808, 4,271 cases. 1809, 12,801 cases. 1810, 9,840 cases. 1811, 7,749 cases. 1812, 8,577 cases. 1813, 9,022 cases. I obtained it from my friend Mr. I.C. Pagan, who resided at Recife during a considerable portion of the time. Close footnote. The only carts which are used upon the plantations are very clumsily made, a flat surface or table, mesa, made of thick and heavy timber, of about 2 feet and a half broad, and 6 feet in length, is fixed upon 2 wheels of solid timber, with a movable axle tree. A pole is likewise fixed to the cart. These vehicles are always drawn by 4 oxen or more, and as they are narrow, and the roads upon which they must travel are bad, they are continually overturning. The Negroes who drive the carts have generally some indulgencies with which their fellow slaves are not favored, from the greater labor which this business requires, and from the continual difficulty and danger to which they are exposed, owing to the overturning of the carts and the unruliness of the oxen. In the whole management of the concerns of a plantation, who want to mechanical assistance to decrease the labor of the workmen, must strike every person who is in the habit of seeing them and of paying any attention to the subject. I will mention one instance. When bricks or tiles are to be removed from one place to another, the whole gang of Negroes belonging to the state is employed in carrying them. Each man takes 3 or perhaps 4 bricks or tiles upon his head, and marches off gently and quietly. He lays them down where he is desired so to do, and again returns for 3 or 4 more. Thus 30 persons sometimes pass the whole day in doing the same quantity of work that 2 men with wheelbarrows would have performed with equal ease in the same space of time. End of section 8.
Que mindset adequado é essencial. O modelo mental mudaria tudo. Que mais importante do que tudo que acontecesse na minha vida seria a forma como eu reagiria a tudo que acontecesse. Que eu poderia definir qual significado daria para cada acontecimento, a cada momento. Que mindset é contagioso.
Agriculture.
Que eu deveria andar e seguir pessoas com bons
This most valuable plant has now become of more importance to Pernambuco, even than the sugarcane, owing to the great demand for the cotton of that province and of those adjoining to it in the British markets. New establishments are forming yearly for the cultivation of the cotton plant, notwithstanding the great inconveniences which must often be experienced in accomplishing this object. The districts which are chosen for the purpose and universally allowed to be the best adapted to its growth, are far removed from the seacoast, arid, and oftentimes very scantily supplied with fresh water. Absolute distress is felt from a want of water in some of these situations, at the time that other parts of the country are enjoying perfect ease in this respect. The opinion is very general that the cotton plant will not thrive in the neighborhood of the coast. Footnote. I've seen some fine cotton shrubs at the distance of 1 or 2 leagues, and even less from the seacoast, but the attempts that have been made to cultivate it to any extent in such situations have not, from what I have seen and heard, met with the desired success. Might not the sea island seed be sent for, and a trial of it be made? The Pernambuco cotton is superior to that of every other part, excepting the small quantity which is obtained from those islands. Bolingbroke, in his voyage to the Demerara, says that on the seacoast the British settlers also commenced the culture of cotton, and found that land to answer much better than the soil up the river. In Phillips' collection, etc., page 81. The cotton of the settlements upon the part of South America of which he writes is very inferior to that of Pernambuco. In the third report of the directors of the African Institution, page 23, I find it stated that the saline air of the seashore, which generally destroys coffee, is favorable to cotton. In page 27, it is said that cotton never fails to degenerate when it has been propagated in the same ground for many years without a change of seed. Close footnote. And that frequent changes of weather are injurious to it. The dry and wet seasons are doubtless more regularly marked at a distance from the sea, But if any variation is felt in such situations, it is from a want of rain and not from a superabundance of it. The cotton plant requires that a great portion of the year should be dry, for if much rain falls when the pod is open, the wool is lost, it becomes yellow, decays, and is rendered completely unfit for use. The soil which is preferred for its culture is a deep red earth, with veins of yellow occasionally running through it. This becomes extremely hard after a long interval without rain. The cotton plantations are yearly receding farther into the interior, wherever the Sertão plains do not prevent this recession. The plantations of this description, which are formerly established nearer to the coast, are now employed in the rearing of other plants. The constant supply of new lands which the cotton plant requires, for it is judged necessary to allow the land to rest for several years before it undergoes cultivation a second time, may in some degree account for this. Perhaps, too, the rapid increase of the population upon the coast may have had some effect in forcing back those who plant an article of trade to give place to others who cultivate the necessary food for the inhabitants of the country. The cotton is often sold by the planter in caroço, that is, before it had been separated from the seed, to persons whose livelihood is obtained in preparing it for the export market. But as the labor of conveyance is, of course, considerably increased while it is in the state, the dealers establish themselves near to the plantations. They recede as the planters recede. Some years ago, a number of the machines for separating the cotton from the seed were to be seen within 2 leagues of Recife. A few years after, they were removed to Goiânia, and now the principal resorts of the dealers are Limoeiro and Bom Jardim, places, as will have been seen, which are several leagues distant from the coast. The lands are cleared for planting cotton in the usual manner, by cutting down the trees and burning them, and the holes for the seeds are dug in quadrangular form, at the distance of 6 feet from each other. 3 seeds are usually put in each hole. In the British colonies, it is found necessary to make use of 8 or 10 seeds. The time for planting is in January, after the primeiras águas, or first waters, or at any rate as soon in the year as the rain has fallen. Maize is usually planted among the cotton shrubs. 3 crops and sometimes 4 are obtained from the same plants, but the second crop is that which generally produces the finest wool. The shrub has a pleasing appearance whilst it is in full leaf, and is covered with its most beautiful yellow blossoms. But when the pods begin to open and the leaves to wither, its thin and scraggly branches are left uncovered, and the plant much resembles a large black currant bush that has been left unpruned for a length of time. The cotton is gathered in 9 or 10 months. The machine for detaching it from the seed is simple, and might be rendered still more so. 2 small rollers are placed horizontally in a frame, and nearly touching each other. At each end of these rollers, there are grooves into which a cord runs, which is connected at the distance of a few yards with a large wheel, to which handles are fixed, and this is turned by 2 persons. The rollers are so formed as to turn in opposite directions, so that as the cotton is thrust against them with a hand, it is carried to the other side, but the seeds remain, for the opening between the rollers is not sufficiently broad to allow them to pass. Footnote: I have heard that the seeds would form a very good food for cattle if they could be completely freed from all particles of wool. Here lies the difficulty. Close footnote. The machine which is used in the British colonies seems to be of the same construction in the main, but it is still more simple, for the rollers are made to turn by means of the feet of the person who holds the cotton to them. Footnote: in Lobat's time, these machines were likewise worked by the feet of the person employed in thrusting the cotton against the rollers. Close footnote. After it has undergone the above process, some particles of seeds which have been accidentally broken still remain, and of other substances which must be removed. For this purpose a heap of cotton is made, and is beaten with large sticks. This is a most injurious operation, by which the fiber is broken, and as the value of the commodity to the manufacturer chiefly depends upon the length of the fiber. No trouble ought to be grudged to avoid this practice. The seeds adhere firmly to each other in the pod. Mr. Edwards speaks of this species in the British colonies and gives to it the name of kidney cotton, saying that he believes it to be the true cotton of Brazil. Footnote. Mr. Edwards calls the species of the cotton plant which is cultivated in the Colombian islands the common Jamaica, of which the staple is coarse but strong. It is difficult to clean, owing to the brittleness of the seeds. It is strange, as Mr. Edwards remarks, that the British cotton planters should be acquainted with species of the shrub which produces finer wool, and yet continue to rear this inferior quality. Close footnote. The yellow or nankeen cotton is likewise to be found at Pernambuco, but it does not form an article of cultivation, being regarded rather as a curiosity. I've seen some species of wild cotton, of which, however, as I have neither note nor specimen, I cannot pretend to give a description. The profits which are obtained in favorable years by the planters of cotton are enormous, but frequently disappointments are experienced. Oftentimes the whole crop is totally lost, and instead of large returns, the year proves entirely unproductive, or, after a fair promise, the grub, the caterpillar, the rain, or the excessive drought destroys all hope until the following season. The other great agricultural object, the sugarcane, is not subject to these numerous and ruinous reverses, for even if the year is unfavorable, at least enough to pay the expenses may be expected. I've heard it urged that the market is very little affected by the supposed failure of a crop, but it must be remembered that in a country of such vast extent, one quarter may escape all mishap, whilst another is unfortunate. Footnote. The following is a statement of the export of cotton from Pernambuco from the year 1808 to 1813. It was furnished to me by my friend Mr. I.C. Pagan. In the year 1808, 26,877 bags. In 1809, 47,512 bags. 1810, 50,103 bags. 1811, 28,245 bags. 1812, 58,824 bags. And in 1813, 65,327 bags. From this it would appear that in saying, at Chapter 1, that the export from thence at the present time is between 80,000 and 90,000 bags annually, I have overrated the real number, but it will be seen that the increase has been considerable from 1812 to 1813, and I know that it still continues to increase as rapidly, if not more so. Close footnote. The quality of the cotton which is produced in South America, either to the north or south of Pernambuco, is inferior to that of the province of which I am treating. The cotton of Ceará is not so good, and the cotton of Maranhão is still coarser. Cotton is the staple commodity of both these ports. Proceeding from Pernambuco to the south, the cotton of Bahia is not so fine, and the small quantity which is produced at Rio de Janeiro is not so good as that of Bahia. In treating of sugar and cotton, I've stated the chief points in which the planters in the Colombian islands and those of Brazil principally differ. Those of my readers to whom this subject is particularly interesting may be referred to the well-known work which I have consulted. Footnote. Edwards, History of the West Indies. Close footnote. The Mangiac plants. The Mangiac requires good land, and the same spot will not produce two crops successively. It must be allowed to rest for 1 or 2 years or more. The operation of planting it is simple and differs in no respect from that which was practiced formerly by the Indians. Footnote. History of Brazil, Volume 1, page 233. Close footnote. The flour which is made from this fruit is called farinha de pão, or stick flour. Footnote. Mr. Southey says when the mandioc failed, what was called stick flour, in Portuguese farinha de pau, was made from the wood of the urucuri-iba, which they cut in pieces and bruised, and this being less likely to corrupt than the mandioc, is now generally used in the Brazilian ships. Volume 1, page 233. The farinha de pau, which is at present used in these ships, is made from the mandioc, and the name of stick flour is by no means inopposite, for it always requires to be picked before it is used, to take out the bits of the husk and of the hardened fibers of the root which may chance to remain. But the name may have, and most probably has, commenced with the stick flour of the urucuri-iba, and when the substance from which it was made was changed, the name still continued. I refer the reader to the history of Brazil for a further account of the mandioc. Close footnote. There are several species of the mandioc plant, of which some are adapted to highlands, and others to low and moist situations. But when the plant is cultivated upon the latter, hillocks must be raised, else the root would decay. Cattle are fed upon the root and stalk. These are first prepared by being cut into small pieces and exposed to the sun for several hours. If this was not done, the food would be injurious to them. I have, however, seen some of the draft oxen that have become so habituated to it as to eat the root quite fresh without receiving any apparent injury, in the manner that the human body becomes callous to the most violent medicines by long custom. I had in my possession, whilst I resided at Jaguaribe, one of these animals, which generally, once in the course of every week at least, contrived to get out of the enclosure and pass part of the night in some neighboring mandioc ground. He was so dexterous in tearing up the stalk with a root attached to it, that the marks of his footsteps alone made us quite confident of the nature of the thief. Whilst I was at Itamaracá, I lost a sheep which had drank of the juice of the mandioc. The negroes and other persons were making farinha, and a trough stood under the press for the purpose of receiving the juice. The sheep were attempting to come under the shed for the purpose of reaching some of the roots, which they are extremely fond. One of them approached the trough, which was filled with the juice, and although it was almost immediately perceived and driven away, still the effect of the small quantity which had been taken began to show itself in a very few minutes. The animal tottered and fell, rising again and again falling. Oil was poured down its throat in considerable quantities, but to no purpose. The body swelled to an enormous size, and the animal was dead in about 10 minutes after it had drank of the juice. The insect, which is mentioned by Piso, quoted by Mr. Southey, under the name of taparu, and is said to be generated by the juice of the mandioc after it has become putrid, I have often seen. It is still known under the same name, which, however, is not peculiar to this worm, but it is likewise applied to maggots of every kind. The juice is not kept for any purpose, but it remains in the trough occasionally for some days, owing to the carelessness of the person under whose care these things are placed. Of the deadly nature of this worm I never heard any mention. The species of mandioc, which is called manipeba, is prohibited owing to the greater activity of its poisonous juice, and it is now almost extirpated. It had the advantage of greater durability underground. Those kinds which are usually planted decay if the stalk is broken off, but the stalks of the manipeba may be cut away, and the root will still continue sound until, on the following year, a new stalk springs up. I've heard it said that in the dry soils of the Mata, a few of the other varieties of this plant will allow the same treatment. Although the mandioc plant requires a dry situation, still, when the rains fall in January, the crops fall short, for it is in this month, immediately after the first waters, that the principal plantations of it are made. The Brazilians have a peculiar name for each part of this plant. The root is called mandioca, the stalk, maniva, the leaves, manisoba, and the juice, manipoeira. There is one species of the plant of which the juice is harmless. It bears the name of macaxeira. Its root never grows to a great size, and it is therefore rather planted as an article of luxury than as regular food. From this species, less juice is extracted than from the roots of equal dimensions of any of the other kinds of mandioc. The rind of those species of mandioc, which are in general use, is of a dark brown color, but there is one kind of which the rind is white. The most expensive part of the process of making the flour of the mandioc consists in disengaging the rind from the root. This is done with difficulty by means of a piece of a broken blunt knife, a sharp pebble, or a small shell, which one of each person is supplied. In this work, a considerable number of persons must be occupied to furnish employment to the wheel which grinds the root. This wheel is placed in a frame, and a handle is fixed to it on each side, by which it may be turned by two men, one of them working at each of the handles. A trough stands under the wheel, and the wheel is cased in copper, which is made rough by means of holes punched in it. The sides of the holes are not filed smooth. The mandioc is thrust against the wheel whilst it is turned with great velocity, and being by this means ground, it falls into the trough underneath. From hence the ground pulp is put into a press that the juice may be extracted, and after it has undergone sufficient pressure, the pulp or paste, massa, is removed onto a hot hearth upon which a person is employed to keep it in continual motion, that it may not be burnt. When quite crisp, it is taken off the hearth, and on being suffered to cool, is in a state to be made use of. There is another mode of preparing the mandioc for food. It is put into water in a paneer or closed basket, and is allowed to remain there for some days, until the root becomes soft, from which the mandioc, when it is in this state, is called mandioca mole. It is prepared in this manner for the purpose of making cakes, etc., but not generally for food. I tried to introduce the farinha, made from steeped mandioc, among the slaves whilst I resided at Jaguaribe. The flour which was made from it was much finer than that which is obtained in the usual manner, but the Negroes did not like it so well, and I did not think it wholesome for them on consideration, and therefore the old way was continued. The mandioc must have made a certain advance toward putrefaction before it becomes sufficiently soft to be bruised, and this cannot fail, I should suppose, to be injurious. The smell from the mandioca mole is extremely offensive, and is one of the annoyances in walking the streets of Recife in which it is sold. The smell is, however, entirely removed after the farinha has been some minutes upon the oven. The cocoa tree. The sandy soils of the coast in which this plant seems to delight would, if they were not cultivated with it, remain almost useless, for from the produce which the cocoa tree yields, they are rendered very valuable. The lands which are occupied by this plant alone yield a settled income to the owners of them without much labor, whilst the cultivation of any other requires considerable toil. However, the long period of from 5 to 7 years, which the tree requires before it bears fruit, cannot fail to be considered as a drawback upon the profits which it ultimately affords, and upon the great age to which it arrives. However, perhaps there are few trees of equal size that yield fruit in so short a period. It is a most valuable production, of which every part is appropriated to some useful purpose. The Brazilians say that it affords them both food and shelter. Of the trunk and of the leaves, their huts are built. Of its fibrous roots, baskets are made, and cordage of the outward husk. Its fruit renders them meat and drink, and an excellent oil is likewise to be obtained by skimming the juice which may be pressed from the pulp. The cocoa is in general use in cookery among all ranks of people, and it forms one of the chief articles of internal trade. When a plantation of this tree is about to be established, the ripe cocoas, from which the plants are to be reared, are placed in the ground, about 12 inches below the surface, in long and almost united rows, for the convenience of being watered. They are frequently placed in this manner, under the eaves of houses, which saves much trouble, for by the accumulation of water from the housetop, each shower of rain produces sufficient moisture, and the owner is relieved from any farther trouble in this respect. At the expiration of 5 months, the shoots began to make their appearance above ground, and at the end of 12 months from the time that the cocoas were first put into the earth, the young plants may be removed. They are then placed at the distance of 8 or 10 yards from each other upon the land that has been cleared for the purpose of receiving them. As soon as they have once taken root, and by far the major part of them fail not so to do, very little care is necessary. They must, however, be preserved tolerably free from brushwood, at least during the first years, and indeed at all times the fruitfulness of the tree will be increased if it is allowed its due space. The carapato, or castor tree. This plant, as well as the cocoa, may be reared in sandy soils, but it will flourish with more luxuriance upon those that are of a richer kind. The oil which is extracted from the seed is in general used for lamps and other purposes, but neither is it eaten nor known as a medicine. It is, however, administered as an outward application. It is given to animals that have drank the juice of the manioc and is sometimes successful in forcing the poison back from the stomach. The plant is much cultivated, but it is frequently to be seen growing spontaneously. Brazil wood. The wood from which is extracted the beautiful red dye, which is so much esteemed in Europe, is, I believe, generally supposed to be peculiar. Footnote. Mr. Clarkson, in his work on the impolicy of the slave trade, page 13 and 14, mentions that a small billet was brought to England from the coast of Africa among a parcel of barwood, that it was found to produce a color that emulated the carmine, which was deemed to be so valuable in the dyeing trade that an offer was immediately made of 60 guineas per ton for any quantity that could be procured. Close footnote. To the country to which it has given a name. Footnote. History of Brazil, Volume 1, page 19. Close footnote. It is often called, in Pernambuco, from whence I imagine that it is exclusively exported, baum da rainha, or queen's wood, owing to the circumstances of the trade in it being a government monopoly, and it is exported to Europe on account of the crown. No care has been taken to prevent a scarcity of the wood, and indeed its ultimate extirpation. It is cut down unmercifully wherever it is met with by the officers who are appointed for this purpose, without any regard being paid to the size of the tree. No plantations have been formed of it, and consequently it is now rarely to be seen within many leagues of the coast. The labor which is required in obtaining it is now considerable, for the weight of the wood renders its conveyance very difficult upon the backs of horses, and this is the only manner in which it can be carried. The pay which is given by the government to the carriers is below the usual rate for work equally laborious, and therefore a wide source of oppression is afforded. The carrier receives with his load a slip of paper declaring the weight of the wood which he is conveying. This is to be presented by him at the Intendencia da Marinha, or dockyard at Recife, and he must await until the wood is again weighed, and the paper again countersigned before he can return home. These men are delayed sometimes for several days before they are permitted to return, and they find that it is in their interest to make many presents to their inferior officers, that they may be quickly dispatched. Here the old system of indifference to what is just still most glaringly continues. This account of the treatment of the men who convey the wood I received from several who have been employed in the business. If the trade in the wood was to be laid open, it would only tend to its scarcity still more speedily than under the existing system. But as soon as it became scarce, it would be rendered an object worthy of cultivation. However, as long as it is to be obtained in its wild state and enormous profits can be made, the government will probably continue to supply the market on their own account. Every sugar plantation might cultivate a great number of these trees without any additional land being required to be cleared for the purpose of planting them. The fences of the cercados or fields might be strengthened by the addition of the Brazil inserted at intervals instead of other trees being used in this way. I never saw the plant, but I have heard it described in the following manner. It is not a lofty tree, and at a short distance from the ground, innumerable branches spring forth and extend in every direction in a straggling, irregular, and unpleasing manner. Practice is requisite to obtain the knowledge of the tree, for the valuable portion of it is the heart, and the outward coat of wood has not any peculiarity. The leaves are small and never cover the branches luxuriantly. Footnote. Labat is much enraged in his works of the Voyage des Chevaliers des Marchais à Caen, etc., at the idea of the Portuguese monopolizing the trade in Brazil wood by persuading all the world that the only true wood came from Pernambuco, or Pernambuco, as he calls it. He imagines that the Brazil is the same as the logwood. Close footnote. The tatajuba, or fusti. This is a species of wood producing a yellow dye, which is well known in England. It is a spontaneous growth. A demand has lately been made for it, and destruction has followed wherever the plant can be met with. The feijão, or kidney bean, is planted in April and May with the mandioc. It is much used in the neighborhood of the coast by the free part of the population, but it is not produced in sufficient quantities to form a common food for the Negroes. When it is cooked with the juice of the pulp of the coconut, it makes a most excellent dish. In the cotton districts, it forms one of the chief articles of the Negro's food. Milho, or maize, is planted with mandioc, and sometimes in the cane fields. But as the best crop is obtained by planting it with the mandioc in January, few persons sow it at any other time. In the inland districts, it is sown with the cotton, and in such situations yields more plentifully than in the lands which border upon the coast. Boiled maize is a common breakfast for the slaves in the cotton districts. The dish resembles thick pea soup, and is far from being unpalatable if sugar or treacle is added. The people call it angu de milho. The banana plant is too well known to take up much space here. There are in Pernambuco 3 species of it: the banana curta, or short banana. This is a small fruit, not exceeding 2 inches in length. The banana comprida, or long banana, which is the plantain. And lately, the 3rd species has been introduced and has obtained the strange name of the banana de 4 vintimes, or 4 vintimes banana, because the clusters of the fruit are so large that each cluster may be sold for 4 vintimes rather than 5 pennies. I do not think that as much utility is derived from the plant as it is capable of affording. It is not so generally used as a food by the Negroes as it ought to be. The banana curta with dry farinha is a common breakfast among people of color. The patatas. Of these, there are several species, but that which I had the most opportunities of seeing was the patata roxa, or purple potato, which is so called from the purple tinge of the pulp after it has been boiled. This is the best of the tribe. The taste is pleasant, and would be still more so if it was not rather sweet. The patata is a creeping plant, and is reproduced from the roots, or from the sprouts of the branches. If the branches of roots that have been pulled up remain upon the ground, and a shower of rain falls soon after they have been broken off, their vegetation will recommence. The patatas are at present planted more as a luxury for the planter's house than as food for the Negroes. But I do not think that there is any plant which is more capable, or even so capable, of affording assistance to the mandioc as this, and perhaps it might supply its place. The mandioc should be supplanted, if anything else could be discovered, to answer the purpose of a staple article of food, for it is uncertain in yielding its crops and requires the best land. To neither of these disadvantages would, I rather think, the patata be found subject. The European potato has been planted in several instances at Pernambuco. The first crop was as well tasted as the roots from which it was produced, but the potatoes were small. A second crop, being obtained from the same family of roots, has been sweetish, and on advancing, the potatoes become still more similar to the patata of the country. Yet the plants appear to be totally different from each other, for the Brazil patata, or potato, is produced from a creeper. Tobacco is planted upon almost all the sugar plantations, and by a majority of persons of the lower classes for their own use. A considerable quantity is imported from the southern provinces of Brazil into Pernambuco. The ants do not molest the plant, but in the parts of the country which are much infested by these insects, the peasants mix the seed of the tobacco with wood ashes before they strew with it the ground which they are about to sow. The ants have an antipathy to the ashes, and thus the seed is preserved. Rice is very little cultivated in Pernambuco, but at Maranhão it forms the second object of trade. The use of it in Pernambuco is inconsiderable from the idea that it is unwholesome for the Negroes, and indeed I never met with any of the Africans who preferred it to other kinds of food. Coffee and cacao are yet planted as experiments, for their introduction into Pernambuco is recent. Ipecacuana. Although this is at present only to be found in a wild state, I've inserted it here, for it must shortly take its place among cultivated plants. The small quantity exported is procured by the Indians and other persons of the same rank and habits of life in the thickest woods. It thrives most in the shade. The plant is destroyed also by many of the larger kinds of game, to which it serves as food. There are two species of it which are distinguished by the names of white and black Ipecacuana. The latter is that which is used for medicinal purposes in Europe. Footnote. Labat is angry at a notion which was entertained in his time by some people, that the black Ipecacuana was only to be found near the gold mines in the interior of Rio de Janeiro. He speaks of a third species of Ipecacuana which he distinguishes by the epithet of gris, and he likewise mentions the white kind. Both of these, he says, answer the same purpose as the black, but a larger dose is required. Nouveau Voyage, etc. Tome 6, page 29. Close footnote. The white is used by the Brazilians in colds and coughs, and is taken to purify the blood after a fever. Ginger is indigenous, but it is now rarely to be found in the wild state. Footnote. Vieira, in his letters, mentions a received tradition that Emmanuel ordered all the spice plants to be rooted up, lest the Indian trade should be injured, and the ginger was the only spice which escaped because it was underground. He does not appear to have recollected the impossibility of carrying such an order into effect on the continent. History of Brazil, Volume 1, note to page 32. Dr. Arruda alludes to this order in his Discurso sobre a utilidade da instituição de jardins, etc. And he adds that a few cinnamon trees at Pernambuco escaped as well as the ginger. Page 8. Close footnote. The white ginger is that which is in general use. Malagueta pepper is a small shrub which is to be seen under the eaves of almost every cottage. The pods are of a bright scarlet color, of about 1 inch in length and 1/4 in breadth. It is a hardy plant, for although it droops under excessive drought, it is seldom destroyed by it. Often are to be seen at the same time and upon the same bush the blossoms in the green and the ripe scarlet pods. Wherever the shrub springs up, care is taken of it, for the people of all ranks are from habit almost unable to eat their food without the malagueta. The pods are bruised when about to be used, and either form an ingredient in every dish, or they are served up in all the sauces. Footnote. On one article, guinea grains or malagueta pepper, the duty has been doubled, not with a view of increasing the revenue, but of operating as a prohibition of the use of it, as it is supposed to have been extensively employed in the brewing of malt liquor. The directors, however, have great reason to doubt the existence of the deleterious qualities ascribed to this drug, as they find it to be universally esteemed in Africa one of the most wholesome of spices, and generally used by the natives to season their food. Fourth report of the directors of the African Institution, page 16. If this article and the Malagueta of Brazil are the same, I should be strongly inclined to agree with the report, and indeed I conceive that it is not only harmless, but extremely wholesome. A decoction of the pods is used among the peasantry as an injection in anguish disorders. Close footnote. The pimenta de cheiro, or scented pepper, is likewise common, but it requires more care in rearing, and is a smaller shrub than the malagueta. The pods are of a bright red in general, but sometimes they are naturally of a pale yellow color. They are round and about the size of a crab apple. Tea is stated to be indigenous in Brazil. A priest of considerable reputation as a botanist told me that he had discovered this plant in the neighborhood of Olinda, but afterwards again he informed me that he was afraid he had been too sanguine. Horticulture has of late years been rapidly improving, and the markets of Recife are now well supplied with vegetables and roots. The gardeners are chiefly Portuguese from the provinces of the mother country, or from the Azores. Peas, cabbages, and several other kinds of European vegetables and roots are to be purchased, besides others which are peculiar to the country, such as mango beans and yams. The European onion produces a small root of an oblong form, which is known in Pernambuco under the name of cebolinho, as the diminutive of cebola, an onion. The vine is to be seen in many of the gardens in the neighborhood of Recife and Olinda, and formerly there were a great many at Conception, upon the island of Itamaracá, but a few now remain. No wine is made. The fruit trees are some of those which are common to the southern parts of Europe, such as the orange, the fig, and others, but no olives. Besides these, there are the manga, the jack, and a numerous list, some of which have been mentioned incidentally in the course of this volume. But I have tarried already too long upon this branch of my subject. I must now proceed to something else. End of section 9.
Que foco seria essencial. Que saber a data do descobrimento
Section
do Brasil
10
poderia
of
até
Travels
importar,
in Brazil,
mas que ter controle
Volume
sobre
2
meu
by Henry
comportamento
Coster.
e minhas emoções
This
seria
LibriVox
muito mais
reporting is in the
importante.
public domain.
Que deveria aprender a planejar,
Chapter 6.
mas que ainda mais importante do que
The
isso
free
seria aprender a
population.
executar muito bem o que foi planejado.
The insufficiency of the population of Portugal to the almost unbounded plans of the rulers of that kingdom has, in all probability, saved her South American possessions from the dreadful contests which are to be apprehended in the neighboring Spanish colonies between the Creole white inhabitants and those of color. The struggle yet rages with exterminating violence between the descendants of Europeans born in South America and the natives of old Spain. But when this is at an end, another, equally, if not more destructive, is to be looked for between the former and their countrymen of mixed caste. The appeal which the Creole whites have made to the people, and the declarations which they have publicly set forth, of directing their proceedings by their voice, the exposure of those abstract principles of government which are so delightful in theory, but so difficult of execution, will most probably bring down upon their heads the destruction which has thus been quoted. In the Portuguese South American dominions, circumstances have directed that there should be no division of caste, and very few of these degrading and most galling distinctions which have been made by all other nations in the management of their colonies. That this was not intended by the mother country, but was rather submitted to from necessity, is to be discovered in some few regulations which plainly show that if Portugal could have preserved the superiority of the whites, she would, as well as her neighbors, have established laws for this purpose. The rulers of Portugal wished to colonize to an unlimited extent, but their country did not contain a population sufficiently numerous for their magnificent plans. Emigrants left their own country to settle in the New World, who were literally adventurers, for they had not any settled plans of life, and they were without families. Persons of established habits, who had the wish to follow any of the ordinary means of gaining a livelihood, found employment at home. Neither could Portugal spare them, nor did they wish to leave their native soil. There was no superabundance of population, and therefore every man might find occupation at home, if he had steadiness to look for it. There was no division in political or religious opinion. There was no necessity for emigration, save that which was urged by crimes. Thus the generality of the men who embarked in the expeditions which were fitted out for Brazil were unaccompanied by females, and therefore naturally on their arrival in that country they married or irregularly connected themselves with Indian women, and subsequently with those of Africa. It is true that orphan girls were sent out by the government of Portugal. Footnote, History of Brazil, Volume 1, page 216. Close
entender que
footnote.
mais importante do que a quantidade de
But
dinheiro que
these
eu
were
poderia ter
necessarily
seria a
few in
minha
number.
forma de pensar e
In the
agir em
course of
relação ao
another
dinheiro.
generation,
Que
the
cada de
colonists
nós
married the
ser
women
muito
of
mais
mixed
poderoso do que
castes,
pensa.
owing
Que
to the
aquela criança que
impossibility
eu era
of
como aluno
obtaining those of
poderia
their own
ser
color,
o que quisesse
and
quando
the frequency
crescesse.
of the custom
E que no
and the
fim nem
silence of the
precisaria
laws
esperar
upon the
crescer.
subject
Já poderia criar
removed
meu
all
futuro
ideas
desde
of
cedo. Que
degradation
desculpas
in thus
perpetuam a
connecting themselves.
mediocridade. Que pessoas
Still,
que
the
fracassam
European
vivem
notions of
reclamando,
superiority
acusando ou
were
dando
not
desculpas,
entirely laid
enquanto
aside,
pessoas de sucesso
and these
vivem
caused the
decidindo,
passing some
planejando e
regulations
realizando.
by
Que
which
pessoas
white
especiais
persons were
alcançam
to enjoy
resultados
certain
especiais e que
privileges.
todos somos
Thus,
especiais.
although the
Que o
form
maior
of trial
problema
for
que
all
o prejuízo
castes is the
pode nos
same,
trazer é o de
in
não
certain
aprendermos
places
a lição que
only
ele
can
nos traz.
capital punishments be
Automotivação.
inflicted
Que
upon
eu
the
não
favored
deveria
race.
esperar que alguém me
The
motivasse.
people of
Que eu
color are
teria
not
sempre uma
eligible for
energia
some of the
própria
chief
para me motivar.
offices of
Que o
government,
estímulo deveria
nor
vir
can they
sempre de
become
mim
members
e
of
não
the
dos
priesthood.
outros. Que deveria aprender
From the
muito sobre
mildness of the
comunicação
laws,
e
however,
reduziria
the
muito a
mixed
chance de
castes
criar
have gained
problemas na minha
ground
carreira e
considerably.
nos meus
The
relacionamentos. Que
regulations
deveria
which
aprender a
exist
aprender desde
against them are
cedo e aprender
evaded,
muito
or
sobre
rather
isso,
they have
pois
become
passaria a vida
obsolete.
vendendo, no mínimo,
Perhaps the
vendendo
heroic
ideias.
conduct
Que o
of
mundo sempre
Camarão
seria
and
como eu pensasse que ele
Henrique
é.
Diaz, the
Que minha
Indian and
forma de
Negro
pensar
chieftains,
definiria
in the
minha forma
famous
de
and most
enxergar tudo.
interesting
Que
contest
mindset
between the
adequado é
Pernambucans
essencial.
and the Dutch,
O modelo
and the
mental
honors
mudaria tudo.
subsequently
Que
granted
mais
by the Crown
importante do
of
que tudo que
Portugal
acontecesse
to
na minha
both of them,
vida seria
may
a
have led
forma
to the
como eu
exaltation of
reagiria
the
a
general
tudo que
character of the
acontecesse.
much injured
Que eu poderia
varieties
definir
of
qual
the human
significado
species
daria
of
para
which
cada
they were
acontecimento
members.
a cada momento. Que
Familiarity
mindset
between
é
the chieftains
contagioso.
of the several corps
Que eu deveria
must be
andar
the
e seguir
consequence
pessoas com
of
bons
their
pensamentos, bons
embarkation
comportamentos
in the
e
same
bons
cause,
resultados.
when
E
the
então
war is
ficaria muito
one of
mais fácil eu me
skirmishes
tornar
or
uma delas.
ambuscades
Que eu seria
or
sempre
continual
a média
alarm,
das 5 pessoas com quem
of
eu mais
assistance
andaria.
constantly
Que eu
afforded to
poderia
each
superar
other.
medos agindo.
A
Que o
patriotic
medo é como
war
uma fumaça,
against a
uma
foreign
névoa,
invader,
que se fico
in which
parado,
difference
vai
of religion
subindo e
exists,
acaba
and
tampando
each
minha
party
visão.
mortally
Mas quando
hates
começa a
the
me
other.
movimentar, ela não apresenta
On these
resistência. E
occasions,
se
all
dou
men
alguns
are equal,
passos,
and he
saio dela
only
com
is
facilidade.
superior whose
Que a
strength and
melhor
whose
forma de vencer
activity
o medo
surpasses
sempre
that of
seria
others.
agindo. Que
The
conhecimento seria
amalgamation of
importante,
castes
mas
which are
conhecimento
caused
sozinho
by this
só me faria
consciousness
enxergar
of
mais longe.
equality could not
Que
have had a
vontade
fairer
é que me
field
tiraria
for
do
its full
lugar.
accomplishment
Só
than the war
conhecimento
to
me
which I
faria ser
have
farol
alluded,
na praia.
and the
Eu iluminaria
friendships which
longe,
were
mas eu
formed
ficaria
under these
estático. Só
circumstances
vontade
would
me
not
faria
easily
andar,
be broken
mas sem
off.
enxergar o que estaria na minha
Although
frente.
the parties who
Que
had been so
conhecimento com
united might have
vontade me
been, in
fariam
their
alcançar o que eu
situations in
quisesse.
life, very
Que a
far removed
diferença
from
entre
each
o que eu
other,
era e a
still
pessoa
the
que ganhava 100 vezes
participation
mais
of equal
era que
danger
ele sabia
must
alguma
render
coisa mais
dear
do
the
que eu, e
companions
então
in
colocava em
peril,
prática.
and make the feelings,
Então eu deveria
which had
aprender,
been
buscar
roused on these
conhecimento até
occasions,
saber o que ele
of
sabia,
long duration.
conhecimento relevante,
They would continue
algo
to act
além de
long
entender
after the
equações
cessation of the
limitosas,
series
e
of
então colocar em
occurrences
prática.
which
E eu
had
deveria
called them
muitas
forth.
vezes fazer menos e não
The
mais.
free
Escolher a
population of
coisa que
Brazil at the
realmente
present
faria
time
diferença para
consists
alcançar o
of
que eu quisesse
Europeans,
e dizer não para as
Brazilians,
outras.
that is,
Que
white persons
foco
born
seria
in Brazil,
essencial. Que saber a
mulattoes,
data
that
do
is, the
descobrimento do
mixed
Brasil
caste
poderia
between
até
the whites
importar,
and blacks,
mas que ter
and all
controle
the
sobre meu
varieties into which
comportamento
it can
e minhas
branch,
emoções seria muito mais
Mamelucos, that is,
importante,
the
sempre.
mixed caste between the
Que
whites and
deveria
Indians,
aprender a
and
planejar,
all its
mas que ainda
varieties.
mais importante do que isso
Indians in a
seria aprender a
domesticated
executar
state,
muito
who
bem o
were
que foi
generally
planejado.
called
Que
caboclos,
nós é
and
que
those who
mandamos na
still
nossa
remain
mente.
in a
E ela
savage state,
normalmente vai tentar
and
nos
are
deixar
generally
na zona
called
de conforto e
tapuyas,
vai arrumar argumentos para
Negroes
nos
born in
limitar,
Brazil,
para
and
nos deixar
manumitted
onde
Africans.
estamos, onde é mais
Lastly,
seguro. Que
mestizos, that
podemos
is,
e
the mixed
devemos
caste between
confrontá-la.
the
E
Indians
isso
and
seria
Negroes.
essencial para crescer. Que o que fazemos com o
Of
nosso
slaves
corpo,
I shall
nossa
speak
postura e
by and
hábitos
by more
mudariam
at
o nosso
large.
estado
These
mental
are
e
African,
isso seria
Creole
determinante,
Negroes,
pois assim
mulattoes,
nós
and
poderíamos
mestizos.
influenciar diretamente nosso
The
ânimo.
maxim of the civil
Que eu
law,
poderia construir sorte
partis
sempre que eu
sequitur
quisesse. Bastaria
ventrum,
me preparar
is in
ainda
force here
mais.
as well as
Que eu
in the
sempre
colonies of
precisaria
other
sempre
nations.
ser antes de querer
These
ter.
several
Que
mixtures of
deveria
the human
aprender
race have
bastante
their
sobre
shades of
intuição.
difference of
Que não
character as
precisaria
well
me
as
importar
color.
tanto com a religião,
First, we must
mas
treat
que
of the
deveria
whites,
aprender muito sobre
the Europeans
espiritualidade.
who
Pois
are
isso
not in
mudaria tudo.
office or who are
Que em
not
vez de ficar
military
tentando
men,
saber qual
are
seria meu
generally
propósito
speaking
nesta vida, eu
adventurers who
deveria
have
criar
arrived
algo
in
que
that
tivesse
country
algum
with little
propósito
or
nesta
no
vida.
capital.
Que a escola
These
não me
men
ensinaria
commenced their career in low situations of life, but by parsimony and continual exertion, directed to one end, that of amassing money, they often attain their object and pass the evening of their lives in opulence. These habits fail not, oftentimes, to give a bias to their dispositions, which is unallied to generosity and liberality. They look down upon the Brazilians, or rather they wish to consider themselves superior to them, and until lately the government took no pains to remove the jealousy which existed between the two descriptions of white persons, and even now not so much attention is paid to the subject as its great importance seems to require. Footnote: the majority of the clergy of Pernambuco, both regular and secular, are of Brazilian parentage. The governor is an European, and so are the major part of the chief officers, civil, military, and ecclesiastical. But the bishop is a Brazilian, and so is the ouvidor. Close footnote. The Brazilian white man of large property, who draws his descent from the first donatory of a province, or whose family has for some generations enjoyed distinction, entertains a high opinion of his own importance, which may sometimes appear ridiculous, but which much oftener leads him to acts of generosity, to the adoption of liberal ideas, to honorable conduct. If he has been well educated, and has had the good fortune to have been instructed by a priest whose ideas are enlightened, who gives a proper latitude for difference of opinion, who tolerates as he is tolerated, then the character of a young Brazilian exhibits much to admire. Surrounded by numerous relatives and by his immediate dependents, living in a vast and half-civilized country, he is endued with much independence of language and behavior, which are softened by the subordination which has been imbibed during the course of education. That this is general, I pretend not to say. Few persons are instructed in a proper manner, and again few are those who profit by the education which they have received. But more numerous are the individuals who now undergo necessary tuition, for powerful motives have arisen to urge the attainment of knowledge. I have often heard it observed, and I cannot help saying that I think some truth is to be attached to the remark, in the country of which I am now treating, that women are usually less lenient to their slaves than men, but this doubtless proceeds from the ignorant state in which they are brought up. They scarcely receive any education, and have not the advantages of obtaining instruction from communication with persons who are unconnected with their own way of life, of imbibing new ideas from general conversation. They are born, bred, and continue surrounded by slaves without receiving any check, with high notions of superiority, without any thought that what they do is wrong. Bring these women forward, educate them, treat them as rational, as equal beings, and they will be in no respect inferior to their countrymen. The fault is not with the sex, but in the state of the human being. As soon as a child begins to crawl, a slave of about its own age and of the same sex is given to it as a playfellow, or rather as a plaything. They grow up together, and the slave is made the stock upon which the young owner gives vent to passion. The slave is sent upon all errands, and receives the blame of unfortunate accidents. In fact, the white child is thus encouraged to be overbearing, owing to the false fondness of its parents. Upon the boys, the effect is less visible in after life, because the world curbs and checks them. But the girls do not stir from home, and therefore have no opportunities of wearing off these pernicious habits. It is only surprising that so many excellent women should be found among them, and by no means strange that the disposition of some of them should be injured by this unfortunate direction of their infant years. As vegetation rapidly advances in such climates, so the animal sooner arrives at maturity than in those of less genial warmth. And here again education is rendered doubly necessary to lead the mind to new ideas, to curb the passions, to give a sense of honor, and to instill feelings of that species of pride which is so necessary to a becoming line of conduct. The state of society, the climate, and the celibacy of the numerous priesthood caused the number of illegitimate children to be very great. But here the polo dos injetados, and a custom which shows the natural goodness of the people, prevent the frequent occurrence of infanticide, or rather render it almost unknown. An infant is frequently during the night laid on the door of a rich person, and on being discovered in the morning is taken in, and is almost invariably allowed to remain. It is brought up with the children of the house, if its color is not too dark to admit of this, certainly as a dependent, but not as a servant. However, a considerable tinge of color will not prevent it from being reared with white children. These injetados, or rejected ones, as individuals who are so circumstanced are called, are frequently to be met with, and I heard of few exceptions to the general kindness with which they are treated. Public feeling is much against the refusing to accept and rear an injetado. The owner of a house who is in easy circumstances and yet sends the infant from his own door to the public institution which is provided for its reception is generally spoken of in terms of indignation. Sometimes a poor man will find one of these presents at his door, and he will generally place it at the landholder's threshold on the following night. This is accounted excusable and even meritorious, for at the great house the child has nearly a certainty of being well taken care of. I've observed that, generally speaking, Europeans are less indulgent to their slaves than Brazilians. The former feed them well, but they require from the poor wretches more labor than they can perform, whilst the latter allow the affairs of their estates to continue in the way in which they have been accustomed to be directed. This difference between the two descriptions of owners is easily accounted for. The European has probably purchased part of his slaves on credit, and has, during the whole course of his life, made the accumulation of riches his chief object. The Brazilian inherits this estate, and as nothing urges him to the necessity of obtaining large profits, he continues the course that has been pointed out to him by the former possessors. His habits of quietude and indolence have led him to be easy and indifferent, and although he may not provide for the maintenance of his slaves with so much care as the European, still they find more time to seek for food themselves. That avaricious spirit which deliberately works a man or a brute animal. Footnote: our wicked stagecoach and post-chaise system. Close quote. Until it is unfit for farther service, without any regard to the well-being of the creature, which is thus treated as a mere machine, as if it was formed of wood or iron, is, however, seldom to be met with in those parts of the country which I visited. Instances of cruelty occur, as has been and will yet be seen, but these proceed from individual depravity, and not from systematic, cold-blooded, calculating indifference to the means by which a desired end is to be compassed. Notwithstanding the relationship of the mulattoes on one side of the black race, they consider themselves superior to the Mamelucos. They lean to the whites, and from the light in which the Indians are held, pride themselves upon being totally unconnected with them. Still, the mulattoes are conscious of their connection with men who are in a state of slavery, and that many persons, even of their own color, are under these degraded circumstances. They have therefore always a feeling of inferiority in the company of white men, if these white men are wealthy and powerful. This inferiority of rank is not so much felt by white persons in the lower walks of life, and these are more easily led to become familiar with individuals of their own color who are in wealthy circumstances. Still, the inferiority which the mulatto feels is more that which is produced by poverty than that which his color has caused, for he will be equally respectful to a person of his own caste who may happen to be rich. Footnote: the term of señor or señora is made use of to all free persons, whites, mulattoes, and blacks. And in speaking to a freeman of whatever class or color, the manner of address is the same. Dr. Pinkard says in his notes on the West Indies, the title of Mrs. seems to be reserved solely for the ladies from Europe and the white Creoles, and to form a distinction between them and the women of color of all classes and descriptions. Close footnote. The degraded state of the people of color in the British colonies is most lamentable. Footnote: I refer the reader to Edwards' History of the West Indies, Volume 2. Close footnote. In Brazil, even the trifling regulations which exist against them remain unattended to, and mulatto enters into holy orders or is appointed a magistrate, his papers stating him to be a white man, but his appearance plainly denoting the contrary. In conversing on one occasion with a man of color who was in my service, I asked if a certain Capitão Moore was not a mulatto man. He answered he was, but is not now. Footnote: era, porém já não é. Close footnote. I begged him to explain. When he added, can a Capitão Moore be a mulatto man? Footnote: pois, senhor, Capitão Moore hoje ser mulatto?
que a diferença
Close
entre o que eu
footnote.
era e a pessoa que ganhava
I
100
was
vezes mais
intimately
era que
acquainted
ele
with a
sabia alguma
priest
coisa mais
whose
do que eu.
complexion
E
and
então
hair
colocava em
plainly
prática.
denoted from whence he
Então eu
drew his
deveria aprender,
origin.
buscar
I liked him
conhecimento
much.
até saber o que ele
He
sabia.
was a
Conhecimento
well-educated and
relevante.
intelligent
Algo
man.
além de entender
Besides
equações
this individual
limitosas. E
instance,
então
I
colocar em
met with
prática.
several
Que eu deveria
others of the
muitas
same
vezes fazer
description.
menos e não mais.
The
Escolher a
regiments of
coisa que
militia,
realmente
which are
faria
called
diferença para
mulatto
alcançar o que eu
regiments,
quisesse.
are
E
so
dizer
named
não
from
para
all
as
the
outras.
officers
Que
and men
foco
being of
seria
mixed
essencial.
castes.
Que saber a
Nor
data
can
do
white
descobrimento do
persons be
Brasil
admitted
poderia
into
até
them.
importar, mas que ter
The
controle
principal
sobre meu
officers are men of
comportamento e minhas
property,
emoções
and the
seria
colonel,
muito
like
mais
the commander of
importante,
any other
sempre.
regiment, is
Que
only
deveria aprender a
amenable to
planejar,
the governor
mas
of
que
the
ainda mais
province.
importante do que isso
In the white
seria aprender
militia
a executar
regiments,
muito
the
bem o
officers
que foi
ought to be
planejado.
by law
Que
white men,
nós é que mandamos
but
na
in
nossa mente.
practice they are
E ela
rather
normalmente vai
reputed
tentar
white
nos
men,
deixar na
for
zona
very
de
little
conforto.
pains are
E
taken
vai
to
arrumar
prove that there
argumentos
is no
para nos
mixture of
limitar,
blood.
para nos deixar
Great
onde
numbers of the
estamos,
soldiers
onde é mais
belonging to the
seguro, que
regiments which are
podemos e devemos
officered by white
confrontá-la.
men
E isso
are
seria essencial
mulattoes
para
and
crescer.
other
Que o
persons
que
of color.
fazemos com o nosso corpo, nossa
The
postura e
regiments of
hábitos
the line,
mudariam o nosso
likewise,
estado
as
mental,
I have
e isso
elsewhere
seria
said,
determinante, pois
admitted to
assim
the
nós
ranks all
poderíamos
persons
influenciar
excepting
diretamente
Negroes
nosso
and
ânimo.
Indians.
Que eu
But
poderia
the
construir
officers of these
sorte
must prove
sempre que eu
nobility
quisesse.
of birth.
Bastaria me preparar ainda
However, as
mais.
certain
Que eu
degrees of
sempre
nobility
precisaria
have been
sempre
conferred
ser
upon
antes de
persons
querer
in
ter.
whose
E deveria
family there
aprender
is much
bastante sobre
mixture of blood.
intuição, que não
This proof
precisaria me
cannot be
importar tanto
regarded
com a
as being
religião,
required
mas que
against the
deveria aprender
mulatto
muito
or
sobre
mameluco
espiritualidade,
part of the
pois isso mudaria
population.
tudo. Que em
Thus,
vez de
an
ficar tentando
European
saber qual seria
adventurer
meu
could not
propósito
obtain a
nesta vida,
commission
eu
in
deveria
these
criar algo
regiments,
que tivesse algum
whilst a
propósito
Brazilian,
nesta vida.
whose
Que a
family has
escola não me
distinguished
ensinaria boa
itself in
parte
the
das coisas
province
que eu
in former
realmente deveria
times,
aprender para
will
ser uma
prove
pessoa
his
bem-sucedida na
eligibility
vida.
without
Pense que
regard to the blood
provavelmente
which
várias das
runs in his
profissões
veins.
mais
He is
desejadas
noble,
ou que
let
mais
that flow
pagam
from
em
whence it may.
2026 nem existem
Footnote.
hoje. Como uma
To this
escola vai te
statement,
preparar
some
para elas se
explanation
ensinar
is
agora como se
necessary,
ensinava em
owing to the
1950?
regulations
Não
of the
precisamos de
Portuguese
trivial,
military
precisamos de
service.
escolas que ensinam
Privates are
comportamental.
sometimes raised to
Precisamos ler
commissions
em
by
casa
the
e fazer um
intermediate
trabalho
steps of
prático na sala
corporals,
de aula, ou no jardim
quartermasters,
fora
and
da sala.
sergeants.
Precisamos de
These men
escolas com
gain their
mais likes e
incenses
menos
without
notas,
any
com mais
relation to their
sonhos
birth.
e menos fórmulas.
And though a decidedly dark-colored mulatto might not be so raised, a European of low birth would. It is to enable a man to become a cadet and then an officer without serving in the ranks that requires nobility of birth.
O que você não aprendeu na
Close
escola
footnote.
e deveria aprender já.
The late
Pois não
colonel
vou
of
te
the
ensinar.
mulatto regiment
Versão
of Recife,
2016
by
da minha
name
lista sobre o que a
Nogueira,
escola não
went to
ensina e
Lisbon
deveria
and
ensinar.
returned to
Assuntos que
Pernambuco
não
with the
aprendi
Order of
em
Christ,
escola alguma
which
e
the
passei
Queen
por
had
várias,
conferred upon
aprendi
him.
depois em outros lugares, como
Footnote.
livros, seminários,
The
cursos
son of
online,
this man
ou
is a
convivendo com
priest.
amigos bem-sucedidos,
Close footnote.
que na minha opinião são
A
determinantes
chief
para o
person
sucesso.
of one of the provinces
Que eu
is the
deveria
son
sonhar
of a
alto,
white man
então
and a
deveria
woman of
duplicar
color.
esse sonho,
He has
transformar isso em
received an
metas
excellent
e ir atrás
education
delas com
and
persistência.
is of generous
Que ainda mais
disposition
importante
and
do que alcançar as
entertains
metas que eu
most
deveria
liberal
perseguir
views upon
seria
all
a pessoa
subjects.
que eu me
He
transformaria
has been
criando
made
o
a colonel,
hábito de ir
and a
atrás
degree
delas.
of
Que eu não
nobility has
escolho
been
meu
conferred
futuro,
upon
mas
him.
escolho meus hábitos.
Likewise,
Que
the
meus
regent
hábitos
is
definiriam
sponsor
meu
to one
futuro.
of his children.
Que eu poderia
Many
sempre
other
escolher entre ser
instances may be
criador ou
mentioned.
criatura.
Thus
Que
has
não precisaria
Portugal
ficar
of
me
late
preparando
years
para
from
ser o melhor
policy
empregado, mas que poderia
continued
criar
that
meus
system
negócios,
into which she was
empreender e
led
que
by her
mesmo que resolvesse
peculiar
ser empregado, deveria
circumstances
empreender
in
dentro da
former
empresa
times.
em que estivesse.
Some of the wealthy
Que
planters
relacionamentos
of
pessoais,
Pernambuco
a
and of the rich
importância de se levar em
inhabitants of
conta
Recife
coisas como as
are men of
emoções das
color.
pessoas
The
seriam
major
mais
part of the
importantes do que
best
tabelas
mechanics are
periódicas.
also of mixed
Que
blood.
comportamento, atitude,
It is said that
comprometimento e
mulattoes make
integridade
bad
seriam
masters,
bem mais
and
importantes
this
do que
holds good
integrais e
oftentimes
derivadas.
with
E se
persons
para
of
ser
this
um bom médico eu
description
deveria estudar
who have been
medicina,
in a
para
state of
ser
slavery
bem-sucedido
and become
financeiramente,
possessed
eu
of
deveria
slaves of
aprender
their
muito
own,
sobre dinheiro.
or are
Buscar
employed as
educação financeira
managers upon
constantemente.
estates.
Entender que
The
mais
change of
importante do que a
situation
quantidade de
would
dinheiro que eu
lead to the
poderia
same
ter seria a minha
consequences in
forma de
any race
pensar
of
e
human
agir em
beings,
relação ao dinheiro.
and cannot be
Que cada de
accounted
nós é
peculiar
ser
to the
muito mais
mixed
poderoso
caste.
do que pensa. Que
I see
aquela criança
mulattoes
que eu
of
era
free
como
birth
aluno
as kind,
poderia
as
ser o que
lenient,
quisesse
and as
quando crescesse.
forbearing to their slaves
Que
and
no
other
fim nem
dependents
precisaria
as
esperar
any
crescer.
white
Já
man.
poderia criar meu futuro desde
Marriages
cedo.
between
Que
white men and
desculpas
women of
perpetuam
color
a
are by
mediocridade.
no means
Que
rare,
pessoas que
though though they are sufficiently so to cause the circumstance to be mentioned when speaking of an individual who has connected himself in this manner. But this is not said with the intent of lowering him in the estimation of others. Indeed, the remark is only made if the person is a planter of any importance, and the woman is decidedly of dark color, for even a considerable tinge will pass for white. If the white man belongs to the lower orders, the woman is not accounted as being unequal to him in rank, unless she is nearly black. The European adventurers often marry in this manner, which generally occurs when the woman has a dower. The rich mulatto families are often glad to dispose of their daughters to these men, although the person who has been fixed upon may be in indifferent circumstances, for the color of the children of their daughters is better. And from the well-known prudence and regularity of this set of men, a large fortune may be hoped for, even from very small beginnings. Whilst I was at Jaguaribe, I was in the frequent habit of seeing a handsome young man who was a native of the island of St. Michael's. This person happened to be with me on one occasion when the commandant from the Sertão was staying at my house. The commandant asked him if he could read and write, and being answered in the negative, said, "Then you will not do." And turning to me, added, "I have a commission from a friend of mine to take with me back to the Sertão a good-looking young Portuguese of regular habits who can read and write, for the purpose of marrying him to his daughter." These kind of commissions, encomendas, are not unusual. Still, the Brazilians of high birth and large property do not like to intermarry with persons whose mixture of blood is very apparent, and hence arises peculiar circumstances. A man of this description becomes attached to a woman of color, connects himself with her, and takes her to his home, where she is in a short time visited even by married women. She governs her household affairs, acts and considers herself as his wife, and frequently after the birth of several children, when they are neither of them young, he marries her. In connections of this nature, the parties are more truly attached than in marriages between persons who belong to two families of the first rank, for the latter are entered into from convenience rather than from affection. Indeed, the parties, on some occasions, do not see each other until a few days before the ceremony takes place. It often occurs that inclination, necessity, or convenience induces or obliges a man to separate from the person with whom he has thus been connected. In this case, he gives her a portion, and she marries a man of her own rank, who regards her rather as a widow than as one whose conduct has been incorrect. Instances of infidelity in these women are rare. They become attached to the men with whom they cohabit, and they direct the affairs of the house, over which they are placed with the same zeal that they would display if they had the right of command over them. It is greatly to the credit of the people of that country that so much fidelity should be shown on one side, and that this should so frequently as it is be rewarded by the other party, in the advancement of those who have behaved thus faithfully to a respectable and acknowledged situation in society. It should be recollected, too, that the merit of moral feelings must be judged of by the standard of the country, and not by our own institutions. I've only spoken above of what occurs among the planters. For large towns, man is pretty much the same everywhere. The Mamelucos are more frequently to be seen in the Sertão than upon the coast. They are handsomer than the mulattoes, and the women of this caste particularly surpass in beauty all others of the country. They have the brown tint of mulattoes, but their features are less blunt, and their hair is not curled. I do not think that the men can be said to possess more courage than the mulattoes, but whether from the knowledge which they have of being of free birth on both sides, or from residing in the interior of the country, where government is more loose, they appear to have more independence of character, and to pay less deference to a white man than the mulattoes. When women relate any deed of danger that has been surmounted or undertaken, they generally state that the chief actor in it was a large Mamelucão, as if they thought this description of men to be superior to all others. Mamelucos may enter into the mulatto regiments and are pressed into the regiments of the line as being men of color, without any regard to the sources from which their blood proceeds. Of the domesticated Indians, I have already elsewhere given what accounts I could collect, and what I had opportunities of observing. The wild Indians are now only to be met with at a great distance from the coast of Pernambuco, and although they are very near to Maranhão and are dreaded neighbors, I had no means of seeing any of them. I now proceed to mention that numerous and valuable race of men, the Creole Negroes, a tree of African growth, which has thus been transplanted, cultivated, and much improved by its removal to the New World. The Creole Negroes stand alone and unconnected with every other race of men, and this circumstance alone would be sufficient, and indeed contributes much to the effect of uniting them to each other. The mulattoes and all other persons of mixed blood wish to lean towards the whites if they can possibly lay any claim to relationship. Even the mestizo tries to pass for a mulatto and to persuade himself and others that his veins contain some portion of white blood, although that with which they are filled proceeds from Indian and Negro sources. Those only who can have no pretensions to a mixture of blood call themselves Negroes, which renders the individuals who do pass under this denomination much attached to each other from the impossibility of being mistaken for members of any other caste. They are of handsome persons, brave and hardy, obedient to the whites and willing to please, but they are easily affronted, and the least allusion to their color, being made by a person of a lighter tint, enrages them to a great degree, though they will sometimes say, "A Negro I am, but always upright." Footnote: Negro sim, porém direito. Close footnote. They are again distinct from their brethren in slavery, owing to their superior situation as free men. The free Creole Negroes have their exclusive regiments, as well as the mulattoes, of which every officer and soldier must be perfectly black. There are 2 of these regiments for the province of Pernambuco, which consists of indefinite numbers of men, who are dispersed all over the country. These regiments are distinguished from each other by the names of Old Enriquez and New Enriquez. Footnote: Manuminate Creole blacks are, I am nearly certain, admitted into these regiments. Close footnote. The name of Enriquez is derived from the famous chieftain Enrique Diaz in the time of the Dutch War. I've heard some of the most intelligent of those with whom I have conversed speak in enthusiastic terms of the aid which he gave to the whites in that struggle. I've seen some portion of one of these regiments in Recife accompanying the procession of Our Lady of the Rosary, the patroness of Negroes. They were dressed in white cloth uniforms, turned up with scarlet, and they looked very soldier-like. They were in tolerable discipline, and seemed to wish to go through the duty of the day in the best manner that they were able. They acted with an appearance of zeal and the desire of excelling. Those of whom I speak formed a finer body of men than any other soldiers which I had an opportunity of seeing in that country. On gala days, the superior black officers in their white uniforms pay their respects to the governor, exactly in the same manner that the persons of any other caste holding commissions of equal rank are expected to go through this form. These men receive no pay, so that their neat appearance on such occasions bespeaks a certain degree of wealth among them. Neither of the privates nor any other persons belonging to these regiments paid for their services. Some of the whites rather ridicule the black officers, but not in their presence, and the laugh which is raised against them is caused perhaps by a lurking wish to prevent this insulted race from the display of those distinctions which the government has wisely conceded to them, but which hurt the European ideas of superiority. The old regiment of Enriquez was, at the time that I resided in Pernambuco, without a colonel, and I heard much discussion on several occasions among the Creole Negroes about the fittest person to be appointed to the vacant situation. Footnote: there was a rumor of the appointment of a white man as colonel of this regiment, and also of a white colonel for the Recife Mulatto regiment, and I was asked by several individuals of these castes whether there was any truth in the report. I cannot believe anything of this kind. The liberal policy which seems to pervade the Council of Rio de Janeiro forbids that such a report should be believed, but if they should be true, most pernicious will be the consequences which may be expected to proceed from such a determination. Close footnote. The Creole Negroes of Recife are, generally speaking, mechanics of all descriptions, but they have not yet reached the higher ranks of life as gentlemen, as planters, and as merchants. Some of them have accumulated considerable sums of money and possess many slaves, to whom they teach their own trade, or these slaves are taught other mechanical employments by which they may become useful. They work for their owners and render them great profits, for every description of labor is high, and that which requires any degree of skill bears a higher comparative value than the departments of which a knowledge is more easily attained. The best church and image painter of Pernambuco is a black man, who has good manners and quite the air of a man of some importance, though he does not by any means assume too much. The Negroes are excluded from the priesthood and from the offices which the mulattoes may obtain through their evasion of the law, but which the decided and unequivocal color of the Negro entirely precludes him from aspiring to. In law, all persons who are not white and are born free class equally. Manumitted slaves are placed upon the same footing as persons born free. However, although the few exclusions which exist against the Negroes are degrading, still in some instances they are befriended by them. They are unable, owing to their color, to serve in the regiments of the line, or in any regiments excepting those which are exclusively their own. But by means of this regulation, they escape the persecutions under which the other castes suffer during the time of recruiting. The officers and men of the Enrique regiments are so united to each other that the privates and subalterns are less liable to be oppressed by any white men in office, even than the soldiers of the mulatto regiments. Of these latter, the officers, having a considerable tinge of white, sometimes lean towards the wishes of a Capitão Mor or some other rich white officer, instead of protecting his soldiers. The men whose occupation it is to apprehend runaway Negroes are, almost without exception, Creole blacks. They are called Capitões do Campo, captains of the field, are subject to a Capitão Mor do Campo, who resides in Recife, and receive their commissions either from the governor or from this officer. By these they are authorized to apprehend and take to their owners any slaves who may be found absent from their homes without their master's consent. Several of these men are to be found in every district, employing themselves in such pursuits as they think fit, when their services are not required in that calling which forms their particular duty. They are men of undaunted courage, and are usually followed by 2 or 3 dogs, which are trained to seek out and, if necessary, to attack and bring to the ground those persons whose apprehension their masters are desirous of effecting. The men who bear these commissions can oblige any unauthorized person to give up to them an apprehended Negro for the purpose of being by them returned to his owner. It is scarcely necessary to name the mestizos, for they usually class with the mulattoes, nor are they to be easily distinguished from some of the darker varieties of this caste. A dark-colored man of a disagreeable countenance and badly formed person is commonly called a mestizo, without any reference to his origin. Yet one race of human beings remains to be spoken of, but the individuals who compose it are not sufficiently numerous to permit them to take their place among the several great divisions of the human family which forms the population of Brazil. And therefore I did not rank this among the others, which are of more importance. Still, the ciganos, footnote, this word is without doubt derived from Egyptianos. I'm told that the word gitanos is also used as a name for these people. Close footnote. For thus they are called, must not be forgotten. I frequently heard of these people, but never had an opportunity of seeing any of them. Parties of ciganos were in the habit of appearing formally once every year at the village of Pasmado and other places in that part of the country. But the late governor of the province was inimical to them, and some attempts having been made to apprehend some of them, their visits were discontinued. They are represented as being a people of a brownish caste, with features which resemble those of white persons, and as being tall and handsome. They wander from place to place in parties of men, women, and children, exchanging, buying, and selling horses, and gold and silver trinkets. The women travel on horseback, sitting between the panniers of the loaded horses, and the young ones are placed within the panniers among the baggage. The men are excellent horsemen, and although the pack horses may be overburdened, these fellows will only accommodate matters by riding slowly upon their own horses and never think of dividing the loads more equally. But they preserve themselves and the animals upon which they ride quite unencumbered. They are said to be unmindful of all religious observances, and never to hear Mass or confess their sins. It is likewise said that they never marry out of their own nation. There are now several British merchants established at Recife, and a council likewise resides at that place. But at the time of my coming away, there was no Protestant chapel, no clergyman, nor even a burial ground for our countrymen. An Act of Parliament has, I believe, provided for the establishment of these things, but no steps have been taken towards the accomplishment of the directions of the legislature. Without an outward appearance of religion, how are we to expect that the people of Brazil are to regard us as anything better than what we were represented to them as being in former times, as pagans, animals and horses, pagões, bichos, and cavallos? This is literally true, and although they are now aware that at any rate we have the forms of human beings, that we have the power of speech, and that we have our share of intellect in all the common transactions of the world, still, how are we to look for respect from them towards a set of men who have no appearance, at least, of possessing any religious feelings? It should be recollected that we are living among a people who are deeply riveted to their own forms and ceremonies of worship, whose devotedness to their church establishment surpasses every other feeling. It is not thus that the British nation is to become respectable. We may have relations of trade with these people, but we must be content to be merely regarded according to our utility. There can be no respect for our general character as a body of men, none of that regard which would make us listen to in any great question, which would make our opinions and our assertions dependent upon as coming from men of steadiness, of religious habits. Nor can we be accounted as more than residents for a time. We cannot be considered as an established community, who are thus without any common bond of union, who have not any general place of meeting, who have not any one point to which all are directed. We have no appearance of belonging to one nation, as if we were brethren meeting in a foreign land. To these political reasons for the establishment of a place of worship are to be added those which are of far greater importance, those to which no Christian ought to be indifferent. I well know that it is not with the merchants that the evil arises, but enough, I will go no farther, although I could tarry long upon this subject. I wish, however, that I could have avoided the mention of it altogether. I might have done so if I had not felt that I was passing by unnoticed an important subject upon which I have often spoken whilst I was upon the spot, and there my sentiments are well known to most of those persons with whom I associated.
Comunicação e reduziria muito as chances de criar problemas na minha carreira e nos meus relacionamentos. Que deveria aprender a vender desde cedo e aprender muito sobre isso, pois passaria a vida vendendo. No mínimo, vendendo ideias. Que o mundo sempre seria como eu pensasse que ele é. Minha forma de pensar definiria minha forma de enxergar tudo. Que mindset adequado é essencial.
The general equity of the laws regarding free persons of color in the Portuguese South American possessions has been to a certain degree extended to that portion of the population which is in a state of slavery, and the lives of the slaves of Brazil have been rendered less hard and less intolerable than those of the degraded beings who drag on their cheerless existence under the dominion of other nations. The Brazilian slave is taught the religion of his master, and hopes are held out for manumission from his own exertions. But still he is a slave and must be guided by another man's will. And this feeling alone takes away much of the pleasure which would be felt from the faithful discharge of his duty, if it was voluntarily performed. The consciousness that if the directions were not willingly attended to, the arbitrary will of the master would enforce their performance, removes much of the desire to please. Obedience to a command is not required with any idea that refusal can possibly ensue, and therefore no merit is attached to its accomplishment by him whose orders are obeyed, nor does the slave feel that he is doing in any degree more than would be enforced if he had made any doubts. The world has heard so much, and from so many quarters, of the enormities which have been committed by slave owners in the colonies with which England has had any communication, both from her own possessions and from those of other nations, that no doubts can be entertained of their existence. That such evil deeds are of frequent occurrence, I would not wish to suppose, though that they are dreadfully too frequent is well known. I had rather not be persuaded that man in so depraved a state is often to be met with, that many civilized beings should have made such rapid returns to barbarism. I have to say that in Brazil, too, such instances of barbarity are spoken of, that they do exist. They are, however, of rare occurrence. They are seldom heard of, and are always mentioned with abhorrence. But it is enough that instances should be recorded of the abuse of this absolute power of one man over another. It is enough that this absolute power itself should be allowed to continue, to render the system upon which it is founded an evil of such great importance as to sanction all exertions for its removal, as to make any government overlook many inconveniences rather than increase the numbers of those human beings who suffer this dreadful degradation. The Indian slavery has been for many years abolished in Brazil, and the individuals who are now in bondage in that country are Africans, and their descendants on both sides were individuals whose mothers are of African origin, and no line is drawn at which the near approach of the color and the blood of the whites entitles the child, whose mother is a slave, to freedom. I've seen several persons who were to all appearance of white origin still doomed to slavery. Slaves, however, in Brazil have many advantages over their brethren in the British colonies, the numerous holidays of which the Catholic religion enjoins the observance. Footnote. A Portuguese writer says, when permission was given in Portugal to work upon several of the holidays, the same was not extended to Brazil from a principle of humanity, that the slaves might not be deprived of any of their days of rest. Correio Brasilense, for December 1815, page 738. Close footnote. Give to the slave many days of rest or time to work for his own profit. 35 of these, and the Sundays besides, allow him to employ much of his time as he pleases. Few masters are inclined to restrain the right of their slaves to dispose of these days as they think fit, or at any rate, few dare, whatever their inclinations may be, to brave public opinion in depriving them of the intervals from work which the law has set apart as their own, that their lives may be rendered less irksome. The time which is thus afforded enables the slave who is so inclined to accumulate a sum of money. However, this is by law his master's property, from the incapability under which a slave labors of possessing anything which he can by right call his own. But I believe there is no instance on record in which a master attempted to deprive his slave of these hard-earned gains. The slave can oblige his master to manumit him on tendering to him the sum for which he was purchased, or the price for which he might be sold. That price is higher than what the slave was worth at the time he was first bought. This regulation, like every one that is framed in favor of slaves, is liable to be evaded, and the master sometimes does refuse to manumit a valuable slave, and no appeal is made by the sufferer, owing to the state of law in that country, which renders it almost impossible for the slave to gain a hearing, and likewise the acquiescence in the injustice of the master proceeds from the dread that if he was not to succeed, he would be punished, and that his life might be rendered more miserable than it was before. Footnote. The owner of a sugar plantation, with whose sons I was well acquainted, possessed a slave who had the management of the sugar boiling house during crop time, and who was accounted by all who knew him and understood the business to be a most excellent workman. This man accumulated a sum of money, which he offered to his master for his freedom, but it was not accepted. And although the slave made great interest with persons of consideration in the country, he could not accomplish his end. His master loaded him with irons, and he was made to work in the state. He did not obtain his liberty till after his master's death, when his widow received his money and manumitted him. His trade of sugar boiler renders him large profits yearly, and this injured man now lives in ease and comfort. This instance of refusal, and some others of which I have heard, would make me doubtful of the foundation upon which the custom of manumitting is placed, if I did not know how easily the laws relating to many other important points are evaded through the influence of wealth and power. I did not see a copy of the law or regulation on the subject, but I never met with anyone who made a doubt of its existence. I never met with anyone who doubted that the slave had a right to appeal if he thought proper. Whether he would be heard or not was another question. Close footnote. Consequently, a great deal depends upon the inclinations of the master, who will, however, be very careful in refusing to manumit, owing to the well-known opinion of every priest in favor of this regulation, to the feelings of the individuals of his own class in society, and to those of the lower orders of people, and likewise he will be afraid of losing his slave. He may escape with his money, and the master will then run much risk of never seeing him again, particularly if the individual is a Creole slave. Footnote. The major part of the slaves that abscond are brought back to their owners, but some do escape and are never afterwards heard of. They were moved to some distant district, and there remain as free men. Those who have once tasted the sweets of free agency for any length of time, even if they are brought back to their masters, scarcely ever remain longer than is requisite to seek an opportunity of eluding the vigilance of those whose business it is to watch them. They soon brave the risk of another detection. A young and handsome mulatto man of these unsettled habits once applied to me to purchase him. He had, by mere accident, been discovered only a short time before by a friend of his master in the Sertão, where he had married a free woman and had been considered as free himself. He was brought back to his master, was sold to another person, escaped, returned, again fled, and had not, when I left the country, been heard of for a 12-month. Close footnote. In general, therefore, no doubts are urged when application is made for manumission by a slave to his master, who is indeed oftentimes prepared for it by the habits of industry and regularity of its slave, and by common report among the other slaves and free persons upon the estate, that the individual in question is scraping together a sum of money for this purpose. The master might indeed deprive the slave of the fruits of his labor, but this is never thought of, because the slave preserves his money in a secret place, or has entrusted it to some person upon whom he can depend, and would suffer any punishment rather than disclose the spot in which his wealth was concealed. A still more forcible reason than any other for the forbearance of the master is to be found in the dread of acting against public opinion, in the shame which would follow the commission of such an act, and perhaps the natural goodness which exists in almost every human being would make him shun such gross injustice, would make him avoid such a deed of baseness. A slave is often permitted by his owner to seek a master more to his liking. For this purpose, a note is given, declaring that the bearer has leave to enter into the service of anyone upon the price which the master demands, being paid by the purchaser. With this, the slave applies to any individual of property whom he may wish to serve, owing to have heard a good report of his character towards his slaves, or from any other cause. This is a frequent practice, and at least admits the possibility of escape from a severe state of bondage to one that is less irksome. A considerable number of slaves are manumitted at the death of their masters, and indeed some persons of large property fail not to set at liberty a few of them during their own lifetime. A deed of manumission, however simply it may be drawn out, cannot be set aside. A register of these papers is preserved at the office of every notary public, by which any distress that might be occasioned by the loss of the originals is provided against, for the copy of course holds good in law. A slave who has brought into the world and has reared 10 children ought to be free, for so the law ordains. But this regulation is generally evaded, and besides, the number of children is too great for many women to be benefited by it. Footnote: the following circumstances occurred under my own observation. A negress had brought into the world 10 children, and had reared 9 of them. These remained to work for their owners. The woman claimed her freedom, for the 10th child did not die until it had arrived at an age when it did not require any farther care from her. But it was refused. She was hired to a gentleman as a nurse for one of his children. This person did all in his power to obtain her freedom, but did not succeed. He purchased her and immediately had a deed of manumission made out by a notary public. When he returned home to dinner, he desired his wife to tell the woman that she was his slave, and in the course of the day, the deed was given to her. When I left the country, her only fear was that, as she was free, her master and mistress might turn her away, thus proving by her anxiety how happy she was. Close footnote. The price of a newborn child is £5, 20,000 mille pays, and the master is obliged to manumit the infant at the baptismal font on the sum being presented. In this manner, a considerable number of persons are set at liberty, for the smallness of the price enables many freemen who have had connections with female slaves to manumit their offspring, and instances occur of the sponsors performing this most laudable act. Not unfrequently, female slaves apply to persons of consideration to become sponsors to their children, in the hopes that the pride of these will be too great to allow their godchildren remaining in slavery. Thus, by their own exertions, by the favor of their masters, and by other means, the individuals who gain their freedom annually are very numerous. The comforts of slaves in different situations are widely disproportionate. Whilst some are doomed to an existence of excessive toil and misery from the nature of their occupations and the characters of their masters, others lead a comparatively easy life. It is true that in countries in which the workmen are free, the daily labor is unequally divided, but the wages are proportioned accordingly, and as each man is a free agent, he seeks that employment to which his body and mental powers are benefited. The slave is purchased for a certain purpose, and is to follow the line of life which his master has chalked out for him. He is not to be occupied in that which he would himself prefer, or at any rate his wishes are not consulted upon the subject. The price for which a slave is to be obtained and the convenience of the purchaser are oftener consulted than the fitness of his bodily strength to the labor which it is his lot to be ordered to perform. Besides the obligation of following an unsuitable trade, or at any rate of following one which he has not chosen, he has to endure the still incomparably greater grievance of bearing with a tyrannical and inconsiderate or a peevish master, whose commands are not to be called in question, whose will is absolute, and from whom the possibility of appeal is far removed, and that of redress placed at a still greater distance. Masters are punished by the payment of fines for cruelty to their slaves, if any account of such behavior should reach the ear of the ouvador of the province. But I never heard of punishment having been carried farther than this trifling manner of correction. The emoluments which proceed from this mode of chastising the offenders weigh heavily in his favor. The injury which the slave has received is not, I am afraid, the only cause which urges the exaction of the stipulated penalty. Of this the slave does not receive any part. All slaves in Brazil follow the religion of their masters, and notwithstanding the impure state in which the Christian Church exists in that country, still such are the beneficent effects of the Christian religion that these, its adopted children, are improved by it to an infinite degree, and the slave who attends to the strict observance of religious ceremonies invariably proves to be a good servant. The Africans who are imported from Angola are baptized in lots before they leave their own shores, and on their arrival in Brazil, they are to learn the doctrines of the Church and the duties of the religion into which they have entered. These bear the mark of the royal crown upon their breasts, which denotes that they have undergone the ceremony of baptism. and likewise that the king's duty has been paid upon them. The slaves which are imported from other parts of the coast of Africa arrive in Brazil unbaptized, and before the ceremony of making them Christians can be performed upon them, they must be taught certain prayers, for the acquirement of which 1 year is allowed to the master, before he is obliged to present the slave at the parish church. The law is not always strictly adhered to as to the time, but it is never evaded altogether. The religion of the master teaches him that it would be extremely sinful to allow his slave to remain a heathen, and indeed the Portuguese and Brazilians have too much religious feeling to let them neglect any of the ordinances of their church. The slave himself likewise wishes to be made a Christian, for his fellow bondsmen will otherwise, in every squabble or trifling disagreement with him, close their string of opprobrious epithets with the name of pagan. The unbaptized Negro feels that he is considered as an inferior being, and although he may not be aware of the value which the whites place upon baptism, still he knows that the stigma for which he is upbraided will be removed by it, and therefore he is desirous of being made equal to his companions. The Africans who have been long imported imbibe a Catholic feeling and appear to forget that they were once in the same situation themselves. The slaves are not asked whether they will be baptized or not. Their entrance into the Catholic Church is treated as a thing of course, and indeed they are not considered as members of society, but rather as brute animals until they can lawfully go to Mass, confess their sins, and receive the sacrament. The slaves have their own religious brotherhoods as well as the free persons, and the ambition of the slave very generally aims at being admitted into one of these, and at being made one of the officers and directors of the concerns of the brotherhood. Even some of the money which the industrious slave is collecting for the purpose of purchasing his freedom will oftentimes be brought out of its concealment for the decoration of a saint, that the donor may become of importance in the society to which he belongs. The Negroes have one invocation of the Virgin, or I might almost say one virgin, which is peculiarly their own. Our Lady of the Rosary is even sometimes painted with a black face and hands. It is in this manner that the slaves are led to place their attention upon an object in which they soon take an interest, but from which no injury can proceed toward themselves, nor can any through its means be by them inflicted upon their masters. Their ideas are removed from any thought of the customs of their own country, and are guided into a channel of a totally different nature, and completely unconnected with what is practiced there. The election of a king of Congo, which I have mentioned in chapter 13, by the individuals who come from that part of Africa, seems indeed as if it would give them a bias towards the customs of their native soil. But the Brazilian kings of Congo worship Our Lady of the Rosary, and are dressed in the dress of whiteness. They and their subjects dance, it is true, after the manner of their country, but to these festivals are admitted African Negroes of other nations, Creole blacks and mulattoes, all of whom dance after the same manner. And these dances are now as much the national dances of Brazil as they are of Africa. The Portuguese language is spoken by all the slaves, and their own dialects are allowed to lie dormant until they are by many of them quite forgotten. No compulsion is resorted to make them embrace the habits of their masters, but their ideas are insensibly led to imitate and adopt them. The masters at the same time imbibe some of the customs of their slaves, and thus the superior and his dependent are brought nearer to each other. I doubt not that the system of baptizing the newly imported Negroes proceeded rather from the bigotry of the Portuguese in former times than from any political plan, but it has had the most beneficial effects. The slaves are rendered more tractable. Besides being better men and women, they become more obedient servants. They are brought under the control of the priesthood, and even if this was the only additional hold which was gained by their entrance into the church, it is a great engine of power which is thus brought into action. But in no circumstance has the introduction of the Christian religion among the slaves been of more service than in the change which it has wrought in the men regarding the treatment of their women, and in the conduct of the females themselves. A writer of great reputation on West Indian affairs states that the introduction of the marriage ceremony among the slaves of the colony of which he treats would be utterly impracticable to any good purpose, and again that he who conceives that a remedy may be found for polygamy by introducing among them the laws of marriage as established in Europe is utterly ignorant of their manners, propensities, and superstitions. Footnote: Edwards' History of the West Indies, Volume 2, page 82 and 147. Close footnote. Is it not that by the masters these things are considered to be of little importance, and therefore unworthy of much trouble? As long as the work is done, little else is thought of. Where the interest of the master is concerned, the manners, propensities, and superstitions will soon be overcome. I hope that at the present day such opinions do not generally exist. All men in the same state of barbarism treat their women in the same manner. The evil lies not with the race of beings, but in the dreadful situation to which this one is reduced. Why, therefore, not attempt to improve and to benefit the individuals of which it is composed? The slaves of Brazil are regularly married according to the forms of the Catholic Church. The bans are published in the same manner as those of free persons, and I have seen many happy couples, as happy at least as slaves can be, with large families of children rising around them. The masters encourage marriages among their slaves, for it is from these lawful connections that they can expect to increase the number of their creoles. A slave cannot marry without the consent of his master, for the vicar will not publish the bans of marriage without this sanction. It is likewise permitted that slaves should marry free persons. If the woman is in bondage, the children remain in the same state, but if the man is a slave and she is free, their offspring is also free. A slave cannot be married until the requisite prayers have been learned, the nature of confession be understood, and the sacrament can be received. Upon the estates, the master or manager is soon made acquainted with the predilections of the slaves for each other, and these being discovered, marriage is forthwith determined upon, and the irregular proceedings are made lawful. In towns there is more licentiousness among the Negroes, as there is among all other classes of men. Footnote: the base, the most abominable practice of some masters and mistresses, and of the latter oftener than the former, increases the bias which these miserable, these uneducated beings must be expected to have towards licentiousness. Females have been punished because they have not increased the number of their owners' slaves. This is a fact, but it is almost too much to believe. On which side does the extreme of depravity lie? Close footnote. The passion of love is supposed only to exist in a certain state of civilization, and this may be granted without at the same time declaring that Negroes are incapable of lasting attachment, without supposing that the regard of each sex is mere animal desire, unconnected with predilection. That species of affection which is heightened until personal possession is almost forgotten, doubtless is not felt by human beings who are in a state of barbarism, but still a Negro may be attached. He may fix upon one object in preference to all others. That this is the case I can vouch. I have known and have heard of many instances in which punishments and other dangers have been braved to visit a chosen one, in which journeys by night have been made after a day of fatigue, in which great constancy has been shown, and a determination that the feelings of the heart shall not be controlled. Footnote: the following circumstances occurred within my own observation. A Negro woman applied to a planter to be purchased, for which purpose she had brought a note from her master. She was accepted, and a bargain was concluded between the two persons. However, the day after she had taken up her abode upon the estate of her new master, she came to him, and falling down upon her knees, said that she had a fellow slave who wished likewise to serve him, and she begged him to purchase her companion. The new master spoke to the owner of the slave in question on the subject, but he refused to sell him, and the master rested in this manner. But on the third day he received a visit from the owner, offering the slave for sale, adding that the man had refused to work and had threatened to hang himself, and as he was a Gabon Negro, he much feared that he might put his threat in execution. The price was soon fixed, and on the following morning the man made his appearance. He proved to be a most excellent slave. Close footnote. The great proportion of men upon many of the estates produces of necessity most mischievous consequences. A supply is requisite to keep up the number of laborers. The women are more liable to misconduct. Footnote. The following occurrences took place upon the estate of a wealthy planter to the south of Recife, and the anecdote was related by the owner of the plantation himself. A Negro complained to his master of the infidelity of his wife. She was immediately questioned, and other inquiries being made, and the truth of the statement respecting her conduct being proved. She was tied to a post to be flogged. Her husband was present, and at first he rather received pleasure from the sight of her suffering. But he soon stopped the driver's hand, and going to his master, begged him to order her to be unbound, and that he would pardon her, for he added, if there are to be so many men and so small a number of women upon the estate, how is it to be expected that the latter are to be faithful? Para que, Senhor, tem tantos negros e tão poucas negras? Close footnote. And the men imbibe unsettled habits. But if an adequate number of females are placed upon the estate, and the slaves are trained and taught in the manner which is practiced upon well-regulated plantations, the Negroes will be as correct in their behavior as any other body of men. And perhaps their conduct may be less faulty than that of other descriptions of persons who have less to occupy their time, though their education may be infinitely superior. That many men and many women will be licentious has been and is still the lot of human nature, and not the peculiar fault of the much injured race of which I speak. I shall now state the manner in which Africans are transported from their own country to Brazil, and the disposal of them on their arrival in South America. The characters of the several African nations with which the ships are loaded, the condition of those who are employed in Recife, upon the sugar plantations, in the mata or cotton estates, and in the sertão or cattle districts. As the voyage from the coast of Africa to the opposite shores of South America is usually short, for the winds are subject to little variations, and the weather is usually fine, the vessels which are employed in this traffic are generally speaking small, and are not of the best construction. The situation of captain or master of a slave ship is considered of a secondary rank in the Portuguese merchant service, and the persons who are usually so occupied are vastly inferior to the generality of the individuals who command the large and regular trading vessels between Europe and Brazil. These slave ships, footnote, these ships which are employed in this trade oftentimes fill some of their water casks with salt water when they leave Brazil, that they may serve as ballast, and on taking their live cargo on board upon the coast of Africa, the salt water is replaced by that which is for the use of the additional number of persons. On one occasion, a vessel had proceeded for some days on her voyage from Africa towards Brazil with a full cargo, when the discovery was made that the cask had not been filled with fresh water. The coast of either continent was too distant to enable the vessel to reach one or the other, before the greatest distress must be experienced, and therefore a most shocking expedient was resorted to. A great number of the Negroes were thrown overboard. This misfortune was accidental and occurred unintentionally, and a man must have been in a similar situation before he can declare that he would not act as the Portuguese did on this occasion, but the circumstances arose from the nature of this execrable trade. Close quote. Were formerly crowded to a most shocking degree, nor was there any reason of preventing this, but a law has been passed for the purpose of restricting the number of persons for each vessel. However, I more than suspect that no attention is paid to this regulation, that means are made use of to evade the law. On the arrival at Recife of a cargo of slaves, the rules of the port direct that they shall be disembarked and taken to St. Amaro. which is an airy spot and sufficiently distant from the town to prevent the admittance of any infectious disorder, if any such should exist among the newly imported Negroes. And yet the place is at a convenient distance from the purchasers, St. Amaro being situated immediately opposite to Recife, upon the inland bank of the expanse of waters which is formed by the tide on the land side of the town. However, like many others, this excellent arrangement is not attended to, and even if the slaves are removed for a few days to St. Amaro, they are soon conveyed back to the town. Here they are placed in the streets before the doors of the owners, regardless of decency, of humanity, and of due attention to the general health of the town. The smallpox, the yaws, and other complaints have thus frequent opportunities of spreading. It is probable that if the climate was not so very excellent as it is, this practice would be discontinued. But if it was not put a stop to, and the country was subject to pestilential complaints, the town would not be habitable. In the daytime, some of the streets of Recife are in part lined with miserable beings who are lying or sitting promiscuously upon the footpath, sometimes to the number of 200 or 300. The males wear a small piece of blue cloth around their waists, which is drawn between the legs and fastened behind. The females are allowed a larger piece of cloth, which is worn as a petticoat, and sometimes a second portion is given to them, for the purpose of covering the upper parts of the body. The stench which is created by these assemblages is almost intolerable to one who is unaccustomed to their vicinity, and the sight of them, good God, is horrid beyond anything. These people do not, however, seem to feel their situation any farther than that it is uncomfortable. Their food consists of salt meat, the flour of the mandioc, beans, and plantains occasionally. The victuals for each day are cooked in the middle of the street in an enormous cauldron. At night, they are driven into one or more warehouses, and a driver stands to count them as they pass. They are locked in, and the door is again opened at daybreak on the following morning. The wish of these wretched creatures to escape from this state of inaction and discomfort is manifested upon the appearance of a purchaser. They start up willingly, to be placed in the row for the purpose of being viewed and handled like cattle, and on being chosen they give signs of much pleasure. I've had many opportunities for seeing slaves bought, for my particular friends at Recife lived opposite to slave dealers. I never saw any demonstrations of grief at parting from each other, but I attribute this to the dread of punishment if there had been any flow of feeling, and to a resigned and rather despairing sensation which checks any show of grief, and which has prepared them for the worst by making them indifferent to whatever may occur. Besides, it is not often that a family is brought over together. The separation of relatives and friends has taken place in Africa. It is among the younger part of the assemblage of persons who are exposed for sale that pleasure is particularly visible at the change of situation in being removed from the streets of the town. The Negroes of more advanced age do whatever the driver desires, usually with an unchanged countenance. I'm afraid that very little care is taken to prevent the separation of relations who may chance to come over in the same ship, and any consideration on this point lies entirely with the owner of the cargo. Footnote: I was present on one occasion at the purchase of some slaves. The person who was choosing those which suited his purpose singled out among others a handsome woman and a beautiful boy of about 6 years old. The woman had been a slave at Luanda, upon the coast of Africa, and she spoke a little Portuguese. Whilst the selection was going on, the slave dealer happened to leave the room, but after it was concluded, he returned, and seeing the persons who had been set apart to be purchased, said he was sorry the woman and child could not be sold, for they formed part of a lot which could not be separated. The purchaser inquired the reason of the formation of a lot in this instance, and was answered that it consisted of a family, the husband, wife, and 3 children. The dealer was then requested to point out the individuals which composed it. and they were all brought together. How few slave merchants would have acted in this manner. The whole family was present during the greatest part of the time, but there was no change of countenance in either the husband or the wife. Both of them understood the Portuguese language. The children were almost too young to know what was about to happen. And besides, we spoke in a language which they did not understand. That the parents did feel deeply the separation which they must have apprehended as being on the point of taking place, I've not the slightest doubt, because I frequently saw these slaves afterwards and knew how much they were attached to each other and to their children. But whether it proceeded from resignation, from despair, from fear, or from being ashamed to show what they felt before so many strangers, there was no demonstration of feeling. Negroes may have feelings, and yet not allow the standers-by to know what they feel. Close footnote. A species of relationship exists between the individuals who have been imported in the same ship. They call each other malungos, and this term is much regarded among them. The purchaser gives to each of his newly bought slaves a large piece of baize and a straw hat, and as soon as possible marches them off to his estate. I've often, in traveling, met with many parties going up to their new homes, and have observed that they were usually cheerful. Anything is better than to sit at the door of the slave market in Recife. The new master, too, does everything in his power to keep them in good humor at first, whatever his conduct may afterwards be toward them. These slaves, which are usually brought to Pernambuco, are known under the names of Angola, Congo, Ebolo, Angico, Gabão, and Mozambique. These last have only been imported of late years, owing, I rather imagine, to the difficulty with which slaves have been attained on the western coast of Africa, caused by the vigilance of the British cruisers in that quarter, and the vexations to which some of the slave ships have been liable from detention, although they were ultimately suffered to proceed on their voyages. The Angola Negroes make the best slaves. Many of them have been in bondage in their own country, and therefore to these the change is for the better. Some of them have even served the whites in the city of Luanda, which is the principal Portuguese settlement upon the coast of Africa. But others were free in Angola, and consequently to these is allotted a life of disappointment and vexation whenever they remember their own country. The Negroes from Angola are, however, usually tractable, and may be taught to perform the menial service of a house or stable without much pains being taken with them, and they often show great attachment, fidelity, and honesty. Footnote. An instance occurred at Liverpool of the attachment of some of these people to their master. At the commencement of the direct trade from Brazil to Great Britain, some small vessels came to Liverpool, manned in part with slaves, owing to their masters being ignorant that their arrival upon British ground would make them free. However, the men themselves were soon made acquainted with this circumstance, and many of them availed themselves of the advantages which were to be thus obtained. One of the men belonging to a small bark left his vessel, and having entered himself as a seaman on board some other ship, returned to persuade 3 of his companions to do the same, but he was answered that they were well treated where they were, had always been used kindly, and therefore had no wish to try any other way of life. These 3 men returned to Brazil in the bark, and I have heard that they were set at liberty by their master on their arrival there. I hope it was so. When the advocates of slavery relate such stories as these, they give them as tending to prove that slaves in general are happy. Anecdotes of this kind demonstrate individual goodness in the master and individual gratitude in the slave, but they prove nothing generally. They do not affect the great question. That rests upon grounds which are too deeply fixed to be moved by single instances of evil or of good. Close footnote. The Angola Negroes are those who most commonly exert themselves to purchase their own freedom. The Congo Negroes partake much of the same character of the Angolans, being equally tractable, but they are steadier and are particularly adapted to the regular routine of field labor. They are less quick in their movements than the Angolans, and do not seem to be so spirited and courageous. They obtain, in a short period, a knowledge of the Portuguese language language. The Rebolos can scarcely in person be distinguished from the two former, being stoutly made and not tall. They have a black skin, but it is not shining, and the features are flat. They seem to be a branch of the Angolans and Congos, but they are more obstinate and more subject to despond than the others. These three tribes appear to have belonged originally to the same nation, for many parts of their character are similar. Their persons are of the same mold, and the dialects of each sufficiently resemble each other to be understood by all the three. End of section 11. Section 12 of Travels in Brazil, Volume 2, by Henry Koster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12, Chapter 7, Part 2. The Angico Negroes show many marks of being of another nation. They make good slaves if they are well treated and are yet preserved under due control. They are difficult to train and bear a heavy yoke impatiently. There is in them much independence of character if they dared to show it. There is also much cunning and the desire and capability of overreaching. Their persons are tall and well formed. Their skins are of a glossy black. Their eyes are expressive, and their countenance plainly denote that it is not by their own will that they will continue in slavery. They are not, however, numerous. Great neatness is shown by them in their household arrangements, and they often exert themselves to obtain money. But they are less careful and prudent than the nations of which I have already treated. All the Angico Negroes have 3 gashes on each cheek, which are cut in a circular form from the ear to the mouth. Footnote: Mr. Edwards mentions some of the Gold Coast Negroes, or those of the adjacent countries, and gives as an instance the Chamba Negroes, who follow this custom. Close quote. The Gabão or Gabon Negroes have not been very long introduced, and from the well-known general character of the nation, they are sold at a reduced price. I've heard many persons state that they are cannibals. Footnote: Whilst I resided at Jaguaribe, I heard the 2 Negroes of this nation had murdered a child of 3 or 4 years of age, the son or daughter of their master, and that they had been caught in the act of preparing to cook part of the body. The men were carried down the Recife, but the person who informed me of these circumstances did not know what punishment had been inflicted upon them. Close footnote. They appear to be in a still more savage state than any of the former mentioned nations, and are much given to despondency and consequent suicide. Indeed, 10 and even 20 that have been purchased together have, in some instances, in the course of a short period, all died from despair, or have put an end to their lives in a more summary manner. It is with difficulty that the Gaboons can be taught to perform any labor above that of the simplest description, and sometimes they remain for years unbaptized, from the great trouble which is required in making them articulate any sounds to which they have not been accustomed. Yet it is rather that they will not be taught than that they cannot learn. For I've heard many planters say that if a Gabão Negro can be made cheerful and be induced to take an interest in those persons who are around him and in his occupations, he becomes a most useful and intelligent slave. The Gabão Negroes are tall and handsome, and their skins are very black and shining. The features of many of them are good, being much less flat and blunt than those of their countrymen in general. The Mozambique Negroes are a poor and ugly race of beings, languid and inactive and subject to despondency. Their color inclines to brown, but still they have completely the Negro features. As the price of these slaves is much below that of any other description of Negroes, some of the planters have taken them on trial, but they are said to have many of the bad qualities of the Gaboons without their hardiness. A Negro will sometimes tell his master that he is determined to die, and too often the effects of his resolve begin shortly afterwards to be perceived. He becomes thin, loses his appetite, and dies almost a skeleton. One of the means which is very generally said that these miserable beings employ for the purpose of destroying themselves is that of eating considerable quantities of lime and earth. which either produces emaciation or
além de
dropsy.
entender equações e
But it is
mitoses.
strange
E
that a
então
habit
colocar
of
em
eating
prática.
lime
Que eu
and
deveria
earth should
muitas
be
vezes fazer
contracted in
menos
some
e não mais.
instances
Escolher
by
a coisa que
African and
realmente
likewise
faria
by
diferença para
Creole
alcançar
children,
o que eu quisesse.
and as
E dizer
frequently
não
by
para
free
as
children
outras.
as those
Que
who are
foco
on
seria
slavery.
essencial.
This
Que saber a
practice is
data
not
do
treated
descobrimento do
as if it
Brasil
were a
poderia até
disorder,
importar, mas que
but
ter
it is
controle
accounted
sobre
a
meu
habit which,
comportamento
by
e minhas
attention from
emoções
those
seria
who have
muito
the
mais
charge of the
importante
children
sempre.
in
Que
watching and
deveria aprender a
punishing them,
planejar,
may be
mas que ainda
conquered
mais
without the aid
importante
of
do que
medicine.
isso seria aprender a
I know
executar
some
muito bem o que
instances
foi
in which no
planejado.
medical
Que
treatment
nós
was
é que
deemed
mandamos na nossa
necessary,
mente.
but
E
the
ela
individuals
normalmente vai
recovered
tentar
by
nos
means
deixar
of
na zona de
chastisement
conforto
and
e
constant
vai arrumar
vigilance.
argumentos para nos
It is a
limitar,
subject upon
para nos
which I was
deixar
often
onde
led to
estamos,
converse,
onde é mais
and
seguro.
I
Que
discovered that most
podemos
of the
e
freeborn
devemos
families
confrontá-la.
were
E isso
acquainted
seria
with the
essencial
practice
para
from
crescer.
experience
Que o que
among
fazemos
their
com o
own
nosso
children
corpo,
or
nossa
those of
postura
their
e
neighbors,
hábitos mudariam
and that
nosso
they always
estado
considered
mental
it
e isso
as a
seria
habit and not
determinante,
as a
pois assim
disease.
nós poderíamos
Among
influenciar
adults, however,
diretamente nosso
slaves
ânimo.
are infinitely
Que eu
more
poderia
subject to
construir
it than free
sorte
persons.
sempre que eu quisesse. Bastaria me
Footnote.
preparar ainda
I
mais.
merely
Que
state
eu
what is
sempre
the
precisaria
general
sempre
idea
ser
upon the
antes de
subject
querer ter.
in that
Que
country
deveria aprender
without giving an
bastante sobre
opinion upon the
intuição.
general
Que não
question.
precisaria me importar tanto
Mr.
com a
Edwards
religião,
says that
mas
it
que
is
deveria
a
aprender
disease
muito
and
sobre
not a habit.
espiritualidade.
History
Pois
of the
isso
West
mudaria
Indies,
tudo.
Volume
Que em
2,
vez de
page
ficar tentando saber qual
141.
seria meu propósito nesta vida, eu
Labat is
deveria
of the
criar algo que
opinion
tivesse
that
algum
it is a
propósito
habit
nesta
and not
vida.
a
Que a
disease.
escola não me
Nouveau
ensinaria boa
voyage,
parte das
etc.
coisas que eu realmente
Tome
deveria
2,
aprender
page
para
11.
ser uma pessoa bem-sucedida
Close
na vida.
footnote.
Pense que
Pernambuco has
provavelmente
never
várias das
experienced
profissões
any
mais
serious
desejadas
revolt among the
ou que mais
slaves, but at
pagam em
Bahia there have been several
2026
commotions.
nem existem hoje.
Footnote.
Como uma escola vai te
There was
preparar
one
para
in
elas se
1814
ensinar
and
agora como se
another in
ensinava em
February of the present
1950?
year,
Não precisamos do
1816.
trivial, precisamos de
Close
escolas que
footnote.
ensino comportamental.
I
Precisamos
believe
ler
that
em
Bahia
casa e
contains
fazer o
fewer
trabalho
free
prático na
people
sala de
than
aula, ou
Pernambuco
no
in
jardim fora
proportion
da sala.
to the number of
Precisamos de
slaves,
escolas com mais
but I
likes e
cannot
menos
avoid
notas,
attributing
com
the
mais sonhos e
quietude of
menos
the
foco.
latter in some measure to the circumstance of a few of the Gold Coast Negroes being imported into it, whilst at Bahia the principal stock of slaves is from that part of Africa. It is by the Nina Negroes in Bahia that the results have
O que
been
você
made,
não aprendeu na
and
escola
by
e
the
deveria aprender
Coromantes
já,
in Jamaica
pois não vão te
in
ensinar. Versão
1760.
2016 da minha
Footnote.
lista sobre o que a escola
Edwards'
não
History
ensina
of the
e
West
deveria
Indies,
ensinar.
Volume 2,
Assuntos
page
que não aprendi
64.
em escola alguma e
Close
passei por
footnote.
várias, aprendi depois em
These
outros
are, I
lugares,
believe, the
como
same
livros,
people under
seminários,
different
cursos
names,
online,
and they are
ou vivendo com
represented
amigos
as possessing
bem-sucedidos,
great
que na
firmness
minha
of mind
opinião
and
são
body
determinantes para o
and
sucesso.
ferociousness of
Que eu
disposition.
deveria sonhar alto, então
The
deveria
Obeah
duplicar
men
esse
of the
sonho,
Colombian
transformar
Islands
isso em
and the
metas e ir atrás
Mandingueiros
delas com
of Brazil
persistência. Que ainda mais
are
importante do que
evidently
alcançar
from
as
their
metas que eu deveria
practices
perseguir,
the same
seria a
description
pessoa
of
que eu me
persons.
transformaria criando o
The
hábito
religion
de ir
which
atrás
the
delas.
Brazilian
Que eu não
slaves are
escolho meu
taught
futuro,
has
mas
likewise
escolho
a
meus hábitos.
salutary
Que meus
effect
hábitos
upon this
definiriam
point,
meu futuro.
for it tends to
Que eu poderia
lessen or
sempre
entirely
escolher entre
removes
ser
the faith
criador ou
which was
criatura. Que
previously
não precisaria
entertained
ficar
by
me
the
preparando para
Africans
ser o melhor empregado,
respecting the
mas que poderia criar
incantations
meus
of their
negócios,
countrymen.
empreender e
The
que mesmo que
superstitions
resolvesse
of
ser
their native
empregado,
land are
deveria
replaced
empreender
by
dentro da
others of a
empresa
more
em que
harmless
estivesse.
nature.
Que
The
relacionamentos
dreadful effects of
pessoais,
faith in
a
the
importância de
Obeah
se levar
men,
em
which
conta
sometimes
coisas
occur
como
in
as
the British
emoções das
colonies,
pessoas,
are
seriam
not
mais
experienced
importantes
in
do que
Brazil
tabelas
from the
periódicas.
Mandingueiros.
Que comportamento,
Belief in their
atitude,
powers is certainly not
comprometimento,
extinguished,
integridade
and
seriam
indeed
bem
even
mais
some of the
importantes do que
Creoles
integrais e
imbibe a
derivadas.
notion of the
Se para
efficacy
ser
of their
bom médico eu
spells,
deveria estudar
but the
medicina,
effects of
para
these are
ser
not generally
bem-sucedido
felt.
financeiramente eu deveria aprender muito
Footnote.
sobre dinheiro. Buscar
The
educação
Negroes
financeira
who are obtained
constantemente.
in the
Entender
province
que
of
mais importante do que a
Senegambia
quantidade
are
de
known
dinheiro
to
que
the
eu
West
poderia
Indian
ter seria a
planters
minha
by
forma
the
de
general
pensar
name
e
of
agir em relação ao
Mandingos.
dinheiro.
History
Que
of the
cada
West
um de
Indies,
nós é um
Volume
ser
2,
muito mais
page
poderoso
50.
do que pensa. Que aquela
There
criança
is
que
a
eu
sort
era
of
como
people who
aluno
travel
poderia
about in the
ser o
country
que
called
quisesse quando
Mandingo
crescesse.
men.
E que
These
no
are
fim nem
Mohammedans.
precisaria esperar
They do
crescer,
not like
já
to
poderia
work.
criar
They
meu
go
futuro
from place
desde
to
cedo.
place,
Que
and when they
desculpas
find any
perpetuam
chiefs
a
or people whom
mediocridade.
they
Que
think they
pessoas
can
que
make
fracassam
anything of,
vivem reclamando,
they take up their
acusando ou
abode
dando
for a time
desculpas,
with them,
enquanto pessoas
and
de sucesso
sometimes
vivem
make
decidindo,
gree-grease and
planejando
sometimes
e
cast
realizando.
sand
Que
from
pessoas
them, for
especiais
which they
alcançam
make them
resultados
pay.
especiais. especiais e que todos somos
Correspondence of
especiais.
Mr. John
Que o maior
Kizel
problema
in
que
the sixth
prejuízo
report
pode
of the
nos trazer
directors of the
é o de não
African
aprendermos a
Institution,
lição que ele nos
page
traz.
136.
Automotivação. Que eu não
Close
deveria esperar
footnote.
que alguém me motivasse. Que
The
eu teria
slaves who are
sempre uma
employed in
energia própria
Recife
para
may
me
be
motivar.
divided
Que o
into two
estímulo deveria vir
classes,
sempre de mim
household
e não
slaves
dos
and
outros.
those which
Que
pay a
deveria aprender
weekly
muito sobre
stipend to their
comunicação
owners,
e reduziria
proceeding
muito a
from the
chance de criar
earnings of some
problemas na minha
employment
carreira e
which
nos
does
meus
not
relacionamentos.
oblige them to
Que
be under
deveria
the
aprender a
immediate
vender
eye
desde
of the
cedo
master.
e aprender muito
The
sobre
first
isso,
class have little
pois
chance
passaria a
of
vida
gaining their
vendendo,
freedom
no
by their own
mínimo,
exertions,
vendendo ideias.
and are
Que o
subject
mundo
to
sempre
the
seria como eu
caprice and
pensasse
whims
que
of
ele
their
é.
superiors.
Que minha forma de
But some
pensar
are
definiria
manumitted by
minha
the
forma de
kindness of
enxergar
those
tudo.
whom they have
Que
served,
mindset
and the
adequado
clothing
é
and food
essencial.
which is afforded to them is generally better than that which the other class obtains. The second class consists of joiners, shoemakers, canoemen, porters, etc. These men may acquire a sufficient sum of money to purchase their own freedom if they have the requisite prudence and steadiness to allow their earnings to accumulate. But too often the inducements to expend them foolishly are sufficiently powerful to make these people swerve from their purpose. They generally earn more each day than the master exacts, and have, besides, the Sundays and holidays as their own. And if the slave feeds and clothes himself, to these are added the Sundays of every week. Footnote. Mr. Edwards says in Jamaica the Negroes are allowed 1 day in a fortnight, except in time of crop, besides Sundays and holidays, for cultivating their grounds and carrying their provisions to market. The Protestant Church enjoins the observance of 3 or 4 holidays, and the Catholic Church of above 30. Close footnote. I think that allowing largely for him to supply everything requisite for his support and decent appearance, and yet something for what may to a person in such a rank of life be accounted luxury. A slave so circumstanced may in 10 years purchase his freedom. If his value is great, it is because his trade is lucrative, so that these things keep pace with each other. The women have likewise some employments by which they may be enabled to gain their liberty. They make sweetmeats and cakes, and are sent out as cooks, nurses, housekeepers, etc. Creole Negroes and mulattoes are generally accounted quicker in learning any trade than the Africans. The superior attitude to profit by instruction is doubtless produced by their acquaintance from infancy with the manners, customs, and language of their masters. From the little experience, however, which I have had, and from the general remarks which I have gathered from others who might be judged better acquainted than myself with slaves, I think that an African who has become cheerful and seems to have forgotten his former state is a more valuable slave than a Creole Negro or mulatto. He will be generally more fit to be trusted, far from the latter submitting quietly to the situation in which they have been born. They bear the yoke of slavery with impatience. The daily sight of so many individuals of their own caste who are in a state of freedom makes them wish to be raised to an equality with them, and they feel at every moment their unfortunate doom. The consideration with which the free persons of mixed castes are treated tends to increase the discontent of their brothers who are in slavery. The Africans do not feel this, for they are considered by their Creole brethren in color as being so completely inferior that the line which, by public opinion, has been drawn between them makes the imported slave feel towards the Creoles as if they had not been originally of the same stock. Miserable objects are at times to be seen in Recife asking alms in various quarters of the town, aged and diseased. Some of these persons have been slaves, and when from infirmity they have been rendered useless, their masters have manumitted them, and thus being turned away to starve in their old age, or in a crippled state, their only resource is to beg in the public streets. These instances of gross injustice and depravity in masters are not many, but that they should occur is sufficient to cause the aid of law to be called in, that the existence of them should be prevented. The sugar plantations which belong to the Benedictine monks and Carmelite friars are those upon which the labor is conducted with the greatest attention to system, and with the greatest regard to the comfort and ease of the slaves. I can more particularly speak of the estates of the Benedictine monks, because my residence at Jaguaribe gave me daily opportunities of hearing of the management of one of their establishments, and although sugar works were not erected upon the estate in question, still the number of Negroes which were upon it was fully adequate to this purpose. Besides, in some years, canes were planted upon it, which were to be ground at some neighboring mill. The frequent communication, likewise, which there was between the slaves of this plantation and those of the other estates, belonging to the same convent, upon which sugar is made, enabled me to ascertain that all the establishments are owned by the Benedictines are conducted in the same manner. The slaves of the Jaguaribe St. Bento estate are all Creoles, and are in number about 300. The children are carefully taught their prayers by some of the elder Negroes, and the hymn to the Virgin is sung by all the slaves, male and female, who can possibly attend at 7 o'clock every evening. At this hour it is required that every person shall be at home. The young children are allowed to amuse themselves as they please during the greatest part of the day, and their only occupation for certain hours is to pick cotton for lamps, and to separate the beans which are fit for seed from those which are rotten, and other work of the same description. When they arrive at the age of 10 or 12 years, the girls spin thread for making the coarse cotton cloth of the country, and the boys attend to the horses and oxen, driving them to pasture, etc. If a child evinces peculiar fitness for any trade, care is taken that his talent should be applied in the manner which he would himself prefer. A few of them are taught music and assist in the church festivals of the convent. Marriages are encouraged as early as the age of 17 and 18 for the men, and at 14 and 15 for the girls. Many of these unions take place immediately after their entrance into the state. The people begin to labor regularly in the field for their owners. Oftentimes, both boys and girls request the manager to allow them to commence their life of daily toil before the age which is pointed out by the regulations of the convent, and this occurs because they are not permitted to possess provision grounds of their own until they labor for their masters. Almost every description of labor is done by piecework, and the task is usually accomplished by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which gives to those who are industrious an opportunity of working daily upon their own grounds. The slaves are allowed the Saturday of every week to provide for their own subsistence, besides the Sundays and holidays. Those who are diligent fail not to obtain their freedom by purchase. The provision grounds are never interfered with by the monks, and when a Negro dies or obtains his freedom, he is permitted to bequeath his plot of land to any of his companions whom he may please to favor in this manner. The superannuated slaves are carefully provided with food and clothing. Footnote: one of these old men, who was yet, however, sufficiently hardy to be often in a state of intoxication, and would walk to a considerable distance to obtain liquor, made a practice of coming to see me for this purpose. He would tell me that he and his companions were not slaves to the monks, but to St. Bento himself, and that consequently the monks were only the representatives of their master for the due administration of the saint's property in this world. I inquired of some others of the slaves, and found that this was the general opinion among them. Close footnote: none of the monks reside upon the Jaguaribe estate, but one of them comes from Olinda almost every Sunday and holiday to say Mass. Upon the other Benedictine estates there are resident monks. The slaves treat their masters with great familiarity. They only pay respect to the abbot, whom they regard as the representative of the saint. The conduct of the younger members of the community's irregular clergy is well known not to be by any means correct. The vows of celibacy are not strictly adhered to. This circumstance decreases the respect with which these men might otherwise be treated upon their own estates, and increases much the licentiousness of the women. I've seen upon these plantations many light-colored mulatto slaves, but when the approximation to white blood becomes considerable, a marriage is projected for the individual with a person of darker tint. No compulsion is made use of to oblige anyone to marry, and therefore many of the slaves, contrary to the wishes of their masters, remain single. The monks allow their female slaves to marry free men, but the male slaves are not permitted to marry free women. Many reasons are alleged in favor of this regulation. One is that they do not wish that a slave should be useless in the way of increasing the stock of the plantation. Likewise, the monks do not wish to have a free family residing among their slaves, for obvious reasons, which must be the case if a man marries a free woman. They have less objection to a man because he is during the whole day away from their people, or is perhaps employed by the community, and thus in part dependent upon it, and he merely comes to sleep in one of the huts. Besides, a stranger is contributing to the increase of the stock. The Jaguaribe estate is managed by a mulatto slave, who married a person of his own color, and she likewise belonged to the convent. Her husband has purchased her freedom and that of her children. He possesses 2 African slaves, the profits of whose labor are entirely his own. But he is himself obliged to attend to the business of the plantation, and to see that the work of his masters is properly executed. This man has offered his 2 Africans in exchange for himself to the monks, but they tell him that the Jaguaribe estate could not be properly managed without his assistance, and much against his inclination he continues in slavery. This is one of the strongest instances of man's desire to act for himself. Nicolau enjoys the entire direction of the estate, and every comfort which a man of his description can possibly wish for. When he moves from home, he is as well mounted as the generality of the rich planters. He is permitted to be seated in the presence of his masters, and indeed is allowed all the privileges of free men, and yet the consciousness of being under the control of another always occupies his mind, and leads him to desire the possession of those privileges as a right, which he at present only enjoys by sufferance. Footnote: an old slave who had been invariably well treated, for he had never deserved punishment, was asked by his master if he wished to be free. He smiled but said nothing. The question being repeated, he answered that of course he wished to be free. The master then told him that his deed of manumission should be drawn out the same day. Upon this being said, the slave shook his head, saying, "Why do you say such things to laugh at your old black man?" However, as soon as he was persuaded that it was true, he began to dance about like one who is mad, and for some minutes could answer no questions, nor could any directions be given to him. Slavery, however, in this less intolerable state, exists in only a few instances, and although a great many of the planters certainly do treat their slaves with considerable regard and attention to their comforts, still upon none of the estates, excepting those of the religious communities which have been mentioned, is the complete system of rendering unnecessary a constant supply of new laborers made the primary object, the end to which all other considerations must give place. Next to the plantations which belong to the convents stand some of those of the rich Brazilian owners who go on quietly, if not systematically. Here the labor is not in general done by piecework, nor do the laborers provide for their own subsistence, and the slaves are sent to the field at an earlier age than they ought, and earlier than is practiced upon the convent states. Some of the plantations, however, which are owned by individuals, do give the Saturday of each week for the slave to support himself. Footnote: the Saturday of each week is not sufficient for the slave to provide for his own subsistence, unless the labor of his master is done by taskwork, in which case he may manage to finish this in due time, and to work a little each day upon his own provision grounds. He may indeed be able to live by assisting the Saturdays through the labor of his Sundays and holidays, even if the labor of his master is not done by piecework. But this is not just, for to the Sundays and holidays he has a right as his own, even if his master supports him, but slavery and justice seldom go hand in hand. Close footnote. Corporal punishments are resorted to, contrary to the custom of St. Bento and Carmel estates, and though great cruelties are not often committed. Footnote: a planter with whom I was acquainted was once seen by a person who happened to call upon him, occupied with 3 of his companions in flogging 4 Negroes. The men were tied at a short distance from each other to 4 posts, and as the operation continued, there was much laughing and joking, for as they lashed their miserable victims, they cried out, "Here is to the health of such and such a person." It is some comfort to be able to say that this wretch has been ruined, and that his ruin has been caused by his treatment of his slaves, which has occasioned the death of some and the escape of others from his power in a less melancholy manner. Another man, on ordering a slave to work in the sugar mill, was answered that he was sick and could not go. But the master persisted. The Negro went, saying, "You will then kill your slave," and vexed with the treatment which he received now, and had suffered on other occasions. He placed his head near to one of the wheels, for it was a watermill, by which it was suffered from his body. I could mention many anecdotes of this description, indicative of individual blackness of heart, such as have been related of all nations who have had to do with slaves. But few will suffice. Neither of these stories, which are above related, occurred in the great and preeminent instance of depravity of which the scene was the Mata, and which has been mentioned in a former part of this work. In that case, 55 slaves were consumed in less than 15 years. Close footnote. Still, the mode of punishment produces much suffering, much misery, much degradation. Confinement and privations would, I rather imagine, be more efficacious. The pride of the slave, who is obliged to appear abroad with his back covered with scars, is at first much hurt, but the shame of being seen in this state soon wears off, and then all hopes of reform may be given up. He will continue in his faults, and be indifferent to the stripes which he must occasionally undergo for committing them. I have been requested by slaves, who had been often so treated, to punish them with a whip, and not to make them endure the misery of sitting in the stocks in solitary confinement. But the punishment is suffered in private. No exposure is occasioned by it. It would appear strange that the slave should prefer corporal punishment, and this would seem to denote that this class of men possesses none of those feelings of shame of which I have spoken. But I am convinced that these are as deeply implanted in the Negro as in any other race of human beings. For a slave has often been punished with a whip, and sees many of his companions and acquaintances undergoing the same punishment frequently. The knowledge that it is what he himself has before borne, and that so many are thus treated, takes away the horror of what he would otherwise feel at the kind of chastisement. This proves the debased states, the very low ebb to which human nature may be brought. The additional rigor which thus the slave seems to consider confinement to be, would be a recommendation to some persons, and perhaps the feeling is in the main right, for if the crime is great, the punishment should be adequate, and by this means of confinement no degradation of the human being is occasioned. Hopes may be entertained that the time which is given for reflection and the depression of spirits which is produced by the loneliness of the situation may bring about a correction of error. But by the whip, angry and vindictive feelings are excited, or despair is the consequence. And in either case, the owner will be injured, in the former by a determination to continue in fault, and in the latter by the death or inaction of the sufferer. The objection which is principally to be urged against the mode of chastisement, which I have accounted the least prejudicial to the slave, considered as a rational being, is to be met with in the loss of time which is incurred by confinement a due length. But I think that this would be much more than compensated by the loss of health and of character which the Negro suffers in undergoing punishment by the whip, and even of time during the period that the slave is recovering from the stripes. Iron collars, chains, and other punishments of the same description are likewise made use of, and are liable to the objection of rendering callous the sense of shame. I have observed and have often heard it remarked that scarcely any of the slaves who receive frequent correction ever gain their freedom through their own exertions. The bad dispositions and inclinations of many, and the indifference which is produced in others by severe punishments, sufficiently account for this fact. Footnote: might not an act be passed for the British colonies, obliging the master to manumit his slave on the fair value of the individual being tendered? However, this is not a place for discussion. Close footnote. The Creole slaves are usually employed as tradesmen and household servants. Even upon the sugar plantations, this is the case where they are not more numerous than what are necessary to fill these departments. To the Africans, the field labor is chiefly allotted. The Negroes are sent to work as the sun rises, and far from being more capable of exertion in the early part of the morning, than under the midday heat. The Africans are inactive and languid until the increasing power of the sun removes the chill which they receive from the cool morning air. They frequently leave their huts wrapped up in their coverlids of baize, seemingly much distressed by the cold. The Negroes breakfast about 8 o'clock, and for this meal half an hour or less is allowed. And some masters expect their slaves shall breakfast before they commence their work in the morning, that is, before sunrise. The time which is allowed for dinner is from 12 o'clock till 2, when the laborers again continue their labor until 5:30 o'clock. They are now, generally speaking, expected to pick a small bundle of grass for the master's saddle horses in some of the neighboring provision grounds. But if this is not requisite, the work continues until sunset, about 6 o'clock. On the arrival of the people at home in the evening, they are sometimes required to escape the rind from the mangia for about 1 or 2 hours. But as none of the principal estates make a practice of selling the flour of the mangia, and only prepare the quantity which is necessary for the subsistence of the slaves, this labor only occurs about once in every week, or less frequently. In crop time, the work is only discontinued on Sundays and holidays, and as is practiced on board vessels at sea, the Negroes relieve each other at stated hours. The field Negroes are attended by a feitor, or driver, who is sometimes a white man, but more frequently a free mulatto is employed for the purpose. It is the practice likewise of some of the planters to appoint a Creole or even an African slave to the situation. Upon a feitor who is a slave, more reliance is to be placed than upon a free person of color, for the slave feitor becomes responsible to his master for the work which is to be executed, and is therefore careful that everyone shall do his duty. It is a remark generally made that the slave feitadores require to be watched, that they may be prevented from being too rigorous towards those whom they are appointed to command. Their behavior is usually more overbearing than that of freemen, and next to the slaves, the European feitores are the most tyrannical. It is likewise frequently observed that even manumitted Africans, who become possessed of slaves, which occasionally occurs, treat them in a severe and unfeeling manner, that nothing is softened, but rather rendered more violent, by a remembrance of their own sufferings. Experience and trouble too often leads those who have suffered to the infliction of equal or greater hardships when opportunities for so doing are afforded. The human being becomes callous, he is tormented and torments with the same indifference. Medical attendance is not so well provided for as it ought, which proceeds rather from the small number of practitioners in the country than from the negligence of the planters. Indeed, due attention in this respect is so much and so evidently their interest, that this alone, independent of any feelings of humanity, would make them seek every means of obtaining proper advice for their slaves. Footnote. I met with the following passage in a work of much reputation among the affairs of the British sugar lands. The circumstance wherein the slaves in the West Indies seems most indebted to their owners' liberality are, I think, those of medical attendance and accommodation when sick. Would not a man take his horse to a farrier if anything ailed him? Close footnote. I do not think that the food which the slaves receive is in sufficient quantities or of a quality sufficiently nourishing for the labor which they are required to perform, and it would be undoubtedly much too scanty if the days of intended rest did not supply them with an addition to the stock of provisions which the master affords. I have in another place stated that the vegetable part of the food of the sugar plantation Negroes is chiefly the flour of the mangia. The animal food is generally the carne do Ceará, salt meat which comes from Rio Grande do Sul, and sometimes salt fish supplies its place. The clothing, which is given to the slaves by the master, consists of a shirt and drawers of the cotton cloth of the country, and a straw hat. A piece of baize and a mat are likewise afforded to them. But these things are not renewed as often as a due consideration to their comforts would demand. Although the Negroes are fed by their masters, still, as lands are to be had in abundance, The slaves are permitted to plant whatever they think fit and to sell the produce to whom they please. Many of them rear pigs and poultry, and occasionally a horse is kept, from the hire of which money may be obtained. Footnote: horses are usually marked upon the right haunch with the private mark of their owners, but the beasts which have been bred by slaves are marked on the left haunch, or on the shoulder blade. This proves, among many other corroborating circumstances, that though the law may prohibit a slave from possessing property, custom has established a practice which is better adapted to the present state of the country. Close footnote. The newly imported Negroes are usually sent to work too soon after their arrival upon the estates. If proper care is taken of them, they may indeed be employed in almost any description of labor at the end of 8 or 10 months, but not much before this period. Damp situations should be avoided, and they ought not to be sent out in the morning earlier than 8 o'clock, and they should breakfast before they leave home. By these precautions, the loss of many slaves might be prevented, and they should be followed without any deviation, at least until the new Negroes have been for a 12-month in the country to which they have been transported. Footnote: the plan of distributing the newcomers among the old established Negroes to be taken care of by them, as is practiced in Jamaica, has not been adopted in Brazil. I think the effect of this must be good, for thus each established slave takes an interest in one of his newly arrived companions. The new slaves, too, may be sooner reconciled to their situation.
Então eu deveria aprender, buscar conhecimento até saber o que ele sabia.
Monitoring atmospheric ozone levels. In the course of learning about the program, I flew with a research team in a NASA plane equipped to sample and analyze.
Faria diferença para alcançar o que eu quisesse e dizer não para as outras. Que foco seria essencial. Que saber a data do descobrimento do Brasil poderia até importar, mas que ter controle sobre meu comportamento e minhas emoções seria muito mais importante sempre. Que deveria aprender a planejar, mas que ainda mais importante do que isso seria aprender a executar muito bem o que foi planejado. Que nós é que mandamos na nossa mente, e ela normalmente vai tentar nos deixar na zona de conforto e vai arrumar argumentos para nos limitar, para nos deixar onde estamos, onde é mais seguro. Que podemos e devemos confrontá-la, e isso seria essencial para crescer. Que o que fazemos com o nosso corpo, nossa postura e hábitos mudariam nosso estado mental, e isso seria determinante, pois assim nós poderíamos influenciar diretamente nosso ânimo.
Hello, you've reached the phone of Pete Winstead. I'm sorry I'm not able to answer the phone at this present time.
Chewy? It's awesome. Sorry. Okay. All right. All right. Oh Lord, please don't let her cut me off. Cool. Test, test. That's good. Let's watch on Disney Plus. Copyright sign for it. Santa misled me. No. We're not doing that right now. We're not even there yet. Home. Rise. Dwarf Western. Yeah. Right. Right. So you got the screen obscured, got the timer on, doubled, you have headphones on, desktop audio off, mic on. Okay, that should work. So you got the screen obscured, got the timer on, doubled, you have headphones on, desktop audio off, mic on. Okay, that should work. So you have the screen obscured, the timer.
How are you? Changes his heart. Woo! Yeah, it does. Oh, sir. Today is a new day. It's our review. Today I like children. That's hilarious. Ooh, we can fight. Oh, running it off. So what? Oh, goodbye. Bye. Like for really No, not today. Not the first time. Shoot.
He's laughing, but he's really trying. Oops. this long, man. Okay. Service run, guys. Wish I am like that. Hughie. Pick me, pick me, ooh, pick me. Not cool. Mm. Fudge is so stupid. Ah. This is who that droid arc they were talking about. Okay. Thanks, Archer. Wow. Execute my plan. I had to move this to the living room. Shorty. Yes, that's to call it. Well, that's your plan, but you have to stop calling her a super name, Shorty. You got to sleep. Praise God. Headphones back on. I'll be back, guys, with some Coca-Cola to wake me up. Meanwhile, please tell others about this showcase of Star Wars. What do I have to buy it with? Quarters? I ain't got no sense. I ain't got no sense. I ain't got horse sense or no sense. I ain't got a more house or no house, man. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna get myself something to wake me up. I don't know what. Probably lunch. Probably lunch is gonna wake me up. Tater tots. Tater tots will wake me up. Meanwhile, please tell others about this. I'm on season 5, episode 10, Secret Weapons. And I'm going to be showing this Star Wars things, maybe even Marvel things later, for a while today. So please tell others, guys. Let me go make myself something to eat. Oh, I wish I had something fluffy. So tired. Oh. All I really need is some ice cold water. Not ice cold, but cold water. Yeah, that wakes me up. Water. I don't need Coca-Cola. I have water. Chilled water in the refrigerator. Oh, I had a rough night last night. Rough night. Please tell others about this, guys. I'm going to be doing this quite often. So. QT is the pink one. Okay. I'm so. That's awesome, man. Shoot, there was Zero G and Rebels once. Oh. Ow. He's gotta be brave. Awesome, man. This is so cool. I like this droid art. Oh no. He's got it. Man, that was close. Yeah, we can't leave easy behind. You want up here? Yeah. Master Max. Yeah. Here's Walmart past him getting away. It's hilarious. Uh, they made it. Now I can breathe. mm. Yoo! A sunny day in the void? That's what. Ow! No, don't play this chord, chat, please. Leave it alone, cat, please. Leave it alone. Please. Leave it alone, Gandalf. Whoa! Wow. R2D2 is on this ship, so he's like plot armor for this ship. Man, we're trying to hear more about this droids now. It's good. Episode 1, they was all been knocked off, and we wouldn't have cared about them, but these ones we cared about. New planet. A sunny day in the void. Who doesn't witness this? Another desert planet. It's Jakku, Tatooine, Jabrimi. Geonosis. Same thing he did in New Hope. He will do in New Hope. Go off explore. She's brave. If you want it, follow us. Follow us. I am liking this droid arc. It is good. No, no. Thinking is my job. I don't want to think. Thinking is my job. Oh, crying out to God. Excuse me. You prayed to God. Program. After sex. We got everyone prepared. Wow. Mirage. It was a mirage. Oh no. Shoot. Oh wow. What if I die in that shuttle crash and I'm stuck here in limbo? I was taught to find a rational solution to every problem. This voice has taught me that that's not always possible. Someone's coming. Don't tell me it's a sandstorm. Oh, it's life. This is life in this void. Woo! Woo! Yes! Star Wars is so good. They found water. How? Reminds me of trailer park. The other shorts got there first. Stupid lucky shorts. Yes! Oh, I like this. This is good. Eh. Everfire. It's been there. Yes. Meaver Gascon. Cantina! A diner. He did ask God for a sign, and God did send the birds. Man, he's mean. If I was trusting him, he'd be all to you. Ooh, there we go. Eat that. Oh. Well, that's better than nothing. Find something edible. Hey, if it's gonna save his life. Gregor? That's Gregor. get some food. Be patient. Gosh, God, good. Right. What do you think of that? Left arm. No, right arm. No, left arm. Left arm. Left arm. Left arm. Left arm. Woo! Go Gregor! Yeah. Woo! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shoot. Fighters. Let's get dangerous. Let's get dangerous. Shoot. Oh, I just want to draw Astro droids. B1 Battle droids are the funniest sounds when they die. Mm. B2s. I'm beginning to remember how much I hate these guys. Woo! They're onto us. Shoot. He's Commando. Oh. So I was wanting to do. Oh, gosh. We'll see him again. Woo! Woo! Praise God. That was good. Point of no return. I don't need nothing. Lift your legs. I wasn't programmed for this. Mm. Roger, Roger. I'm not a rabbit kangaroo droid. Oh, sure. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Buzz right. Rogue robots. Mouse droid. A gaunt droid. Two gaunt droids. A mouse droid. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. Oh, no, it's terrorist attack. Shoot. Alright. Mm. It's more than one. It's more. Strap. Oh, no, no, no. Poor dog. Good job. Wow. So many buzz droids. You know, he's not crazy. He knows what he's doing. Hop in the droid. Oh. Poor PC. Shoot. Oh. speech. That was a good speech. That was a good speech. I was tactical towards something else, man. Good luck, Archie. Come on, go get him. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him. Aww. Troy versus Troy again. Oh man, Tarkin. He's a wall ramming of his own. Oh. I never seen you out you so messed up. Shoot. Yeah. Thanks, Lord. You rearranged it. Release order instead of chronological order, they put it all in release order. It took away the chronological series. Oh well. It's okay. This is there. This is all there. They got it all chronological order, and I'll take that away. It's terrible. I gotta go to the bathroom or back. Please, if anyone's watching this, please tell others about this stream. Jewish? It's impossible. What's happening? My shoes. So, oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Look at you, movie. Actually, the God of the Quran is nothing like the God of the Torah. The God of the Quran is a female moon god who only speaks Arabic, and the power of the Quran is a demon called a jinn. Let's have Torah. Let's talk Torah. Let's talk Torah. God of the Torah is Elah, who is the Arabic and Aramaic name for the one true God. Allah is a bad translation of that name. Allah means curse in Hebrew. Means curse in Hebrew. I am not using vain. In vain. I am using it in context, not as a curse word. I'm not using it in vain. I'm using it in context, not as a curse word. And I have authority from God to use it, being a member of the congregation of the Holy One. What? So you are still not in college? Aren't you 40 or almost 40? And didn't you go to a seminary? Unless I'm mistaking you for somebody. Mistaking you for someone else. Uh, it's on the source. Plus and Star Wars and countdown. That's a two. What's not true? What's not true? What? What? What did I say? Did I say that you disagreed with? Good part. I am not going to insist that I am right. I'm not going to insist that I'm right. I'm not going to insist that I'm right. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Don't agree that Satan is our enemy. You don't agree that Christians have been sending tons of money to support Israel. Recently, or that they've been paying the way for Russian refugees to go back to Israel on planes, or that Trump, a Christian, recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital by putting the American embassy there, or that God loves the Jewish people, for blessed are they who bless her, and cursed are they who curse her. But I'll just drop that discussion and talk Star Wars only. Sorry. Russian Jews. So I actually do it last time. I actually did that in the last thing I watched. No one else is watching with me right now. I don't think. I wouldn't know unless I looked. Oh, cool. Someone was watching. Awesome. It's good. The last thing that was on was Clone Wars Season 5, Episode 13. The end of the droid arc, I think. I love that jump. I like the way they make fun of that on the humorous part, on the humorous video where he's on the rail, instead of jumping down he slams his head against the rail several times. It's hilarious. He goes wham wham wham. It's funny. W twice the pride, double your pleasure. Twice the pride, double your fun. Double my gum. mm. Mm. He's so good at being bad. Oh man, that's gotta hurt. This is so cool. He's never fallen down Count Dooku like this before. He couldn't even hold his own against Count Dooku and Attack of the Clones at all. He got knocked out immediately. Well, no, there was that one. He was able to fight him briefly, but only briefly. Now he's like whipping his tail. And now that he's told him to use fear and anger, he's gonna just beat his tail. Ooh, shoot. Oh, man. Now, Anakin has a choice here. Is he gonna kill him or not? Well, he trusts Chancellor Palpatine. He's his mentor. He's known him for years. So he's gonna do what his mentor tells him to do. Plus, he's the Chancellor. So he gives the orders. So, but you know what? It's not the Jedi way, but oh well. Yeah, unfortunately, he did it, and that's the beginning of his downfall. Well, I think the beginning of his downfall was when he just slaughtered those Sand people. But a head for a hand is not equal, or a head for an arm. It's just not equal. It's not. It's a pleasure does the crime. I mean, Dooku didn't take his life. He just took his arm. See, Anakin still implicitly trusts Chancellor Palpatine right now. He has no idea he's a Sith Lord. Anakin still got a good heart right now, though. General Grievous. I love General Grievous. I just saw General Grievous in the last thing I watched. Yeah. Magnetize! Magnetize! Well, I like this part. His cherry starts going down. They have levels, and he's not going down anymore. So funny. No, he starts going down. Then he goes into a pile of trash. Magnetize! Magnetize! Fight out there, Mr. Engines! Palpatine is not enjoying this. Some rescue, Palpatine's thinking. General Grievous is going to pay for this. So this is how the Jedi do things while I sit in my office all day plotting how I'm going to take over the galaxy. How with the slimy. Shoot. Yeah, it's Periscope. Here it comes. Smart little droid. Nah. I think it does, actually. A lot more water. Even this time he won't escape. Actually, that's not true because he will escape. Not ultimately, though. So it is kind of true. Because he's tipped off his boss. It is so cool how he slides off his head. He's still fighting. That's so cool. Man, it's so painful. I don't like to be going through this. General Grievous is gonna. He is so. Ooh, he's gonna pay. He's thinking. And not only that, General Grievous crashed a ship with Chancellor Palpatine on it. That is definitely going to be payback time. Of course, General Grievous does not know that Palpatine is his boss. General Grievous only knows Sidious is his boss, not Palpatine. So, so he doesn't know what he's doing. He thinks he's killing the Chancellor. He doesn't know he's killing Palpatine. I mean, Sidious. He's trying to. He has no idea. I think my ability to fly is relevant. Let's to fly half a ship. And then breaks half again. It does. Harry lost something. Oh! Obi-Wan's the one that says that. Well, in the humorous version, Anakin says it. R2's been through so much in his life. Quite literally, those fire ships were my idea. Got another landing. Spoiler, R2-D2 used to be Palpatine's personal R2 unit. Long time ago, way before the Phantom Menace. Changed sides, though, later on, of course. I like this part. I have always liked this part of the movie. Oh, it's raining. Cool. That is totally from a different perspective. I mean, from Obi-Wan's perspective, oh, Anakin was a big hero. But from Anakin's perspective, I did some things I'm not proud of. And from Palpatine's perspective, I mean, they're both just playing into my hands. It's a matter of perspective, you know. Mace still doesn't know Palpatine's a Sith Lord. Mace still puts too much trust in the Chancellor because after all, he is the Chancellor. Even Yoda puts too much trust in the Chancellor. If only you knew, Mace. If only you knew. Oh, I'll put this down. I wish I turned this up. I gotta turn this up. Oh, sound settings. Oh, no wonder the master volume's all the way down. You can't hear it, but I can. Better now. Master volume was all the way down to low. No wonder I couldn't hear it very well. Shoot. Put some full screen here. Da 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 da. I've always liked this song. Uda Palace is a cool planet. But something tells me the whole planet is not just sinkholes. There's gotta be something else in this planet besides just sinkholes. With Utals and Powans in them. It can't be just that throughout the whole planet. That's just ridiculous. You know, your face resembles the Chancellor's a whole lot, Lord Sidious. And I was just wondering, are you him? It's that chin. It's that chin. I can tell. Even the voice is similar. and Chancellor Palpatine wants Anakin to go kill Grievous. That's the thing. But the council decides that Obi-Wan should be the one to go kill Grievous. So. This is a scene that reveals that George Lucas ain't that good at dialogue. Especially romantic dialogue. It's so corny. But it works for Star Wars. Everyone makes fun of this meme. No one says that. Oh no, the beginning of his Force visions here. That fountain's important. The fountain is a metaphor for corruption of something. You'll see. It comes in place later. There's the Jaipur bit. I love that thing. It's so beautiful looking. Now this is a very realistic dialogue here. She still thinks it's only one baby. Strange, with so advanced technology they should be able to tell that they have twins, really, by now. I mean, they should be able to do a simple test with the advanced technology they got to be able to tell that the twins are there. But they don't do that. All this time, Anakin believes there's only one baby. It's kind of weird. And apparently, he never bothers to do a test to see whether it's twins or not, or whether it's a boy or a girl. So it's weird. I don't know why. That's weird. I just can't figure that out. Call it a film flub. He was right to go to Yoda, but Yoda gave some really bad advice. Pretty much the same advice that Kylo Ren gave to Rey. You know, let the past die. You can let go of what you fear to lose, but it's like sometimes the past is important. And there's nothing wrong with being jealous of your wife. As long as you're not overly jealous. Like you're paranoid that your wife's gonna leave you every second or something like that. That can lead to strife. But sorry. Ah, Voss! Yes! Quinlan Voss! Yes! Sokamifel? Oh no. That's where Cutler Quainwood lives. Ah, Obi-Wan's trying to catch on to him. It's good. The only thing major flaw I have with Revenge of the Sith is Anakin falls too far, too fast, too quick to the dark side. If they would have slowed that down a little bit, it was going to happen right after Palpatine revealed himself as Sith Lord. It was going to happen right then. That was the original plan. They did prolong it a little bit, but they should have made it a lot slower. This should have been a 3-hour movie and a slower seduction of the dark side, I think. That'll be better. But, you know, it's made, it's there, it's out there, so, yeah. I'm not going to try to change it. I'm going to leave it the way it is. The only thing I'm going to do to it when I get my hands on this movie is extend the fight scene between Grievous and Obi-Wan at the near the end, and probably make a few other tweaks and changes too, here and there. Now, what we don't know, that what the scene doesn't tell us, is that Anakin wants access to the restricted section of the Jedi Archives. And this scene where he goes to the Opera House with Palpatine is a flashback to before this scene. And we don't know that unless we've read the book where Moses Stover, the novel. He wants access to the restricted section because he believes that in the restricted section, the secret to life is in there. How to prolong a person's life or save it. And Jedi can do that. But it's advanced knowledge that's restricted until you get to a higher level. But only a master has access to that information right now. Currently, the way the system is right now. The Jedi are corrupt right now. Very corrupt. Like a rotten tree. It's about to topple over. He has the right to be angry. Obi-Wan's right. Isn't that what Palpatine just asked you to do to the Jedi Council? Yes. Why is it okay when the Chancellor asks you to do it, but not okay when the Jedi who are over the Chancellor? I mean, over your who supersede the Chancellor's orders, ask you to do the same thing the Chancellor just asked you to do. You know, that's stupid. But Anakin's not thinking clearly right now because he's influenced with the dark side. He's being clouded. His judgment's being clouded by Palpatine, who's got too much influence on him. And at war, Epstein knowledge is perfectly legitimate. And Anakin's just not thinking clearly. They're already together. Oh, yes, definitely. That Miss Red could have been. Exactly. Yep. Why do you build me up like a baby, just let me down, let me down. Let me down. Ooh, Wookiees. Ooh. Yes. I love this scene. perfect scene between a husband and wife here. It's perfect. I like her headdress. It's very good. Her headband is very interesting. It's exactly what it have the way it is. You're sounding like a separatist. That's my favorite meme. You sound like a separatist. No, she's out of place. He's right. She's not supposed to say that there. That's not where that belongs. He's right. He's absolutely right. Yeah, don't shut her out. Please don't shut her out. Because they were on their honeymoon. That's why there was a war going on, but they were on their honeymoon. That's what she means. Someone was like, "Oh, the war was going on. What are you talking about?" No, they were on the honeymoon, so they didn't have to worry about the war at that time. Now this is a flashback to a scene before that happened before that council meeting. That's revealed in Matthew Stover's book, Revenge of the Sith. He's trying to put doubts in Anakin's heart about the council. That Slimore, I don't know who that is, but the bald-headed woman in Slimore. I was hoping she would be in Andor, but she wasn't. We were all hoping she would be in Andor. We all wanted her, but the stupid people behind Andor refused to grant us any cameos of any significance, except for the KTSO type droid. That was kind of one reminder that we were still in the Star Wars universe. Don't get me wrong, I love Andor. I just wish, I know that the season 2, the person behind season 2 is more of a Star Wars fan than the person behind season 1. And he'll put more cameos and Easter eggs in season 2. I know, I trust that. But we'll see if there's Rebels references in Andor season 2. There was Rebels reference in Andor season 1. They showed the Ghost, or a Ghost type ship. So he's using a mock morality to seduce Anakin. He's turning morality on its head. And then he's turning Anakin's early teachings of Jedi teachings on his head too. And then he's telling a bald-faced lie by saying good is a point of view, because good is not a point of view. Good is good, evil is evil. Definitely. Absolutely. There's no crossing over between good and evil is good. All good is good, all evil is evil, and that's end of line, end of story. Once you cross over between good and then become evil, you've crossed over and you're evil. You can't call yourself good and once you're evil. You can fall several times and get up again, like a righteous man does, but that doesn't make you evil. What makes you evil is if you become like a psychopath or a sociopath or a serial killer or something like that. that makes you evil. That makes you heartless, soulless. And this is why Anakin wanted to go into the church section. Because only masters are allowed there. Well, you can legitimately use the dark side of the Force. Because Mace Windu did for NVP. But only don't give yourself the dark side of the Force. Don't use too much of it. Don't get deep into it. Stick mainly to the light side and pretty much give yourself the light side of the Force, and that's how you succeed. Now you have to use both sides of the Force to co-create with God, both the dark side and the light side. Because God used both sides of the Force to create the universe. Oh, Kashyyyk! Yes! I love this. It's just like it was in the holiday special. It wasn't animated. Ooh, shoot. It was fun. See, they're all voting. It's awesome. I love conference deliberations. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I've seen this a million times, so. It's not sitting cats line. So anyway, I love this scene. It's just like the scene in the Phantom Menace where Obi-Wan says goodbye to Qui-Gon, or they say the parting words for the duel of the fates. Oh, with Darth Maul. Now, the force is all the positive energy and all the negative energy in the universe. The positive energy is the faith, the negative energy is doubt. The book, The Tao Te King of the Chinese, I think it's the Chinese, is like the voice of the Tao, or the Tao, and you can tell it's got a lot of lies in it, but it's also got a lot of truth in it too. Because the Tao, the dark side, has to tell some truth. The dark side is not evil. It's an entity, but it's like it has to exist because it is. And just like the light side of the force, it has to exist because it is. There's dark matter, dark energy, that's the dark side. And there's light, and then there's the matter we see around us. What makes up my hand? What makes up the computer? Or makes up this water bottle? That's the light side energy. And everything is a force. So whether you got the dark side, the light side, it composes all things, including God. They say that God is not made of matter, but I beg to differ. All spirit is matter. Particle physics even bears that out. The things that are invisible are made of things which do appear. Oh, she called him Annie. That's awesome. Ooh, here we go. All right, the bridal of grievance is about to begin. Hey, I love this part. Ha, young Jedi. He's quite old. 40 at least. The Boga. She's a girl. Now, Obi-Wan learned how to ride beasts like this when he rode the Silvertar on Ancion back in the Approaching Storm. which is right before Attack of the Clones. He said, Biff. Huh. No, it's Aquash. She's Aquash. I didn't know they were an Aquash separatists. Okay. Ha ha. That's all. That's the only part of the conversation that Grover caught. So he doesn't know they're going to Mustafar yet. Here we go. Hello there. I love the way he does that. That's the way Errol Flynn would do it. Your move. That I'm gonna eliminate that line because that line is so unnecessary. It ain't funny. There's no reason for General Grievous to say that. They fought each other at least 6 times already. He knows already. He doesn't need to say that. Engage. Engage. Come on, engage him. There we go. Woo! Ha! Oh, yeah. You know, when he looked over his head, he could have sliced him in half right there. Yeah, 1 down. 3 to go. He knows this depends on it now. The war depends on it. 2 down, 2 to go. I am going to make this scene so much longer than it is in this movie. Whew, I like this part. Okay. You are doomed. Oh, I don't think so. Woo! Oh. Ah. Mm. Mm. Okay. that's possible. To a dark place. Now, Ahsoka's standing either over there or over there in the scene. We don't see her, but she is in the scene. Ahsoka's in two places in this movie. She's also in the funeral scene of Padme. She's standing in the crowd somewhere. We don't see her, though. She's retrograded, actively put in there by other camera material. He's got an AI chair. That red dot, that means his chair is AI. That's always the Force, yeah, right. He hinted that he knew the ways of the Force in the opera room, if you don't pay attention. Didn't he say that in the opera house? Yes, you should. He's right. That's true. That's true. He's right. He's right. He's right. He's right. But not go so far as to become a Sith Lord or a Dark Jedi. Actually, that's not true. The dark side is now stronger. It's easier and more seductive. Now, the original plan was when the movie makers was going to have Anakin turn to the dark side right here in the scene. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oops. Wrong thing. Well, that's the end of my stream, guys. It's been 10 hours, and I don't need to stream any longer. This stream. I'm going to start a new one as soon as this was over. Actually, I think I'm going to eat some lunch because I haven't yet. And actually, it's time for supper, so I think I skipped lunch. I'm going to go ahead and eat the supper now. But I'm eating supper while I'm showing you my life. Guys, you guys can all see this. It'll be on YouTube forever. So, God bless you guys. Have a good day. And may the force be with you. Live long and prosper. And this is Brent Soul Couple the Fifth signing off. Have a good day. If you like my content, like, subscribe, and hit that bell. End stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and 5, and 4, and 3, and 2, and 1, and 5, and 4. It just doesn't. When I say it's end stream, it doesn't end there. It usually ends just a several seconds before that. So I gotta make sure it's it's a technical thing. Ciao. 5, 4, 3, and 2, and 1, and 5, and 4, and 3, and 2, and 1, and